išskirtinį dėmesį šitam klausimui ir priėmimą skubos tvarka įtraukti ir darbotvarkę ir svarstymą, kadangi šio įstatymo pakeitimas iš tiesų yra svarbus ir aktualus ir turime...
Atsiprašau, jeigu galima nutrauksiu, aš suskubėjau. Trečiasis klausimas yra Seimo kontrolierės Nerijos Stasiulienės skirimo klausimas ir aš viešai turiu deklaruoti, kad mes turim kvorumą, aš matau Česlovą Olševskį, Jūratę Zailskienę, aš ir Antanas Nedzinskas. Labai atsiprašau, kad pertraukiau. Tęsim toliau.
Nieko tokio, viskas gerai. Tai tiesiog dėkoju ir tada labai trumpai noriu pristatyti esminius šio įstatymo projekto pakeitimus, dėl ko mes čia ir susitikom apsvarstyti ir tada lauksim klausimų. Norėčiau savo kolegės paprašyti skaidrės tada parodyti ir kol tada skaidrės įjungs. Tai šis įstatymas, jis jau buvo pas mus priimtas mūsų šalyje 22 metų gruodžio mėnesį, tačiau jo įsigaliojimas buvo atidėtas nuo šių metų 28 dienos ir įstatymas įsigaliojo. Ir įstatymo pagrindinė paskirtis yra ES direktyvos prieinamumo perkelimas. Tačiau įsigaliojus įstatymui buvo pastebėta, kad turim tam tikrą pradėtą pažeidimo procedūrą, nes direktyvą perkelėme nepilna apimtimi. Dėl to šitas įstatymo pakeitimo projektas ir svarbus yra dabar jį priimti, kad Lietuvai pradėta pažeidimo procedūra būtų sustabdyta, dėl to, kad šių metų balandžio mėnesį mes jau kalbėjomės su Europos komisija ir susitarėm žingsnius ir etapus, bei kokie turėtų būti atlikti pagrindiniai pakeitimai. Tai kas yra keičiama arba kokie pagrindiniai pakeitimai yra jau priimto įstatymo, tai yra patikslinama taikymo sritis, yra įtraukiami miestų ir priemiesčių transporto savitarnos terminalai, yra įtraukiamos išimtys dėl autorinių teisių ir yra įtraukiama nuostata, kad pažeidimo nagrinėjimo taisyklės netaikomos viešiesiems pirkimams, viena priežiūros funkcija vis tik yra perduodama valstybiniai vartotojų teisių apsaugos tarnybai, tada prieinamumo reikalavimai skambučiams per 112 atidedami iki 27 metų birželio 28 dienos, labai mažoms ir vidutinėms įmonėms atsisakome perteklinių dokumentacijos reikalavimų. Ir šio įstatymo projektas, išskyrus tą keletą nuostatų, kaip ir prieš tai minėjau, dėl to skambučių priėmimo įsigalioti turėtų nuo ateinančių metų sausio 1 dienos. Ir ta pagrindinė laukiama nauda, kurios iš tikrųjų laukia asmenys su negale ir kiti turintys tam tikrų funkcinių sutrikimų, kas liečia įvairų vartojimą gaminių ir paslaugų kontekste. Tai aiškesnis ir nuoseklesnis teisinis reguliavimas bus mūsų šalyje. Tada visiška atitiktis ES teisė ir tos rizikos sankcijom panaikinimas, geresnis prieinamumo reikalavimų taikymas praktikoje, efektyvesnė rinkos priežiūra, greitesnė reakcija į pažeidimus, kas yra labai svarbu. Ir tada jau ką minėjau, kad didesnė gaminių ir paslaugų prieiga asmenims su negale. O kartu su šiuo įstatymo projektu einantis asmens su negale teisių apsaugos pagrindų įstatymo pakeitimas yra tiesiog techninis, kadangi į priedą yra įtraukiama prieinamumo direktyva, ko nebuvo iki šiol. Tai gal trumpai būtų tiek ir tada tiesiog laukčiau iš komiteto narių klausimų.
Aš pasinaudojęs savo tą privilegiją, pirmasis užduosiu tiesiog labai paprastą klausimą dėl to, ar tai bus taikoma paštomatams?
Taip.
Supratau, ačiū. Ir ar būtų dar norinčių savo atsiliepimą į šį įstatymo projektų paketą pateikti iš prisijungusių suinteresuotų grupių? Rankų nematau. Vieną sekundę, aš tik tai dar susitikrinu, ar čia nėra užsirašusių, kurie yra galbūt nedrąsūs. Iš valstybinės vartotojų teisių apsaugos tarnybos Tomas Kaluževičius, jūs kokį nors komentarą dėl šito turite?
Sveiki, labas rytas, gerbiami nariai. Ne, jokių komentarų šį kartą neturėsiu.
Supratau. Dabar pas mus yra taip pat užsirašę iš žmonių su negale teisų stebėsenos komisijos ir galbūt arba Lietuvos negalios organizacijų forumo atstovai. Ar turime jos prisijungusius?
Taip, sveiki, aš esu. Labas rytas visiems.
Labą rytą. Tai jeigu turit kokį nors komentarą apie šį teisės aktų projektų paketą, esat laisvi sakyti, ką galvojate.
Plataus komentaro tikrai neturiu, tik tais matau pozityvę prasmę šitiems pakeitimams.
Ačiū Jums labai už Jūsų nuomonę. Taigi, pereikime prie formalaus svarstymo. Taigi, pradėkime nuo gaminių ir paslaugų prieinamumo reikalavimų įstatymo 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 14, 16 ir kitų straipsnių bei 1 priedo pakeitimo įstatymo projekto 15P984. Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamentas pateikė keletą pastabų. Pirmai pastabai siūloma pritarti, ar būtų prieštaraujančių. Prieštaraujančių nematau, negirdžiu. Pritarta. Antrai pastabai, kur siūloma pritarti iš dalies. Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamentas iš esmės teigia, svarstytina, ar siūloma formuluotė yra tiksli ir dera su paties keičiamo įstatymo 7 skyriaus nuostatomis. Pažymėtina, kad keičiamo įstatymo 7 skyriaus nuostatos reglamentuoja atsakomybės už prieinamumo reikalavimų pažeidimus ekonominės veiklos vykdytojams taikymo tvarką, o ne pačias viešasias procedūras. Ir siūloma pritarti iš dalies ir sprendimo tekstas būtų, kad Europos komisija atkreipė dėmesį, kad reikia perkelti direktyvos 2019/882/29 straipsnio vykdymo užtikrinimas 3 dalį ir kad šis straipsnis netaikomas viešųjų pirkimų procedūroms, kurioms taikoma direktyva 2014/24 ES arba direktyva 2014/25 ES. Ir tolesni argumentai, ar būtų prieštaraujančių tam? Nematau, negirdžiu. Pritarta. Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento 3 pastabai siūloma pritarti, ar būtų prieštaraujančių? Prieštaraujančių nematau, negirdžiu. Pritarta. Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento 4 pastabai siūloma nepritarti. Argumentai būtų šie. Europos komisija rengdama prieinamumo direktyvą vertino tai, kad daugumą darbo vietų sąjungoje sukuria labai mažos ir vidutinės įmonės. Jos yra labai svarbios būsimam ekonomikos augimui, tačiau jos dažnai susiduria su sunkumais ir kliūtimis plėtodamos savo gaminius ir paslaugas, visų pirma tarp valstybinėme kontekste. Todėl būtina sudaryti palankesnes sąlygas mažų vidutinių įmonių ir labai mažų įmonių darbui, suderinant nacionalinės nuostatas dėl prieinamumo, kartu išlaikant būtinas apsaugos priemonės. Po to siekiama tiksliai perkelti šią direktyvos nuostatą, citata, rinkos priežiūros institucijos reikalavimai dėl techninių dokumentų neturi tapti perteklinę administracinę naštą labai mažoms ir vidutinėms įmonėms. Tai ar būtų prieštaraujančių tokiam sprendimui? Prieštaraujančių negirdžiu, nematau, pritarta. Ir 5 ir 6 Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento pastaboms, kurios yra labai techninės, teisinės technikos aspektu. Taigi, ir siūlomas komiteto sprendimas iš esmės pritarti iniciatorių pateiktam projektui ir siūlyti pagrindiniam komitetui jį tobulinti, atsižvelgiant į Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento pastabas, kurioms pritarė komitetas ir pritarti komiteto išvadoms. Ar būtų pageidaujančių balsuoti dėl šitos formuluotės, ar galima pritarti bendru sutarimu?
Bendru sutarimu.
Ačiū Jums labai. Taigi pereikime prie kito projekto ir jisai yra asmens su negale teisių pagrindų įstatymo, priedo įstatymo pakeitimo projektas. Ir mes, jeigu aš gerai prisimenu, turime vieną Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento išvadą, tai atsiprašau, man dokumentas atsidarys. Atsiprašau, pastabą, ne išvadą. Taigi, Ir jai siūloma pritarti, ar būtų prieštaraujančių? Prieštaraujančių nematau, negirdžiu. Pritarta ir siūloma, ir tai yra, kadangi tai yra vienintelė pastaba, jokių kitų pasiūlymų nebuvo, siūlomas komiteto sprendimas iš esmės pritarti iniciatorių pateiktam projektui ir siūlyti pagrindiniam komitetui jį tobulinti, atsižvelgiant į Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento pastabą, kuriai pritarė komitetas, ir pritarti komiteto išvadoms. Vėlgi ta pati situacija, ar būtų siūlančių ar norinčių balsuoti dėl šitos rezoliucijos, ar galima pritarti bendrų sutarimų.
Pritarėm bendrų sutarimų.
Ačiū Jums labai, pritarta. Ir pereikime prie kito klausimo. Aš matau, tai yra dėl Nerijos Stasiulienės skyrimo į Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo kontrolierę. Ir mes kviečiame Neriją prisistatyti, galbūt trumpai pateikti savo tos pagrindinius, nežinau, biografijos ar faktus ir tos pagrindinės, ir kaip jūs įsivaizduojate darbą būtent šitoje trečiojoje Seimo kontrolieriaus pozicijoje apimančioje smulkaus ir vidutinio verslo kompetenciją. Nerija.
Taip. Labas rytas.
Labas rytas.
Sunki naktis jums buvo, mažai miegojo, tai aš bandysiu trumpai, negaišinant. Vakar aš jau prisistačiau Seime posėdžio metu. Tai trumpai dar pasikartosiu, kad esu Vilniaus universiteto teisės fakulteto absolventė, baigiau vientisąsias teisės magistro studijas, turiu 30 metų patirtį viešajame sektoriuje. Visą savo karjerą paskyriau būtent darbui viešajame sektoriuje, nes tai matau prasmę. Didelę laiko dalį dirbau žmogaus teisų srityje, sveikatos apsaugos ministerijoje, nes prisidėjau prie teisės aktų rengimo ir vadovavau ir darbo grupėms pacientų teisių ir žalos atlyginimo įstatyme, kur buvo reglamentuotos pacientų teisės ir sukurta komisija, kuri įgavo kūną ir nuo 2004 metų pradėjo veikti komisija, kurios pat pradžių pirmą kadenciją buvau pavaduotoja, po to buvau pirmininkė keletą kadencijų ir todėl kalbu apie tai, todėl kad kaip įrodymas, kad tikrai turiu patirties žmogaus teisių srityje. Taip pat turiu ir pedagoginio darbo patirties. Buvau lektorė Vilniaus universitete, medicinos fakultete, odontologijos institute. 8 metus studentams dėsčiau sveikatos teisę ir pacientų teises. Taip pat patirtis, sakykime, smulkio ir vidutinio verslo. Daugiau nei 10 metų buvau odontologų rūmų licencijavimo komisijos narė, būtent juridinių asmenų, kur vertinom atitikti, veiklos atitikti įstaigų teisės aktams, kokybės standartams, reikalavimų proporcingumui. Tai pastaruosius metus, metai laiko esu tarybos narė, Vilniaus miesto tarybos narė, kur esu žmogaus teisių komisijos narė. Tai taip pat dirbam tiek su nevyriausybiniu sektoriumi ir matau Vilniaus problemas ir organizuojam ir renginius, susitinkam ir su nevyriausybinėm organizacijom ir padedam savivaldybei spręsti daugelį klausimų susijusių su žmogaus teisėmis. Tai čia tiesiog aš apžvelgiau gal savo prisistatymę būtent tą mano atitikimą įstatymo ir kompetencijų prasme, įstatymo atitikimui. Na, į gerbiamo Lauryno klausimą atsakyti, kaip ruošiuosi dirbti, tai nauja pareigybė. Aš būsiu tas, jeigu jūs balsuosite ir būsiu paskirta į šias pareigas, tai reikia sukurti tuos naujus standartus ir aš save įsivaizduoju kaip smulkaus ir vidutinio verslo advokatę. Advokatę tiek vyriausybėje, tiek Seime, tiek savivaldybės lygmenį. Todėl tie pirmi darbai, kurie yra numatyti ir jau ir dabar iki paskirimo, kaip ir vakar minėjau, esu susitarusi susitikti, jau yra paskirtas susitikimas ketvirtadienį su verslo konfederacija, nes pirmiausia reikėtų išklausyti, kokios yra tos problemos ir kokie yra didžiausi skauduliai. Penktadienį susitinku su smulkaus ir vidutinio verslo pirmininkė ir valdyba. Taip pat siekiu susitikti ir pasikalbėti būtent apie darbus Seimo kontrolierę. Tai tokie, o pirmiausia reikia išklausyti, o po to sudaryti darbo planą. Bet aš suprantu, kad būtent tas biurokratijos mažinimas, mano pačios tėvai turėjo smulkų verslą ir aš puikiai žinau, kaip yra sunku mažoms įmonėms veikti šioje aplinkoje. Ir kai tu turi ir paraiškas pildyti, ir kaip sunku, tu negali viešuosiuose pirkimuose dalyvauti, tai tikrai problemų yra daug ir matau savęs, dar kartą pasikartosiu, kaip smulkaus ir vidutinio verslo advokatė.
Viskas?
Taip.
Gerai, kadangi man kiek yra teka susipažinti, čia labiau gal ne klausimas, bet komentaras, kiek man yra teka susipažinti su tais skundais, kurios Seimo kontrolierius gauna, kas turbūt priskirtina tai kompetencijai, apie kurią kalbama. Tai daug dažniau yra ypač savivaldos lygmens teisės aktų taikymas, iš esmės dėl konkurencijos ar prieigos ribojimo prie vienokio ar kitokių viešųjų gėrių, kurios kartais gana žemam lygmenį arba savivaldoje, arba įvairiausiose biurokratinėse institucijose, kada asmenys jaučia, kad jų teisės yra pažeistos, juos atribojant nuo vienokio ar kitokių viešųjų gėrių. Tai man atrodo, aš tik šitą dalyką pabrėšiu. Gerai, ar būtų iš komiteto narių, kurie norėtų Nerijos ko nors paklausti? Jūratė, prašau.
Aš tiesiog...
Jūratė, jūs išsijungiat garsiai.
Prašau, norėjau tik palinkėti sėkmės.
Supratau. Gerai, tokiu atveju mano siūlomas, kadangi Nerija jau minėjo, kad šičia yra toks tęstinis procesas ir vis viena į jį yra įtrauktas ir tos suinteresuotas grupės, kurios mato šitą trečiąjį Seimo kontrolierių kaip tam tikrą pagalbą jiems. Ir matyt mano siūloma rezoliucija yra pritarti Nerijos kandidatūrai, leistis diskusijai jau keltis toliau į Seimo salę ir pasižiūrėti tas reakcijas ir tam tikrą kaip į vis vien kažkokie atsiliepimai tiek iš verslo konfederacijos, tiek smulkaus ir vidutinio verslo atstovų interesus ginančių organizacijų bus. Taigi, siūlomas Seimo, perikim prie formalaus svarstymo dalies, tai yra dėl Nerijos Stasiulienės skirimo Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo kontroliere. Projekto numeris 15P1125, Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamentas jokių pastabų neturėjo ir komiteto siūlomas sprendimas pritarti Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo nutarimo dėl Nerijos Stasiulienės skirimo Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo kontroliere projektui 15P 1125, kadangi aš negirdžiu prieštaraujančių, ar būtų reikalaujančių balsuoti dėl šito teisės akto projekto? Ar galima pritarti bendru sutarimu? Prieštaraujančių negirdžiu, taip, aš matau Antanas į pokalbį parašė, kad pritarė, taigi tai aš kaip suprantu pritarta bendru sutarimu. Ačiū Nerijai už prisistatymą. Gražios dienos. Taigi, pirmasis šios dienos posėdis baigtas, antrasis posėdis vyks 10:30. Dėkoju visiems žiūrėjusiems. Gražios dienos.
Pareigą ekonominės veiklos vykdytojams, tai yra gamintojams, įgaliotiem atstovam, importuotojams, platintojams ar paslaugų teikėjams užtikrinti, kad tam tikri vartotojams skirti gaminiai ir paslaugos būtų prieinami, ypatingai asmenims su negalia ir kitiems funkcinių sutrikimų turintiems asmenims. Šis įstatymas yra taikomas kompiuteriams ir kitiems išmaniems įrenginiams, elektroniniams skaityklėms, savitarnos terminalam, tokiem kaip mokėjimo, bilietų pardavimo, registracijos automatai, bankomatai. Taip pat taikomas elektroninių ryšių paslaugoms, audiovizualinės žiniasklaidos prieigai, transporto paslaugų skaitmeniniams elementams, tai pavyzdžiui svetainėms, programėlėms, elektroniniams bilietams ir panašiai, banko paslaugoms, elektroninėms knygoms, elektroniniai prekybai. Visi prieinamumo yra reikalavimai šio įstatymo priede be abejo nurodyti. Įstatymo nuostatos yra taikomas vykdant ir viešuosius pirkimus. Ir kas dar yra svarbu įstatymą, tai kad vartotojai ir kiti suinteresuoti asmenys iš tikrųjų gali teikti skundus rinkos priežiūros institucijom dėl galimų pažeidimų įstatymo taikyme praktikoje. Dabar kodėl daromi prieinamumo įstatymo pakeitimai ir dėl šių pakeitimų mes ministerija jau dirbame prie jų ir diskutuojam su labai įvairiom institucijom ir suinteresuotom pusėm nuo balandžio mėnesio, taip pat ir su Europos komisija yra buvę susitikimai ir padaryti tam tikri susitarimai, kadangi Europos komisija, kai mes priėmėm tą įstatymą ir jo įsigaliojimą atidėjom, mums pradėjo ES teisės pažeidimo procedūrą dėl galimai ne visiškai pilnai perkeltos direktyvos. Ir tada šiais metais, balandžio mėnesį, mes gavom jau oficialų jų paklausimą dėl prieinamumo direktyvos nuostatų perkelinimo pilnumo ir ką mes kaip šalis planuojam daryti. Ir birželio mėnesį tie pakeitimai įstatymo jam tik įsigaliojus buvo aptarti su Europos komisija ir buvo padarytas sutarimas, kad tos pataisos, kurios reikalingos, kad ir pažeidimo procedūra būtų pašalinta mūsų šaliai, bet kad ir įstatymo nuostatos būtų pilnai perkeltos, patikslintos pagal direktyvą, tas būtų svarbu atlikti iki metų pabaigos. Tai mums reikia pašalinti tuos nustatytus teisinio reguliavimo trūkumus, užtikrinti aišku nuoseklų veiksmingą prieinamumo reikalavimų taikymą, kas jau yra įsigalioję. Ir asmenų su negale teisių apsaugos pagrindų įstatymo pakeitimas yra grynai techninis, tiesiog į priedus yra įtraukiama prieinamumo direktyva, ko nebuvo anksčiau. Ir tada tie pagrindiniai pakeitimai, kurie yra atliekami šio įstatymo svarstymo rėmose, tai yra patikslinama taikymo sritis, yra įtraukiami, kaip yra ir parašyta, kad miestų ir priemiesčių transporto savitarnos terminalai, išimtys tam tikros dėl autorinių teisių yra įtraukiamos, tada, kad pažeidimo nagrinėjimo taisyklės yra netaikomas viešiesiems pirkimams, vieną priežiūros funkciją vis tik perduodam valstybiniai vartotojų teisių apsaugos tarnybai dėl turimų gebėjimų, patirties ir išteklių ir resursų. Tada prieinamumo reikalavimai skambučiams 112 vis tik atidedami yra iki 27 metų birželio 28 dienos ir tas atidėjimas yra susijęs su tuo, kad dar nėra Europos mastu parengtų tam tikrų rekomendacijų ir taisyklių, nes planuojama, kad pati ES dėl tokio ES darniojo standarto bus tik tai sausio 15 apsisprendusi 27 metų, tai pas mus būtų netikslinga dabar investicijas padaryti ir paskui vėl korekcijas. Tada labai mažoms vidutinėms įmonėms atsisakoma perteklinių dokumentacijos reikalavimų. Na ir tada keletą nuostatų išskyrus, kaip dėl 112 skambučių centro funkcijos, įstatymo projektas turėtų įsigalioti nuo sausio 1. Ir laukiama nauda, tai aiškesnis nuoseklesnis reguliavimas, be abejo visiška atitiktis ES teisės aktams, kad ir rizikų sankcijoms panaikinimas, geresnis prieinamumo reikalavimų taikymas praktikoje, ko laukia mūsų žmonės, tada efektyvesnė rinkos priežiūra ir svarbu, kad greitesnė reakcija į pažeidimus, nes irgi tas yra svarbu, ir tada didesnė gaminių ir paslaugų prieiga asmenims su negale, arba kitiems, kuriems tas klausimas yra aktualus. Tai gal tokie būtų esminiai pagrindiniai pakeitimai, akcentai, ką norėsiu įgarsinti, tada laukčiau klausimų ir pastebėjimų.
Taip, tada iš komiteto narių arba prisijungė, kas esate čia vietoje, Eimantas nori paklausti.
Labą dieną, tai pagrindinis klausimas, tai ne klausimas, pirmiausia noriu pasidžiaugti, kad pagaliau tokia direktyva pilnai bus pritaikoma, ir tikiuosi bus taikoma tiesiogiai ir kažkaip nevykdant šito dalyko, bet užkliuvo vienas dalykas, kad priežiūros funkcijų, dėl viešųjų pirkimų, kad pažeidimų nagrinėjimo taisyklės netaikomas viešiesiems pirkimams. Supraskim taip, kad mes viešai visą gyvenimą reguliuojam, savivaldybės, valstybė perka visas paslaugas viešųjų pirkimų būdu. Tai jeigu negalės taikyti viešųjų pirkimų kaip sąlyga, kad būtų pritaikytas kažkoks gaminys ar įrenginys ar programėlė ar kažkas neįgaliesiems, tai automatiškai, kad ir būtų įrengiama, po įrengimo tada autorinės teisės kai kuriais atvejais, pavyzdžiui, internetinės programėlės, internetinio tinklapio ar daikto vis tiek yra to gamintojo. Bet savininkas ir turėtojas yra savivaldybė ar valstybė, ar kuri pirko viešų pirkimų būdu tą paslaugą arba įrenginį arba tą daiktą, kuriam tada eina atsakomybė. Nes esmė yra tokia, pirkėjas negali nustatyti tokių kaip spec reikalavimų pagal šitą, kad būtų tikrai pritaikyta ir kad būtų priežiūra, bet kaip nusipirks, tada atsakomybė bus tam, kas pirko. Tai kaip jiem apsiginti? Ar savivaldybė, ar kažkokia įstaiga?
Dėkuoju už klausimą, pakomentuos kolegė.
Labadiena, ačiū labai už klausimą. Tai norėčiau atkreipti dėmesį, kad patiem viešiesiam pirkimam prieinamumo įstatymo nuostatos, kaip ir direktyva, yra taikomos. Tačiau sankcijos už pažeidimus viešųjų pirkimų taisyklėse taikomos pagal viešųjų pirkimų įstatymą. Ir direktyva tą patį nurodo, kad jeigu yra specializuoti įstatymai dėl sankcijų, tai sankcijos taikomos pagal tuos specializuotus įstatymus. Bet pačiom procedūrom viešųjų pirkimų prieinamumo įstatymas yra taikomas.
Galiu pasitikslinti. Tai pirkimo procedūrai, kaip pačiai pirkimo procedūrai. Tai dabar supratau, kad pati procedūra ten turėtų būti pritaikyta ar programėlė ar kažką, kad galėtų dalyvauti konkurse.
Jo įstatymo nuostatos taikomos vykdant viešuosius pirkimus, tikrai taip, tačiau procedūrų netaikoma, nes yra pagal viešųjų pirkimų įstatymą.
Tai viskas aišku, tada visi reikalavimai gaminiui programėlė kažkam yra taikoma, tik tais netaikoma pačiai pirkimo procedūrai, ten vokų plėšimui ir taip toliau, taip toliau. Taip, aišku, ačiū.
Ar dar jūs klausyti norite? Taip, prašau dar.
Labas rytas, kolegės, ačiū labai. Klausimas turbūt ne iš įstatymą, bet vis tiek su jumis turbūt susijęs. Noriu paklausti, kokia situacija su judėjimo negalią turinčių asmenų galimybė paštomatuose atsiimti siuntą. Žinau, kad ten ta tvarka bendra buvo, bet gal sukonkretinti įmanoma, ar internetinėse svetainėse yra galimybė reglamentuoti, kad jie pirkdami prekę galėtų nurodyti, būtent, kad būtų įdėta siunta į žemutinius stalčiukus. Ačiū.
Taip, prašom.
Taip, ačiū labai už klausimą. Iš tiesų labai aktualus klausimas ir mes tuo klausimu beveik visi metai diskutuojam ir su kitom ES šalim ir su Europos komisija. Tai kadangi paštomatų prieinamumui yra, pačiam tam fiziniam prieinamumui yra taikoma universalaus dizaino principai, tai ši prieinamumo direktyva yra taikoma būtent elektroniniam užsakymam, programėlėm. Ten yra tikrai turi būti taikoma prieinamumo įstatymo nuostatos ir kai kurios privačios įmonės, kurios organizuoja tą atsiėmimą fizinį, jos yra programėlėse nustatę tą funkciją, kad asmuo gali pasižymėti, kad jisai turi negalią, kad jam būtų ir pritaikomas patogus atsiėmimas. Tačiau taip, tai yra vienas iš tų klausimų, kuriuos mes dabar labai aktyviai diskutuojam. Ir tam fiziniam prieinamumui, tam universalaus dizaino visam prieinamumui mes tikrai irgi šiuo metu skiriam didelį dėmesį. Bet kadangi šio įstatymo nuostatos yra daugiau tam elektroniniam ir internetiniam svetainiam, tai apima prieinamumą. Dėkui,
daugiau klausiančių nematau ir rankyčių nematau. Tai tada išvadų rengėjas liko vienas, kiek supratau, pasitraukusi iš posėdžio Edita irgi buvo kaip ir už, bet dabar dar jau tada jūsų nuomonė, prašom.
Taip, tai Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento turim gavę keletą išvadų, jas galite rasti, tiksliau pastabų, jas rasite mūsų išvadoje, tai siūloma pritarti, įvertinta yra šita visa informacija ir tada komiteto siūlomas sprendimas pritarti iniciatorių pateiktam įstatymų projektui ir siūlyti pagrindiniam, tai yra ekonomikos komitetui, jį tobulinti pagal mano minėto Seimo kanceliarijos teisės departamento pastabas, kurioms komitetas pritarė.
Taip, tai čia liečia tiek antrą ir trečią klausimą, nes trečiame yra tik tai viena pastaba, berods, jeigu gerai atsimenu.
Taip.
Taip, tai komiteto išvada ta pati, vienoda abiem. Ar galima bendru sutarimu, kolegos, pritarti? Ačiū.
Pranešėjas būtų turbūt Rasmus.
Pritarėm, o šį kartą taip, Darius, jau jūs liekate, neturime iš ko pasirinkti, bent taip, kaip buvo užrašyta, iš dviejų liko vienas, tai Dariau tada Darius Razmislevičius yra paskiriamas ir pritariam, tikriausia, niekas neprieštarauja, ačiū labai. Tai einame prie ketvirto darbotvarkės klausimo. Taip, čia mes turime asmens su negale Teisių apsaugos pagrindų įstatymo straipsnio vieną pakeitimą. Tai mes išvadų rengėjai buvo tie patys, tai galbūt labai čia trumpai ir konkreti vienas pasiūlymas yra, tai galbūt tada Dariau jūs.
Taip, viena pastaba, kuriai siūlome pritarti komitete ir aišku visai išvadai.
Taip, čia tik tai vienas žodis pakeistas yra ir daugiau nieko, tai tiesiog matau, kad tikrai nieko čia neturės klausimų ar pastabų. Tai galima pritarti bendru sutarimu šitam įstatymo projektui. Ačiū, pritarta. Tai būtų realiai tiek. Mes turime dar penktą darbotvarkės klausimą, kitus klausimus. Tai prie kitų klausimų mes turime Europos reikalų komiteto mūsų Seimo posėdžio protokolą, kuriame yra svarstytas, gautas kvietimas į tarpparlamentinę konferenciją dirbtinio intelekto amžius, galimybės ir iššūkiai, kuris vyks sausio 14-15 Nikosijoje, Kipre. Ir vienas iš komitetų, kuris turėtume galimybę dalyvauti ir deleguoti atstovai šitą konferenciją, būtų mūsų komitetas. Tačiau tokia situacija yra, aš pats nevyksiu. Pavaduotojas, kuris atsisakė dalyvauti posėdžiuose, šiaip norėtų, bet irgi jau turi planus ir negali dalyvauti. Klausiu komiteto narių, kurie yra čia gyvi, ar yra noras kažkuriam iš jūsų vykti, galėtumėte priimti ir deleguoti jūs. Jeigu nebūtų, tai tada tiesiog mūsų komitetas nedalyvautume mes ir čia nėra labai didelės tragedijos.
Iki kada turim atsakyti?
Kas gali, dalį gali pasakyti, iki kada turėtume.
Kuo greičiau, to geriau iš tikrųjų. Čia sausio 14-15 gaunasi trečiadienis, ketvirtadienis. Aš atsiprašau, tik taip patikslinsiu, kad jeigu galėčiau, patikslinsiu, kad tai yra tarpparlamentinė konferencija ir jinai vyks nuo 1,5 dienos. Faktiškai reikėtų išvykti 13 dieną, grįžti 16, todėl kad tikėtinai su persėdimais. Ir dar yra toks, konferencija vyks anglų, bus verčiama į prancūzų ir graikų kalbas, dėl kitų kalbų neaišku, tai tiesiog reikėtų laisvai kalbėti. Jo, tai jeigu dar nesate tikri, tai galim ir vėliau.
Tai dabar reikėtų, mes komitete turėtume pasiskirti, tai dabar jau reikėtų kaip ir apsispręsti, nes po to komiteto mesgi nesušauksim. Ar Modesta, jūs buvote prisijungusi, ar girdite mus? Gerbiama Modesta. Neatsiliepia, gal...
Sakau, taip girdžiu, gerbiamas pirmininkė, bet dėja negalėsiu dalyvauti. Ačiū labai už siūlymą.
Gerai, mes žinome, kad jūs kartais išskrendate karts nuo karto kažkur. Taip, tai aš suprantu tada, kaip Eimantai, jūs galite sprendimą priimti dabar?
Galiu, tikrai ne.
Tikrai ne. Tai daugiau, kaip ir matau, tai tada komiteto nariai, kadangi kiti irgi neturi galimybių dalyvauti, tai tada atsakymą Europos reikalų komitetui, kad mūsų komiteto deleguoto atstovo nebus. Ačiū. Dabar dėl kitų klausimų biuro vadovė. Darbotvarkės mes kol kas ir komiteto kitų posėdžių numatyto neturime datos. Tai ir...
Galimai jisai bus antradienį prieš plenarinį posėdį, jeigu atsirastų Teisės departamento pastabų tiem projektam, kurie Bet, nu, ta prasme, tokia tikimybė yra. Tai būtų prieš ryte, kaip visada.
Jo, tai būtų trumpas posėdis, jeigu reikės prisijungti antradienio posėdėje 23 dieną, jeigu gausime iš šitos projektus kažkokių pastabų iš mūsų teisės departamento ar dar galimai iš kažko tai. Tai gerai, tada šiaip baigiame šios dienos komiteto darbotvarkę. Ačiū visiems dalyvavusiems, ačiū labai visiems kolegom, kurie dalyvavote ir nesužlugdėte forumo, nes tai buvo skubu ir supratingumą reikėjo turėti, bet turime kiekvieną savo poziciją, aišku, ir labai gaila, kad kolegos priėmė tokį sprendimą, bet tai jų teisė, aišku. Ačiū. Ir kas girdite neprisijungę, labai kviečiame visus susirinkti gyvai 10 valandą, ne pusę 11, kai buvo laiškutis, dėl vakar numatyto, nenumatyto plenarinio posėdžio neeilinio. Tai kviečiu visus susirinkti į posėdžių čia salėje 10 valandą. Ačiū labai, laukim.
Labą dieną, gerbiami žurnalistai, mėly kolegos, gerbiami svečiai. Sveiki atvykę į šią spaudos konferenciją. Šiandieną, prašau, ausinės susitikite. Šiandieną spaudos konferenciją organizuoja Seimo nariai Žygimantas Paviljonis, kuris yra čia, ir Audronius Ažubalis, kuris turbūt prisijungs vėliau, nes šiandieną Kamščiai mieste. Ir turim netikėtą svečią Čečėnijos premjerą poną Achmedą Zakajevą, kuris taip pat pasisakys šioje spaudos konferencijoje. Šiandien kalbėsime apie tragediją, kuri ilgą laiką buvo nutylima ir nustumta į istorijos paraštes, tačiau kurios reikšmė dabarties pasauliui yra didesnė nei bet kada anksčiau. Čerkesų genocidas Rusijos imperijos vykdytas XIX amžiaus antroje pusėje yra vienas didžiausių sistemingo tautos naikinimo operacijų Europoje. Tai istorija apie prievartą, masinį ištrėmimą, kultūros naikinimą ir tautos pastangas išlikti situacijoje, kai buvo siekiama ją visiškai ištrinti. Lietuviams ši patirtis yra ypač suprantama, nors mūsų istorijos nėra identiškos, mus jungia esminis bendras vardiklis kova už laisvę, už teisę būti savimi ir už tautos išlikimą okupacijų bei totalitarinių režimų akivaizdoje. Mes patyrėme tremtis, represijas, bandymus sunaikinti mūsų kalbą, kultūrą ir istorinę atmintį, todėl Lietuvoje ši tema nėra vien tik akademinė, ji yra giliai žmogiška ir aktuali. Informuoju, kad šiandieną 10 valandą Seimo konstitucijos salėje prasidės Tarptautinė konferencija Čerkesų genocidas istorijos ir šiuolaikinės politikos kontekste. Tai ne tik akademinė diskusija ar istorinė refleksija, tai pirmasis žingsnis Lietuvos kelyje į čerkesų tautos genocido pripažinimą. Tarptautinė bendruomenė šį procesą jau nuosekliai tęsė. 2011 metais Sakartvelo parlamentas oficialiai pripažino čerkesų tautos genocidą, o 2025 metais tą patį žingsnį žengė ir Ukrainos aukščiausioji rada. Šie sprendimai rodo augantį supratimą ir moralinę atsakomybę įvertinti vieną tragiškiausių XIX amžiaus nusikaltimų. Dėkojame, kad esate čia kartu su mumis. Konferencijai moderuosiu aš, Adas Jakubauskas. Šiandien taip pat dalyvauja paminėjau Seimo nariai Audronius Ažubalis ir Žygimantas Paviljonis, taip pat čerkesų tautos atstovai ponas Ijat Jagar iš Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų ir ponas Orhan Barsik, Sakartvelos. Taigi pradėkime šią spaudos konferenciją. Sveikinu gerbiamą poną Audronių Ažubalį. Turbūt suteikčiau pirmiausia žodį gerbiamam Žygimantui Pavilioniui. Prašau.
Ačiū labai, tai aš labai trumpai, iš tikrųjų mes patys buvom kažkada pavergta tauta, captive nation, kaip sakydavo Amerikoje, bet pats pasaulis iš tikrųjų pradėjo rimtai kovoti už mūsų laisvę tik po gerų 10-15 metų. Po antro pasaulinio karo mus laikė tiesiog sovietais. Lietuvių, lenkų, ukrainiečių emigrantai labai daug dirbo, kad parodytų visam pasauliu skirtumus religinius, tautinius, kultūrinius, ir mes tapome laisvi. Atėjus Reiganui, Jonui Pauliui, kitiems didvyriams, Vidurio Europos ir Baltijos šalis tapo laisvos. Bet daugybė kitų tautų Rusijos viduje ir ne tik Rusijoje, visame pasaulyje, ypač dabar, kai ta blogio imperija vienijasi, Kinija, Rusija, Iranas, Šiaurės Koreja, vienijasi laisvų žmonių ir tautų pasaulyje tampa vis mažiau. Todėl aš manau, tai yra mūsų lietuvių pareiga padėti toms tautoms visų pirma apie save pranešti pasauliui. Mes jau žinome čečėnų tautą kurį laiką, bet apie čerkesų istoriją mes žinome labai mažai, todėl labai džiaugiuosi, kad jie atvyko šiandien iš viso pasaulio ir aš manau, kad čia mūsų pareiga kartu su kolegomis, Seimo nariais, Audroniumi ir kitais, padaryti viską, kad šis Seimas pripažintų jų genocidą, kaip tai padarė keli kiti parlamentai. Ir pabaigai aš labai džiaugiuosi, kad vakar Seime mums pavyko suburti pirmą kartą tokią laikinąją parlamentinę grupę už pavergtųjų tautų laisvę, kuriai priklauso ir mano buvęs užsienio reikalų ministras Audronius Ažubalis, aš pats, iš viso 8 konservatoriai, Arvydas Anušauskas, Arvydas Pocius, Radvilė Morkūnaitė, Mikulėnaitė, Valdas Rakutis, Arūnas Valinskas, Emanuelis Zinkeris, 2 liberalai, Viktorija Čimilytė Nilsen, Arminas Lydeka, 1 demokratas Tomas Tomilinas ir 2 socialdemokratai, Ruslanas Baranovas ir Dovilė Šakalienė. Tokia grupė yra taip pat įsteigta Ukrainos parlamente ir ką aš manau mes galėtume padaryti, tokių pavergtųjų tautų grupių, bent jau Europoje, taip pat už Atlanto, visam laisvam pasauliu sukurti visą tinklą, kuris šiomis tautomis rūpintųsi, už jų laisvę kovotų, nes mes jeigu pamiršime jų istoriją, anksčiau ir vėliau tas blogis pasieks ir mus, kaip jau ne vieną kartą taip įvyko. Tai aš labai džiaugiuosi, kad mūsų draugai atvyko ir labai džiaugiuosi, kad nepaisant viso vidaus politikos triukšmo, mes tą darbą pradedam Seime.
Aš dar norėčiau pridurti, kad prie organizatorių taip pat yra Seimo narys Laurynas Šedvydis, žmogaus teisų komiteto pirmininkas. O dabar norėčiau suteikti žodį gerbiamam Audroniui Ažubaliui, Seimo nariui. Prašau, gerbiamam.
Ačiū. Tai pirmiausia, sveiki atvykę į Lietuvą, į laisvą Lietuvą. Ir galiu pasidžiaugti ir savo pasakyti, kad galbūt tas Rusijos dekolonizacijos procesas įgaus pagreitį būtent čia Vilniuje. Juk mes kalbam ne tik apie čerkesus. Kalbame apie totorius, baškirus, čiuvašus, mordvius, čečėnus, udmurtus, marius, avarus, lezginus, kalmukus, komius, jakutus, osetinus, kabardinus, buriatus, ingušus, evenkus. Ir dar galima vardinti ir vardinti. Visa tai nėra Rusija. Visa tai nėra rusai. Tai yra nuo amžių gyvenusių Sibire, Pietų Kaukaze, Šiaurėje žmonės. Tai jų žemė, jų turtai, gamtiniai turtai, jų žmogiškieji ištekliai. Dabar matome, kaip tai yra naudojami. Rusai, kolonizatoriai kasa jakutų auksą, rusų agresoriai mobilizuoja ir apgaulę, ir prievartą, ir įvairiais pasiūlymais į nusikalstamą karinę agresiją prieš Ukrainą, padedant vietiniam kolaborantam tų tautų. Taip, kad mes matom, kad darbo yra daug ir aš tikiuosi, kad ateis laikas, mes dar pamatysime mūsų amžiuje, kaip Rusija, Rusijos imperija, tie likučiai Rusijos imperijos byra ir atsiranda ir susidaro naujos tautų valstybės. Ačiū.
Ačiū, gerbiamas Audroniau. Dabar suteiksiu turbūt žodį ponui Orhan Barsik, kuris atvažiavo iš Sakartvelo sostinės Tbilisio, kuris yra Čerkesijos tautos atstovas. Prašau.
Thank you very much.
Dėkoju, ponia Kubauskai. Tiesą pasakius, mes norėtume padėkoti lietuvių tautai, jūsų parlamentui, už tai, jog sudarėte mums galimybę atvykti čia ir pasisakyti jūsų tautai apie mūsų tautos tragediją. Čerkesų genocidas tai ne tik istorinis įvykis, tai buvo nusikaltimas prieš žmoniją, prieš visas nedidelės tautas, kurias okupavo ir užėmė Rusija. Aš kalbėsiu trumpai, gal neužtruksiu daugiau negu minutės. Įsivaizduokite, jog kažkas mums pasakytų, jog
this is exactly how we feel when somebody call us the south of Russia.
Jog esate dalis Rusijos. Na, būtent taip ir mes jaučiamės, kuomet kažkas sako, kad mes priklausome Rusijai. Ši nusikalstama valstybė okupavo mūsų žemės, mūsų žmonės.
our beaches and they used
Jie
them
pagrobė mūsų,
to make ports, to go
tarkim,
through these
paplūdimius,
ports to
pavertė
the world
juos
and
uostais
invade more and more
ir
nations.
pasinaudojo jais, kad
If they
galėtų
did not
užkariauti
stop,
dar daugiau tautų.
they
Jeigu
will
jie
get
nebus
even
sustabdyti,
more
jie
criminal.
ir
We
toliau
know that.
vykdys savo nusikalstamą
have to
veiklą,
stop.
ką mes žinome. Taigi tai turi būti
Big Russia
sustabdyta.
is a big problem.
Didžioji Rusija
Small
yra
Russia
didelė
is a small
problema,
problem.
mažoji
And we
Rusija yra
know
nedidelė
for
problema.
ourselves
Ir
that
mes
Lithuania will be one of the biggest
tikimės,
steps for
vardan
us
mūsų, kad
to have our own recognition as a European nation.
Lietuva
Thank you very
padės
much.
mums pasiekti pripažinimo kaip viena
Ponas
iš
Jad Jahar iš Jungtinių
pripažintų
Amerikos
tautų.
valstijų, jums dabar suteikiu žodį.
Mr. Iyad Yohar, President of the International Circassian
Thank
Council,
you.
please, the floor is yours now.
My gratitude to
Dėkoju.
Lithuania, its people, its parliament,
Leiskite padėkoti
and our
Lietuvos
friends
žmonėms,
here
Lietuvos
for having
parlamentui,
us
mūsų
today.
draugams
It means a lot
už
for
tai, jog
us
sutinka
that
mus
we
čia,
are in
mums taip daug
Lithuania,
reiškia, tai, jog
small,
mes galime
democratic,
lankytis Lietuvoje,
free
nedidelėje,
European nation,
demokratinėje,
resembles
laisvoje
in our
tautoje.
mind what Circassia will be down the line in the future, I hope. First, I'd like to convey the greetings of your Circassian friends in the United
Visų
States
pirma, norėčiau
and
perduoti
our American friends, scholars, politicians, and others who have helped us in
čerkesų
the past 20
iš
years
JAV
to advance the
mokslininkų ir kitos tarptautinės bendruomenės čerkesų atstovų linkėjimus. Mes džiaugiamės matydami savo draugus čia Lietuvoje, džiaugiamės lankydamėsi čia ir džiaugiamės galėdami toliau stiprinti mūsų ryšius. Aš gyvenu netoli Jungtinių tautų būstinės, vos už 25 minučių kelio. Žmogaus teisių komisija neseniai įsteigė priėmė sprendimą dėl genocido kaip nusikaltimo prieš žmoniškumą.
Into the Soviet Union up until the Russian Federation. This is a crime against humanity.
Rusijos federacijos žudimai, čerkesų perkelimas, pavergimas yra laikomas taip pat nusikaltimu prieš žmoniškumą. Tačiau, kai kalbame apie tokį nusikaltimą, mes kalbame apie tai, jog toks nusikaltimas yra vykdomas ne tik pačios Rusijos, bet ir vykdomas prieš visas laisvas tautas, įskaitant lietuvius. Taigi mūsų kaip laisvų tautų atstovų pareiga yra pripažinti kitų tautų patiriamą tragediją. Tai nėra tik vienos kažkokios tautos tragedija, tai yra visos žmonijos tragedija. Toks pripažinimas šios tautos kaip laisvos Europos tautos pripažinimas taip pat prisidėtų prie žmogaus teisių stiprinimo ir tai labai svarbu ir ateičiai. Todėl, kad mūsų ketinimas pripažinti šį nusikaltimą 20-ajame amžiuje ir šiandien kaip nusikaltimą, kuris įvyko 19 amžiuje, yra stiprus siekis užkirsti kelią tokiems nusikaltimams ateityje, ar tai vyktų Ukrainoje, ar prieš kitą tautą, čerkesus, ingušus ar kitus. Svarbiausia yra užkirsti kelią tokiam nusikaltimui, o pirmas žingsnis tą padarant, tai yra pripažinti tai, kas įvyko praeityje. Ir čia norėčiau dar pridurti, kad mes, kaip viso pasaulio čerkesai, mums teko iškentėti daug ir mus vienyje bendra šio regiono istorija, mūsų sieja bendras pralietas kraujas, religija, tradicijos, mūsų tautų panašumai yra tokie akivaizdus, kad kartais net yra sunku atskirti čerkesus, ingušus, čečėnus ir kitas tautas. Mes visos nukentėjome taip pat nuo to paties agresoriaus tuo pačiu metu ir vis dar jaučiame to pasekmes ir šiandien. Mūsų čerkesų genocidas, blogiausia to dalis yra ta, jog jis vis dar tęsiasi. Tai yra, Rusija ir toliau palaiko tas pačias sąlygas, tos pačius apribojimus prieš čerkesus, tam, kad šie neatsigautų nuo genocido, kurio tikslas buvo ištrinti mūsų tautos tapatybę, apskritai tautų Kaukaze tapatybės. Tad šiandien mes tikimės, kad toks šio nusikaltimo pripažinimas bus pasiektas kiek galima greičiau ir tuo galėsime galiausiai pasinaudoti tam, kad kitos civilizuotos tautos taip pat galėtų siekti tokio paties pripažinimo ir siekti gyvuoti kaip laisvos tautos ir užkirsti kelią panašiam genocidui vykti ateityje. Mes džiaugiamės galėdami lankytis čia ir dėkojame Lietuvai už tokią galimybę.
Jat Jahar. Dabar aš norėčiau suteikti premjerui Ahmadui Zakaivui žodį. Gerbiamas Seimo narys Žygimantas Pavilionis pažadėjo truputėlį pavertėjauti, kadangi pas mus nebuvo numatyta rusų kalba, tai labai atsiprašome, teks jums. Ačiū labai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody. First of all, I would like
Labadiena, norėčiau visiems padėkoti. Pirmiausia, norėčiau padėkoti šios svarbaus renginio organizatoriams.
I would like to, before I start my main speech,
pradėdama savo pagrindinę kalbą, norėčiau pasakyti ir išsakyti savo nuomonę. Aš norėčiau, kad rusai žinotų, ką pasaulio bendruomenė galvoja apie tai, ką Rusija yra padariusi. Ne tik prieš čerkesus, čečėnus ar visą civilizaciją.
Мы, когда говорим о трагедии или о геноциде черкесского народа,
Labai ačiū Jums, kada mes kalbame apie čerkesų genocidą ir tragediją.
Мы должны понимать, что это не произошло когда-то столетиями назад.
Mes turime suprasti, kad tai neatsitiko kažkada 100 metų atgal.
Те методы, которые были использованы русскими для уничтожения народа Черкесии или кавказских народов, эти методы России используются по сегодняшний день.
Tuos metodus, kuriuos Rusija naudojo naikinant čerkesus, rusai naudoja ir šiandien.
Международное сообщество, которое столетиями молчало о трагедии черкесского народа, в конце концов должны сегодня признать эту ошибку и отдать должное для торжества справедливости.
Tarptautinė bendruomenė, kuri taip ilgai tylėjo apie šitą čerkesų tragediją, turi ją pripažinti ir garbingai paskleisti tą tiesą pasauliui.
Мы, в конце концов, должны начать называть вещи своими именами, чтобы сами русские понимали, вот какое отношение у цивилизованного мира к этому народу, к этой нации.
Galų gale mes turime pradėti vadinti reiškinius savo vardais ir pasakyti, kaip iš tikrųjų mes turėtume žiūrėti šitą naciją.
Все народы, которые как или иначе соприкасались с Россией, в их истории одни трагические даты.
Visos tautos, kurios vienaip ar kitaip prisilietė su Rusija, jų istorijoje vien tik tragiškos datos ar įvykiai.
Великий сын чеченского народа, кавказского народа, первый президент Джохар Дудаев в одном из своих выступлений очень ярко и четко это подчеркнул. Сколько можно отмечать трагические дни?
Vienas iš čečėnų didvyrių, pagrindinis jų lyderis Dudajevas, vieną kartą pasakė, kiek galima minėti tik tragiškus mūsų istorijos įvykius.
Поэтому сегодня и хорошие русские, которые сегодня находятся в Европе, и те, кто поддерживает Путина в надежде на то, что Россия выиграет эту войну.
Ir šiandien tie vadinamieji gerieji rusai ir tie, kurie vis dar tikisi, kad Putinas laimės šitą kabutėse teisingą karą.
Должны понять одно, самую главную истину. До тех пор, пока они не распрощаются со своим террористическим прошлым, у них нет будущего.
Jie turi suprasti, kad tol, kol jie neatsisveikins su savo teroristinė praeitim, jie neturi jokios ateities.
Сегодня то, что Россия вытворяет в Украине, ежедневные убийства женщин, детей, стариков, разрушаются целые города, которые строились столетиями.
Tai, ką rusai šiandien daro Ukrainoje, naikindami vaikus, moteris, miestus, kurie šimtmečiais, tūkstantmečiais buvo statomi.
И при этом Россия сегодня пытается навязать миру какой-то свой особый путь развития.
Ir šiandien Rusija dar vis ketina pasauliui parduoti kažkokį specifinį vystimosi kelią.
Я очень рад, что сегодня в Литве проходит вот этот форум по признанию геноцида черкесского народа.
Aš labai džiaugiuosi, kad būtent Lietuvoje vyksta šitas forumas, kuriame būtų pripažinta čerkesų genocidas.
Литвания, Латвия, Эстония – это страны, которые прошли через того, что они потеряли свою свободу и десятилетиями находились под оккупацией советской.
Lietuviai, Latvijai, Estai, dešimtmečiais buvo rusų okupacijų ir žino, ką tai reiškia.
И эти страны, как никто другой, понимают, что сегодня происходит и что делает Россия.
Ir šitos šalis labai gerai supranta, kas iš tikrųjų vyksta ir ką šiandien Rusija daro.
И признание геноцида черкесского народа – это не только история, исторический факт. Это та необходимость, чтобы изменить существующий подход России к современному миру.
Todėl čerkesų genocido pripažinimas yra ne tik kažkoks teisingumo įvykdymas, bet taip pat ir nustatymas tam tikro metodo, kaip mes turėtume žiūrėti Rusiją šiandieniam pasaulyje.
Джигимантас очень давно занимается вопросами малых народов, коренных народов, которые находятся в колониальной зависимости от России. И то, что сегодня при его участии будет проходить эта конференция и будет обращение к Сейму, чтобы признать геноцид, я еще раз благодарю вас и всех ваших коллег, которые работают в этом ключе.
Jis labai dėkoja man ir kitiems Seimo nariams, kurie jau seniai užsiema pavergtosiomis tautomis ir galbūt tai sudarys galimybę pripažinti čerkesų genocidą Seime.
Спасибо огромное. Спасибо вам всем, литовцам, Литве и всем нашим друзьям, которые обращают на эту трагедию внимание.
Ačiū labai lietuviam, visiems draugams, kurie padeda atkreipti dėmesį į šią tragediją.
Dėkojame gerbiamam Achmedui Zakajevui. Gerbiami Seimo nariai, jūs dar kažką norėsite pridurti? Ar galime kreiptis į mūsų žiniasklaidą? Gerbiamas Vidmantai, atstovaujate Respubliką, gal turite klausimų? Prašau. Koks bus kitas žingsnis, jeigu Lietuvos Respublikos Seimas pripažins čerkesų genocidą? Aš čia turbūt adresuoju čerkesų tautos atstovams šitą klausimą. Kažkas iš ponų gal atsakys.
I mean, this is a good step, first of all.
Na, tai būtų puikus pirmas žingsnis. Suvokiame, jog Lietuva yra Europos Sąjungos narė, taip pat NATO narė, tad jeigu Lietuva pripažintų čerkesų genocidą, tai atvertų kelius ir kitoms valstybėms panašiai nagrinėti šį klausimą, kuo daugiau bus šis nusikaltimas pripažintas.
If you commit atrocities against Ukrainians, against the Lithuanians, the Estonians, or any other nation that were victims of their aggression in the past, then you will get an international pushback on this, and you will be accused of the crimes that you are committing. If there is an aggressor, and that aggressor is continuing the aggression as we see today in Ukraine and in other parts of the world, then our steps will have to follow one by one in every single possible way to get the world to recognize that aggression will not stand. Our next step is to approach other civilized nations of the world like Lithuania and talk to them to alert them and to raise the awareness of the potential crimes that can be committed. And again, our effort by recognition is not only historical.
Toks pripažinimas būtų ne tik istorinis veiksmas, svarbiausia yra tokio nusikaltimo ateityje prevencija, artimoje ar tolimoje ateityje tai bebūtų. Mes turime užtikrinti, kad tokie agresoriai kaip Rusija nevykdytų daugiau tokių nusikaltimų ateityje. Tad mūsų, kaip čerkesų tautos atstovų pareiga, tautos, kuris, sakyčiau, yra nukentėjusi gal bemaž labiausiai negu kuri nors kita tauta. Tai yra tauta, kažkada tokia tauta egzistavo, tauta, kuri turėjo savo žemės, savo sostinę, tradicijas. Tuomet atėjo jie ir mūsų naikino. Tas nusikaltimas vyko tyloje ir jis toliau tebevyksta be jokio pripažinimo. Tai vyko ir Ukrainoje. Tad tikimės, kad dabar Lietuvoje artimiausiu metu tas nusikaltimas bus pripažintas. Tad turime ir toliau daryti tą patį. Turime toliau imtis panašių kitų žingsnių tam, kad sustabdytume agresorių, kad šis nevykdytų nusikaltimo prieš žmoniją, prieš mažas tautas.
Aš gal tik tai vieną žodį pasakysiu, kodėl mes tą savo laikinąją grupę pavadinom šiek tiek plačiau, ne tik čerkesų ar čečėnų ar kitų tautų pavadinimais, bet pavergtųjų tautų tą seną Reigano terminą naudojam, todėl kad mes norime įrodyti visam pasauliui, taip pat Amerikai, iš kurios atstovas čia atvykęs, kad tų pavergtųjų tautų yra labai daug ir ta kova yra labai susijus. Pavyzdžiui, buvęs užsienio reikalų ministras Audronius Ažubalis tikrai aktyviai dirbo kovodamas už Kubos laisvę. Tai yra dar viena tauta pavergta komunistų, kuriai padeda ir Rusija, ir komunistinė Kinija, ir Iranas, ir kitos tautos, ir Europos Sąjunga, sudarydamas sutartį su komunistinės Kubos diktatūra, kuri ir vienintelis šalies parlamentas, kuris atsisako ją ratifikuoti, yra Lietuva. Bet mes norim įrodyti savo broliams ir seserims amerikiečiams, kad ne tik Lotynų Amerika yra svarbi, yra pilna pavergtų tautų mūsų pusiai. Ir mes turime sujungti tas jėgas, kaip kažkada prezidentas Reiganas turbūt buvo vienintelis JAV prezidentas, kuris įsiklausė į lietuvių, ukrainiečių, lenkų, emigrantų balsus ir sujungė tą kovą. Ir žiūrėkit rezultatus, mes esam laisvi. Tai mano kitas vizitas bus į Ameriką sausio mėnesį su mūsų visų regionų, su ukrainiečiais, su lenkais, suomiais, švedais. Ir mes, vienas iš pirmųjų susitikimų bus komunizmo aukų muziejuje, kur mes pakelsim šį klausimą ir bandysime įsteigti, kaip minėjau, tinklą tokių komitetų už pavergtųjų tautų laisvę, nes tai yra globalinis dalykas. Ir mes didžios ir laisvos tautos turi nusimtos savo akinius ir pamatyti tai. Ir tik tai taip mes galim laimėti, jeigu mes suvienysim tas savo jėgas.
Gerbiamas Seimo narys Audronius Ažubalis dar. Ir mes jau turėsim baigti, kadangi artėjam prie pabaigos 9:30. Ačiū labai.
Kalbėdami apie kolonizatorius, apie Rusiją, negalim neišvengti ir, sakyčiau, pamastymų apie rusų tautą ir apie opoziciją. Ir čia man labai būtų, aš manau, mums visiems įdomus jūsų, ponai svečiai, kurie atvyko iš įvairių šalių ir bendraujat su įvairiais opoziciniais judėjimais, pavergtų tautų, nes rusų tauta irgi iš dalies yra pavergta. Tai kaip jūs vertinate dabartinę opoziciją? Nes yra įvairiausių nuomonių. Ta opozicija, kas jinai Rusijos opozicija? Kurį laiką Lietuva darydavo tą Laisvos Rusijos formą ir kitus renginius, bet atvirai prisipažinsiu, aš pats dabar negalėčiau atsakyti, tai kasgi yra tikroji Rusijos opozicija demokratija? Ar jinai yra iš viso? Kas galėtų į tai atsakyti? Ačiū.
Ponas premjeras Achmanas Zachajevas.
I'm very briefly, I would like to say about it, very briefly.
Labai trumpai pasakysiu.
Спасибо огромное.
Labai geras klausimas, ačiū labai.
Почему? Потому что любая акция, политическая акция, если она не имеет последствия, это ничего не означает.
Bet koks politinis veiksmas, jeigu jis neturi pasiekmių, jisai nieko nereiškia.
Я приведу просто два примера, очень свежих два примера.
Du pavyzdžiai.
В 2000 году парламентская ассамблея Парламентская ассамблея Совета Европы приняла резолюцию с тем, чтобы страны, входящие в Совет Европы, обратились и подали в суд против России за военные преступления, которые она совершает в Чечне.
Europos tarybos parlamentinė asamblėja 2000 metais kreipėsi į savo narės, prašydama, kad pripažintų genocidą ir tos nusikaltimus, kurie buvo padaryti Čečėnijai.
В 2004 году Европарламент принял резолюцию, признал геноцид, рекомендовал признать геноцид чечено-ингушского народа в 1944 годы.
Kaip ir 2004 metais Europos parlamentas pripažino Čečėnų-Ingušijos genocidą.
Ну, ничего за этим не последовало. Ничего.
To nieko neįvyko po šitų rezoliucijų.
В 2008 году я обратился к руководству Грузии с тем, чтобы они подали в суд против России за войну в Чечне. Они, как член Совета Европы, имели право это делать.
2008 metais kreipiausi į Sakartvelo vadovybę, prašydamas, kad jie paduotų į teismą Rusiją dėl šių nusikaltimų, nes jie turėjo tam teisę dar kaip Europos tarybos nariai.
Грузия побоялась это сделать, чтобы не раздражать Россию.
Bet Sakartvelas įsigando to daryti, kad neišerzintų Rusijos.
В конечном итоге Грузия сегодня лишилась национального суверенитета. Это знают наши друзья.
Šiandien gruzinai nebeturi faktiškai savo nacionalinio suvereniteto.
Я обращался в Украину.
Kreipiausi į Ukrainą.
В 2014 году, когда Россия совершила агрессию против Украины, Украина не признала этот факт.
Ukraina to irgi nepripažino.
Украина это сделала в 22 году после полномасштабного агрессии России 18 октября.
Ukraina tai padarė tik po 22 metų invazijos.
Чтобы вот все, что мы делаем, имело последствия, нужно следующие шаги сделать. И сегодня у Литвании и других стран, которые будут рассматривать и признавать геноцид черкесского народа, есть Ингушетия, которая подверглась геноциду. Есть другие кавказские народы. Об этом надо будет заявлять и призывать Россию к тому, чтобы она была ответственна, а не заниматься умиротворением России, которая ведет агрессивную войну в Украине и совершает преступления.
Todėl kiekvienas veiksmas turi turėti pasiekmes ir jeigu pripažįstam čečėnų, čerkesų, tai reikia pripažinti ingušų ir kitų tautų genocidą tam, kad tas teisingumas įvyktų. Atleiskite už mano vertimą, kuris nėra toks geras.
Aš priverstas jau deklaruoti, kad mūsų spaudos konferencija pasibaigė. Ačiū labai. Ir tikiuosi šiandieną labai produktyvios konferencijos nuo 10 valandos kviečiu apsilankyti Konstitucijos salėje. Ačiū labai.
Nacionalinėje, National TV was here. Jūs norite interviu gal iš kokių vadų? Okay, so...
Bet vis dėlto tai yra toks subjektyvus dalykas, ką jau
Labą dieną.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
To our conference, please take your seats. Prašom užimti.
Please take your seats. Let's begin our conference. The conference we have headphones.
It will be translated to English and Lithuanian languages. Please use the headphones. And aš kalbėsiu.
I will be speaking Lithuania because I'm a citizen of the Republic of Lithuania, and I would like to thank member of the Seimas Laurynas Šedvydis, who together with members of the Seimas Audronius Ažubalis and Žygimantas Pavilionis agreed to support this conference. We're glad to be here in Vilnius, and I would like to thank Laurynas Šedvydis, and I would like to give the floor to Laurynas Šedvydis. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to open this conference, in this international conference titled the Circassian Genocide in the Context of History and Contemporary Politics. The Circassian Genocide is a painful and an old wound and a big problem. We all know that the Russian Empire and its activity affected a lot of nations, including Circassians and Lithuanians. Since the 18th century, the Russian Empire was expanding, and it was carrying out imperialist, colonialist politics in the Caucasus region. And up until these days, the Russian Federation and State of Russia have always denied its crimes of genocide. In the 1860s, the great genocide against the Circassian nation that took place was damaged a lot of people. 95 to 97% of Circassians were either killed or forcibly displaced. Russia, up until the modern era, has always denied these crimes. And for this reason, the Circassian nation became exiled, and now they live all over the world in various countries in the world. For the Russian Federation, they had a goal to divide Circassians, and the Circassians don't have a region where they can nurture their national identity. Circassians in the diaspora are not allowed to come back to their homeland. The Circassian language is fading away. The use of it is being restricted. Currently, Human rights activists working for Circassian rights in Russia are repressed by the state. So this is the context, and I understand that a lot of people know so much more about this topic. Scholars, activists are going to talk about it. This topic is highly relevant, and Lithuania could become one of the countries which could take steps in recognizing the Circassian genocide. And we can become one of the countries which could take certain political actions in international arena. As for the introduction, that's it, and I would like to give the floor to other speakers.
Labai dėkingas Jums, gerbiamas.
Thank you, Mr. Šedvydas. The Circassian nation would like to thank you. And they do have a token of appreciation for you.
Ačiū labai, gerbiamas Laurinai.
Thank you, Laurinas. Let's continue the opening of our conference. I would like to give the floor to Gasakik, who unfortunately cannot be here. And on behalf of him, Mr. Perhan Barsig is going to say his opening speech.
The chairman of the Council of United Circassia. Ladies and gentlemen, dear experts, dear friends, I'm glad today to be here by you and all those who are not indifferent to the difficulties of oppressed peoples. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude from the Circassian National Liberation Movement, which represents the interests of the Circassian people to the entire people of Lithuania. Lithuania is becoming a wide window into the civilized world for Circassians today, and this is a truly important date for our history. In the days when the neighboring state of Lithuania, Ukraine, is fighting against Russian aggression, defending its right to sovereignty, democracy, and bright future in the ranks of Europe, I want to note that our meeting today can be, albeit indirectly, a support to all those who do not want to face in the future the immense ambitions of the Russian state to absorb free nations. And once again, I express my support to Ukraine in these difficult days, sincerely thanking them for their desperation, resistance, and defense of their home and our common values. And today, Lithuania is the first of the Baltic countries to become a new pillar for Circassians in their quest to become a part of a global community that shares the values of freedom. We have repeatedly stated and are now saying that our goal is a democratic Circassian state capable of respecting the rights of the people living on our land, freedom, equality, and standing guard over human rights. Recognizing the genocide of our people is an important and truly brave step that shows the world the integrity and common intention for democratic countries under potential threat from the aggressor to protect the rights of both their state and those who have the right to live freely and without fear for their existence and the future of their children. Thank you very much. Kasikek.
Kaip vienas iš organizatorių, taip pat norėčiau pasveikinti konferenciją savo sveikinimo žodžių. Gerbiami.
Let me also say a few words of thanks and appreciation on my behalf. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the conference titled The Circassian Genocide in the Context of History and Contemporary Politics. Today we have gathered here not only to recall one of the most painful tragedies of the 19th century, but also to assess its significance for current politics, international relations, and the pursuit of historical justice. The Circassian Genocide is a painful and long-standing tragedy that has long lacked international recognition. In recent years, we have seen some important changes. The Parliament of Georgia recognized it back in 2011. Meanwhile, Ukraine's Verkhovna Rada did it in 2025. These steps demonstrate a growing understanding that recognizing genocide is not merely a symbolic gesture, but an essential condition for historical truth and justice. For Lithuania, as a country whose history was also marked by occupations, deportations, and repressions, there is a moral duty to hear the voices of nations that have suffered similar fates. Therefore, this conference becomes the very first step towards ensuring that the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania will also take a historic and ethically significant step in the future, which is to recognize the Circassian genocide. I believe that today's discussions, scholarly research, and testimonies will help us to strengthen the principles of justice, human compassion, and responsibility. I wish you all meaningful insights, constructive dialogue, and continued cooperation to ensure that history is not silenced but heard. Thank you. And now we will listen to the welcome address by Mr. Orhan Barsik from the Council of United Circassia.
Allow me my gratitude to the Republic of Lithuania and for being here and for giving this opportunity to speak and to express and to explain what our nation was going through, what our nation wants now, and what is our vision in the future. We gather today to present facts that still affect our present since the Circassian Genocide. Its sequences continue to demise the future of our people, Europe, and humanity. Our wounds are still open and are painfully continuing until this day. We stand here as representatives of our nation, the Circassian nation, and for many other nations. We are a nation whose roots reach back to time more than 7,000 years in Europe, and in Caucasus. Our history is one of the longest and bloodiest campaigns of conquest and invasion that Russia did for us, who moved to erase us systematically, brutally, and with no mercy. Our villages were burned, our women were violated, our children were killed and orphaned, our Circassia destroyed, and whole families, tribes, and communities wiped out from this planet by the criminal Russians. When the war stopped, around 90% of our population were either killed or forcibly exiled by fire and iron from their homeland. The Circassian nation had been killed directly by the Russian criminals on their own homeland and occupied by them and expelled them out forcibly and stole their history, their land, and keep destroying their identity, their language, and made them minorities in their homelands. More than 2.5 million Circassians were directly killed or exiled by Russians back that time. By the end of the war, the Russian invaders celebrated with a military parade in Kabada, what we call Krasnaya Polyana, the same place where thousands of Circassians had been killed and buried, and later, in a gesture that felt like reopening the wound, Russia hosted the 2014 Sochi Olympics on the bodies and graves of our fathers and grandfathers, not respecting our history, not respecting our tragedy, not respecting the minimum human dignity by doing this. Today, the Circassian diaspora, they are around 6 million to 8 million. We are living across nearly 50 countries in this world. We are scattered across the world, living in minorities. Even in our homeland, we are a minority, struggling for our blood, culture, and language. Believe it, ladies and gentlemen, we are fighting for our own language and our own culture on our own land. We have this problem. We do. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very long speech, but they are telling me like to finish, so I will put it aside. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the history of the Circassians, most of you. We know that genocide happened. It's a fact. It's not an opinion to say it happened or it did not happen. Now, our colleagues and guests will present to you the academic and the legal facts about the cause of the Circassian people and Circassia, which will include the evidence of the genocide, the geopolitical and the legal rights according to the international law. Ladies and gentlemen, please support Circassia and the Circassian people. When you support this, you are protecting the human rights, you are protecting humanity, you are protecting your kids not to have the same destiny that happened to our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bersik. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ilmaz Domez, who's going to speak in the Circassian language.
Лътаногошко зафачира
депутатхэр, Litvanialapxer, адгам зигуичӏэ пэблагъэ тиныбжэгъухэр, чъыпхъугуашэхэр, пстэури сэлам фабэ сэлам гуапэ къушэсэх.
There will be no interpretation from the Circassian language.
Дунаем итэкъухьагъэу, ибзэ, ихабзэ, илъэкъ, ихэку къиухъумэнэу, гуӏэрэ, фэлажьэрэ, зигу, ихэку пае къытеуэрэ, илъынтфэмэ адыгэ лъыр щызекӏуэрэ, джыналъэм тет адыгэ пстэум ицӏэкӏэ, тхьэшъуегъэпсэу сэлам фабэ сэлам гуапэ къушэсэх.
I will make the translation. Honorable members of the Lithuanian Parliament, esteemed representatives, dear people of Litvanya, and our Caucasian friends who are presented here. We do not seek compassion or special treatment. We seek justice. We ask that historical truth to be known, studied, and acknowledged within the framework of the universal human rights and international principles.
Нэпэ тизэкъуаншныгъэ нахь дгъэпытхэным имафэу, зыкъэтӏуэтэшынэу мы ӏэмалыр къызэрэтэштыгъэм паекӏэ тхьэразэ къышъохъу.
As a nation that has experienced hardship and external domination, Lithuania understands the value of freedom, historical memory, and human dignity. For this reason, your willingness to listen to the voice of the Circassian people has deep meaning for us. Your invitation to speak here today reflects the Lithuania's strong commitment to democratic values, fundamental rights, and respect for people whose histories have been shaped by resilience and endurance.
Нэпэ зыми игукӏэу тылъыгъурэп. Тызфэе закъор хыкум зафэр ары. Адыгэм ипшэ дэкӏыгъэ азабыр хъэралыгъо пстэумэ яшкӏэнэу, азабыр genocideэу къяштэнэу тыфай.
The attention you have shown today will remain in the collective memory of the Circassian people and will be remembered within the gratitude for the future generations.
Пасарэим шэри азабэу щэчыгъэр, шэзгъэчэчыгъэр шӏоу тэшкӏэ. Арызы тэти гудэхъыкӏырэр анахь къызгурыӏощты лъэпкъэу шъутэлъытэ. Тэти проблемэ шаригушӏэнэу нэпэ мыежъуэкӏокӏырэ конферансым тэрыкӏэ мэхьанэшхуей. Ай тэрыкӏэ къигъэлъагъорэр лъэпкъымэ яфитыныгъэ шъхьакӏафэшхо зэрэфэшӏырэмрэ дунаем щысэтехыпӏэ фэхъущт демократие шыпкъэн зэрэшхэлъыр ары.
I translated that part, yeah.
Нэпэ мы едгъэжагъэ ӏофым къыбгъэдэкӏэу адыгэ лъэпкъым мыухыжьыщт ишъхьакӏафэрэ икъошныгъэрэ къэжъулэжьыгъэ хъугъэ.
That part is also translated. You may continue.
Мы гупшысэ къабзэр икӏэ зынэдгъэсышъукӏэ Литвания лъэпкъыр адыгэ тарихым хьарфы дышэкӏэ хэтхагъэ хъущт, шъуигубзыгъэ икъэгъашӏэм къычыгъупщэщтэп, тыбынхэми ащыдгъупщэщтэп, пстэури джыри зэшъопсэу шъопсэу шъэтхъэщ.
And thank you for your attention.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a recorded video message from from Mr. Adel Bashkawi. He's a Circassian activist and an author from the United States of America.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real privilege to be with you today, even though
screens, the power of ideas and collaboration is just as strong. My name is Adel Bashkawi, and I'm excited to share insights on silencing the Circassian exile. Over the next 10 minutes, I will walk you through facts and accomplished tasks, and my aim is simple: to leave you with your honest impressions. I speak not only of a nation exiled, but of people whose voice Russia has sought to silence across continents, waging a relentless campaign against Circassian identity and the very right to self-determination and independence. For more than a century and a half since the official end of the war, the Circassian nation has carried the burden of exile, its memory scarred by genocide and its identity threatened by Russia's ongoing campaign of erasure. Established facts: Russia's primitive and later advanced colonial methods of control and domination over Circassia ended only with the scattering of Circassians to more than 30 countries worldwide. It's a playbook has always relied on divide and rule tactics and racial discrimination. Ironically, Russians convinced their citizens of a false racial superiority to boost patriotism, even though the targeted peoples were indigenous, inhabiting their homelands for thousands of years without occupying or dominating others. Colonial actions were rooted in absolute domination, excessive nationalism, racism, and discrimination. Settler colonialism, often in conspiracy with other ambitious empires, sought to replace deported indigenous inhabitants, the rightful owners of the land, with mercenary settlers alien to the region. Genocide and forced displacement emptied most of the homeland. The Circassian homeland was divided into Russian colonial administrations, imposing military, cultural, and economic domination. This affected the 10% who remained, many of whom were deported inland far from the Black Sea coast. The stark reality is that Russian imperialism has haunted Circassians since the invasion of Circassia in 1763, after extermination and forced deportation of 90% of native Circassians in 1864. The Circassian diaspora became a global reality that cannot be ignored or denied. Russia's recent colonial wars against Ukraine and a continuation of its extermination campaigns against Circassia and other nations of the North Caucasus in the 18th and 19th centuries. A new campaign began in February and March 2014, immediately after the Sochi Winter Olympic Games. Russia imposed a hybrid war, occupying and annexing the Crimea, followed by southeastern Ukrainian territories. In February 2022, it launched a large-scale war, still ongoing, aimed at occupying and annexing a sovereign, independent United Nations member state. Those who gather with free nations at this blessed conference seek to restore legitimate rights. Such an event conveys the historical trauma of forced deportation and the ongoing attempt to suppress Circassian voices. It demonstrates that Russia's efforts are not confined to the Caucasus, but extend regionally and internationally, making the issue urgent and far-reaching. Circassian rights encompass both cultural erasure and political denial. Holding this event elevates the issue beyond local politics, framing it as an international struggle for recognition and justice. Genocide recognition. Today, as a member of the Circassian nation, I find myself speechless, unable to fully express my overwhelming feelings. Words cannot convey my gratitude to the Lithuanian people for this rare opportunity to hold conference on the Circassian Genocide and its repercussions in the Lithuanian Parliament. I am certain that the results of this conference will be positive, known to both friend and foe, and will lead to recognition of Circassian rights as well as acknowledgement of the genocide. It is in the best interest of Circassians to highlight both political rights and cultural survival. Broadening the scope of recognition, the Circassian nation demands the Russian recognition for the genocide, to apologize, provide appropriate compensation, allow the right of return under international protection, and restore the right to self-determination and independence. In this context, I note the achievements of the Circassian campaign to raise awareness and gain recognition. Georgia, on May 20, 2011, and Ukraine on January 9, 2025, our neighbors from the East and West recognized the Circassian genocide and its ongoing consequences perpetrated by Russia. In May 2012, Georgia inaugurated a memorial in Anaklia on the Black Sea to honor the victims of genocide and forced displacement. Let this gathering stand as a testament that the Circassian voice cannot be silenced, nor its history erased. By recognizing the Circassian genocide and affirming the right to identity and independence, we honor the resilience of a nation exiled and affirm our shared commitment to justice, dignity, and freedom for all oppressed peoples. Let us unite in demanding recognition, justice, and the restoration of Circassian rights and independence. Let us lift our voices together so that the exile is no longer silenced and the Circassian nation may rise again to dignity, memory, and freedom. Exile may silence voices, but it cannot extinguish a nation's memory or its right to freedom. Thank you for listening, and the written version of this speech will be published online this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are with Mr. Ali Berzej, International Circassian Council, a Circassian activist from homeland who's coming from the United States of America. Please, sir.
Okay. Working now, right? Dear colleagues, distinguished participants, dear friends, it's an honor to stand before you today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this conference, Lithuanian parliamentarians, for giving voice to a subject of deep historical importance and profound human pain. Title of my presentation is Restoring Circassia and Overcoming the Consequences of Circassian Genocide. Ladies and gentlemen, of all the peoples of the Caucasus, no nation suffered more under Russian expansionism than the Circassians. What happened to our ancestors wasn't only a military defeat. It was a destruction of a country, the erasure of a homeland, annihilation of a whole nation known to history since antiquity. Unique civilization completely disappeared from the political map of the world. The scale of what occurred is almost impossible to capture with words. But allow me to share just one archival finding that illustrates the magnitude of this tragedy. In the Georgian State Archive in Tbilisi, I found a report documenting the expulsion of Circassians to the Ottoman Empire through the Taman port. This record covered just 33 days, April and May 1864. During this short period, about 800 Circassians were forced onto ships daily from this one port alone. Taman was one of several departure points located along the Circassian Black Sea coast. Think of the human reality behind these numbers. Families torn apart, villages emptied, people boarding ships without knowing if they would survive the journey or ever see their homeland again. By the late 1960s, over 1 million Circassians were living in the Ottoman Empire. A nation was turned into a diaspora overnight. A war of extermination, followed by the forced expulsion of an entire people, can only have one name: genocide. And this truth has been acknowledged many times. Kabardino-Balkaria Parliament 1992, Republic of Adygea Parliament 1996, Parliament of Georgia 2011, and most recently Parliament of Ukraine 2025. Each of these resolutions represent not only recognition of historical fact, but a moral acknowledgement of the suffering carried by generations of Circassians. The genocide not only cost us our independence, it wiped out our institutions, altered the demographic map of the Northern Caucasus, and left our homeland almost empty. By the end of this catastrophe, no more than 10% of the Circassian population remained in their own country. In Western Circassia, south of the Kuban River and along the Black Sea coast, only 1 to 3% survived. These areas, once full of life, stood desolate for decades. For more than 150 years, Circassians have struggled simply to survive, preserving our identity, language, and culture, both in the diaspora and in the fragments of our homeland. Today, all Circassians share one essential goal: to restore the integrity of our nation and to rebuild our state in the land of which we were torn. But to achieve this, the structures of Russian imperialism that destroyed Circassia must continue to weaken and ultimately fall. Two historical moments have already pushed this process forward. First is Bolshevik Revolution, which freed several nations of Eastern Europe. For Circassia, it created 3 limited autonomies, small enclaves of cultural survival, but nothing more. Second, the collapse of the Soviet Union, which liberated 15 republics. It elevated the status of Adygea and Karachay-Cherkessia and allowed Adygea to restore our historic flag of 1835, this flag. In the 1990s and early 2000s, a few Circassians managed to return, but under the system of USSR and modern Russia, mass repatriation remained impossible. Our priorities moving forward: a restoration of Circassian statehood. Only a sovereign Circassian state can ensure the safe and dignified repatriation of our people. This restoration must be based on several principles. Unification of the 3 existing autonomous regions, Adygea, Kabardino-Balkar, and Karachay-Cherkessia, home to the indigenous peoples of the land, Abaza, Adyga, Karachay, and Balkars. Inclusion of historical Circassian territories unjustly excluded from these regions, particularly the left bank of the Kuban River, Circassian border recognized repeatedly in international treaties. Integration of the territories from which our ancestors were expelled, 21 districts of today's Krasnodar Krai and 4 districts of Stavropol Krai. Circassian communities in diaspora all know the exact places and valleys from which their families are coming from. The realization of this project depends on 2 prerequisites: Russia's defeat in the Russian-Ukrainian war, and the second, strong international support, including assistance in maintaining stability during the establishment of Circassian security institutions. A stable, restored Circassia within the historically grounded borders would serve not only its own people, but also contribute to long-term peace and security in the entire region. It would be a sufficient barrier against the possibility of future revanchism and imperial aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, for a century and a half, Circassians have carried their homeland in their hearts. We have preserved our identity across continents against all odds. The moment is approaching when history may finally open the door for our return. Restoring Circassia is not only a political project, it is the restoration of justice, it is the healing of a historic wound, it is the fulfillment of a promise to our ancestors and to our children. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor Dr. Norgun Kush from Turkey.
Sveiki, visapš.
Good morning.
It's an honor for me to be present in the Seimas Parliament of the Republic of Litvania as a resistant, sublime Caucasus and Circassians who were plundered, tortured, massacred, and forcibly displaced by Russia's official state policy exactly 161 years ago, simply because they loved and defended their homeland. At Gavaret, a Circassian song said that we are leaving our homeland, but it will never leave our hearts. After the Ottoman Empire's defeat on the eastern front of the Crimean War, eliminated its threat to Russia, the Russians turned their full force to Caucasus. They launched their final attack on Imam Shamil, forcing him to surrender on August 25, 1859. After defeating the depleted Chechen and Dagestani tribes, they turned westward to Circassia and defeated them as well. Muhammad Emin, who continued his struggle against the Russians in Circassia, surrendered after Sheikh Shamil. When the Russians gained complete control of Caucasus in May 1864, they resorted to deportations far more barbaric than those they had committed in Crimea. The Circassians achieved great success against the Russians, and countless Circassians fought heroically to defend their homeland. For example, I would like to mention one of these heroes, Hacı Kuzbey, known as the Circassian Lion. In the Battle of Eben in 1834, Kuzbey, commanding 700 Circassian cavalry, completely defeat a 14,000 Russian army. Despite the superhuman efforts of brave and daring warriors like Kuzbey, the Russians' occupation the Caucasus was brought depending on multifaceted development. For example, the great powers of the time, especially England and France, didn't show the necessary interest in the occupation the Caucasus. The Ottoman Empire's misguided and inadequate steps, from time to time, conflicts between tribes, etc. Facing unexpected resistance in Caucasus, famous Russian General Yermolov acted on the principle to conquer the Caucasus, destroy everything that lives. Killing a Caucasus child is saving the lives of hundreds of Russians. Unfortunately, history repeats itself. Count Leo Tolstoy, who participated in the Crimean War, witnessed the massacre in the Caucasus and was horrified by what he witnessed. Tolstoy described the Russian capture of Muslim villages of these words. It was customary to raid villages at night because the women and children captured at that hour had no time to escape from surprise. So terrible were the actions of the Russian soldiers, who stormed the homes, groups of 2 or 3, under the cover of darkness, that no official war clerk could find the straight to record them. Berge, who justified the Russian government's military colonial occupation, writes that, "I will never forget what I saw the Novorossiysk by, where 17,000 mountaineers had gathered. Whether Christian, Muslim, or atheist, anyone who saw their situation would undoubtedly be devastated. The Russians treat the Circassian in ways they wouldn't even to the animals. How can I write these events without tears?" General Katrachev, the Russian consul in Trabzon, who implemented the deportation decision, informed the authorities. 70,000 Circassians arrived in Batumi on their way to Turkey, of the 24,000 people who were taken to Trabzon. 19,000 have died so far. I have also heard that 40 and 60 people a day are dying of the 4,000 people taken to Trabzon, Varna, and Istanbul. I think the number can give an idea about the high death rates. Russian officer Durazdov described the incredible scenes he witnessed. The horrific sign of the roads was this: the corpses of children, women, and the elderly torn apart by dogs. The exiles, weakened by hunger and disease, were unable to walk from exhaustion and were eaten alive by dogs. The living and healthy ones had no time for that. Captains paid by the head packed their boats with Circassians like cargo and threw overboard to those with the slight signs of illness. Russian historian Zaharian openly confessed the crime of genocide they commit. Say that the Circassians do not love us. We drove them from their free pastures. We destroyed their villages. Many tribes were completely wiped out. Some leading scholars argue that the Circassian genocide is the least remembered genocide in the history world. A look at Circassian history reveals that the systematic killing, irreversible displacement, destructions of animals and forests, torture, and the destruction of cultural identity and languages carried out by Russians during this Tsarist period definitely and clearly demonstrate that the Russians committed genocide against the Circassians. Convention on the Prevention of and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted by the United Nations, entered into force on January 12, 1951. Since the convention doesn't impose any time limitation on determining the crime of genocide, crimes committed in the past are clearly within the scope of convention. Eyewitness testimonies, written documents, and countless pieces of evidence demonstrate the necessity of assessing Tsarist Russia's situation within the scope of the crime of genocide, as defined in the Roma Statute of the International Criminal Court. Just as the Circassian Kama emerged from the bottom of the Black Sea, a witness to the profound trauma experienced by the all people of North Caucasus, so too must the Russians confront the Circassian genocide. Thus, they can make a hopeful contribution to both regional and world peace. To sum up, attempts to promote the genocide are nothing more than an attempt to protect the existence and spirit of Caucasians and Circassians. I express my eternal grateful to the honorable nation of Litvania and its noble parliament, Seimas, for supporting Circassian people in this endeavor. Labai ačiū.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Norgan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a recorded video message from Professor Dr. Walter Richmond from the United States of America. He's a historian and he's the author of the book, The Circassian Genocide.
Greetings to everyone at the conference. In the short time I have, I hope to make 2 points that I think are very germane to the conversation about recognition of the Circassian Genocide. First, I've become very disillusioned with humanity over the last 10 years because of the prevalence of genocidal events everywhere. Part of the problem is that when you say genocide to someone, they naturally think of the Holocaust. That is one type of genocide, but as the Genocide Convention states, there are many different phenomena that could be considered genocide. And in combination, they can appear to be different types of events, and yet they're all genocidal. The reason the Circassian genocide is particularly important in this case is because it is sort of a hybrid. On the one hand, there are genocides like the Holocaust, a massive murder of individuals, such as we see what's happening in Sudan right now. But more commonly, a genocide takes place over an extended period of time. A good example is what the Chinese government is doing to the Uyghurs, re-education camps, separating them from their culture, from their language, slowly destroying them. And this is a more difficult phenomenon to understand. And so I think that by describing the entire Circassian genocide, one can see how not only are both events, a sudden event and a long historical event, both genocide, how they can feed into one another. The first part of the Circassian genocide was a nearly 100-year-long war. The part that made it genocidal was the behavior of the generals involved. The generals Nikolai Bulgakov, Alexei Yermolov, committed clearly genocidal acts, forcing entire villages into the snow in the winter, cutting off salt so that they would starve to death. There are even documents stating that the Russians planned to starve the Circassians to death in the 1830s. So we have this extended period of attrition, destroying the nation bit by bit. At the end of this, in the 1860s, we have the final genocide, a very rapid, short-term event which led to the total destruction of the nation. While the Circassians themselves were not all slaughtered, they were driven to the coast of the Black Sea, a very inhospitable place, and it was winter, and they were left there to die. Even some of the junior officers who reported the event and asked to move some of these people to better locations were denied. The command, led by General Yevdokimov, were completely uninterested in the lives or deaths of these people. And so we have this phenomenon that stretches over time, and yet we have at the end of it a very sudden, massive atrocity committed against the Circassian people. And I think by studying this particular event and showing that it really is at the beginning of the historical period, of the period in which genocides begin to appear again, we can see that there's a direct line, that these are not isolated events, that they are feeding into one another, and that genocide has propagated rather than diminished. So, this is what I feel one important aspect of understanding the Circassian genocide is, placing it in context and using it to identify other hidden genocides. I've even contributed to a book called Hidden Genocides where I talk about the Circassians. My second point is more specific. The Circassians are the first genocide committed by the Russians that can be well documented. We go back to the 1500s, beginning with Ivan IV. He sent parties out into Siberia, and once they identified various ethnic groups out there, they forcibly separated them into different places hundreds of miles apart so they would be slowly absorbed and assimilated and destroyed. In the 1500s also, Russia meddled with the government of the Kazan Khanate, installed a puppet leader who has created chaos inside the country, into a point where they couldn't defend themselves against a Russian onslaught. The Russians came and annihilated them, wiped out the entire city, went around through the countryside and killed all the people there. Similar events in the Crimean Khanate, where a puppet leader was put in charge in the 1780s, and the Crimean Khanate was destroyed. The people, the vast majority of them, were deported to the Ottoman Empire in the 1850s, which led to their near total assimilation and destruction. We get to the 1700s and we see the genocide against the Nogais, which very few people know about because there's no documents. And then we reach finally the Circassian Genocide. It's the first one that can be fully documented. All of the documents are very easily obtainable, except for a handful which I had, which I've given anybody who asks for them, so those are easily obtainable as well. And so it establishes that these types of events were occurring for a long time before the Circassian Genocide. The Russians had a history of doing to the Circassians what they did to people in general. And so placing Russia and Circassia in this context helps us to understand Russian motives today. It continued on after the Circassians, of course. In the 1920s, there were attempts to destroy the identity of the Caucasus peoples, even going so far as to deport the elders to Siberia, so there would be no cultural memory. In the 1940s, 19 ethnic groups in and around the Caucasus were deported to Central Asia, forced to speak other languages than their own, and denied the ability to practice their own culture in an attempt to wipe them out. After the war, the Soviets attempted to wipe out the Baltic states by immigration, by language policies, and so on. And today, we see the same thing happening. Ukraine is fighting a war of attrition against a much larger neighbor. The Russians are throwing wave after wave of people at them. Just as in the Caucasus Wars, they're drawing convicts to fight. They're drawing all sorts of people to fight because they know they have more people than the Ukrainians. And just like in a game of chess, if you have one extra pawn, you're going to win. And so that is what they're doing to Ukraine. At the same time, they're doing what we saw happen in the Kazan and Crimean Khanates. Their infamous troll farms are meddling in governments across Europe, promoting neo-Nazi parties, something they've had great success at in the United States. They have sabotaged European pipelines. They are sending drones to test European airspace. All of this is not just a phenomenon of the Putin regime. This is the Russian regime's behavior for hundreds of years. I say this as someone who has studied Russia, loves Russian music, Russian art. I read Tolstoy regularly. I read Dostoevsky regularly. And I'm sorry to say the Russians are a dangerous people at this, and they have been throughout history. They are not changing their ways. And the Circassian Genocide is one of many bricks that needs to be placed out in the open for everyone to see the true danger Russia poses to the entire world. I would like to extend my deepest hope for the future of the Circassian people and for the Lithuanian people. I hope your conference has great success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have from the United States of America, Dr. Sarah Slay. She's here. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here with you today. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. A couple weeks ago, I was reading the United States' new national security strategy, specifically the section on Europe. This section formulates a new direction in the United States' approach towards Europe. From now on, the US will push harder for Europeans to manage their own defense. While the word Russia or Russian is only found 10 times in this document, in Lithuania's national threat assessment, it is found 249 times. It is clear from this document and from Lithuania's national security strategy where Lithuanians see the greatest threat to their national security. Moreover, according to Lithuania's state defense plan, your defense is based on the principle of total defense, which includes non-military means and the mobilization of all national resources, including, I presume, cultural. So, how can Circassians support Lithuanians in safeguarding your national interests and security, especially as the United States takes a step back? I think that, especially as Lithuania prepares to lead the Council of the EU in 2027, building solidarity on the moral and ethical plane is one beautiful way Lithuanians can stand strong for democracy, rule of law, transparency, and accountability, while defending human rights and freedoms, which is one of the priorities listed in Lithuania's national security strategy. Thus, based on this information, it looks like building these strong relations with the freedom-loving North Caucasians and giving moral support to the Circassians by recognizing Russia's genocide against them is very much in line with Lithuania's security goals and strategic thinking. Moreover, from an historical perspective, this courageous and honorable step will open a new chapter in a centuries-long tradition of Balts and East Europeans working with Caucasians to protect their common national interests. I will give one key example from 1916, when we see Circassians and other North Caucasians attending the third Conference of Nationalities in Lausanne, Switzerland, which was organized by the notable Lithuanian patriot and politician, I will try to pronounce this, Juozas Gabris Paršaitis. The words of the Circassian delegation to this conference ring like a familiar echo. To paraphrase, we Caucasians have lived tranquilly in the shade of our freedoms since time immemorial. The Muscovites did not enter an uninhabited country, nor did they bring us Western civilization. All honest scholars and even simple travelers agree that the Muscovite Russians are in no position to call themselves civilizers. Given that the Caucasian peoples have inhabited this land since the deepest antiquity, given the moral unity of all the Caucasian peoples, a unity that's always been there and still exists in our day. Today, Lithuanians have the historic chance to continue this great tradition they began so long ago. If there's any lesson to be learned from history, it is that all of those nations who understand the shared threat that they are under must finally create truly effective and long-lasting ways, of course I mean peaceful ways, to generate solidarity and collaborate productively towards their common goals, including the fundamental goal of protecting their national cultures and security, even survival. These days, I see you all as the leaders of the global struggle to save democratic values. You are the ones who understand the danger Europe and maybe even the whole West is in right now. So it seems to me that perhaps one of the best ways to ensure that the others listen, and more importantly, for you to achieve your shared goals in these increasingly unstable times, is to stand together as strong moral allies on the democratic front. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move Dr. Nosrat Bash, and we will move me, Orhan Barsik, to another panel because of time managing. And please, we will have Dr. Hussein Olupunar. Yeah, I'm very bad in Turkish accent. Thank you. From Turkey.
Thank you. Honorable members of the Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to speak today. I would like to start with a simple but important point. What we are living through in global politics now is not just another crisis, not just another phase in an already familiar conflict. We are entering a different period altogether. I think this is one of the issues I want to underline. The international system that emerged after the Cold War, based on expectations of gradual liberalization, the decline of empires and stable state sovereignty, is no longer working in the way many of us expected. Periods like this mark transitions between international orders. Domination has always been present in international relations. What is rare are the moments when domination is reorganized, openly reorganized, and presented as a legitimate foundation of international order. And when this happens, the consequences last for decades. And this change and the period where we are now matter enormously for small states and the peoples living under imperial rule. And talking about imperial rule, the domination of others, Lithuania knows this from experience as historical reality. Lithuanian independence did not come about because the Soviet imperial center suddenly reformed itself morally or politically. Late Soviet reforms did not dismantle the imperial system. What they did was weaken it, expose its internal contradictions, and make it vulnerable to pressure from its peripheries. This is a rather broader historical pattern. Empires do not dissolve because political leaders in the capital of an empire adopt more progressive views. They dissolve, empires dissolve when pressure builds at the edges of an empire and the system can no longer function as an integrated whole. In other words, imperial collapse begins at the periphery, regions like Caucasia, not at the imperial center. And this, I say, is an historical observation. This perspective is important, I want to underline. When we think of Russia today, much of public discussion focuses on the Russian leadership, as if it is a determiner of if Russia will cease to be an empire or not in the case of leadership change. That focus is understandable. people are thinking and talking about the leadership change and if it will produce a result. But this does not adequately explain how power actually operates. Russia should be understood not simply as an authoritarian state, but as an imperial system that never truly disappeared. That the Russian imperial system is held together through familiar mechanisms, and we observe this through time and different regions of Russia, imperial Russia. Economic extraction from subordinated regions, demographic and political control, tight controls over how history is officially interpreted and thought. When leadership changes inside such a system, the imperial structures remain intact. The outcome is usually continuity, not transformation. This is why hopes for simple reset after a change of leadership have repeatedly proven unrealistic, and it will prove to be so in the future as things remain as it is now. The issue is not only who governs in Russia, but what kind of political structure dominates and continues to be reproduced in Russia, inside of Russia. This also helps us to understand the limits of what is called often containment. One of the concepts used in our everyday life is containing the imperial desires of Russia. The argument out there is we have to take measures to stop Russia, contain its imperial desires. I argue containment can reduce immediate danger, but if it leaves imperial structures intact, it does not solve the underlying problem. On the other hand, some favor frozen conflicts, for example, to freeze the war in Ukraine, which are sometimes presented as pragmatic compromises. However, this method rarely frees imperial ambitions. More often, it allows time for military rebuilding and rewriting of narratives. From historical perspective, stabilizing, normalizing an empire without dismantling its capacity to dominate others does not produce peace. It produces a delay, and delayed conflicts tend to return into more dangerous forms. At this point, it becomes necessary to talk seriously about de-imperialization, another concept we keep hearing in discussions about contemporary global politics and in relation to Russia. Here, I want to bring something solid on the table to discuss around it. The German case, the Nazi German case, I think is a historical example of how imperial system was structurally dismantled. In Germany's case, de-imperialization involved several concrete changes. First, territorial revisionism was made impossible. Borders were fixed and enforced. The idea of returning to formal imperial space lost political credibility. Second, there was a real rupture in institutions and elites. Imperial and militarized structures were dismantled, and new security doctrines were built under strict constraints. Third, imperial narratives collapsed. Defeat could no longer be presented as historic sacrifice or historical injustice. Expansion became associated with catastrophe, not honor. Finally, Germany's security and prosperity became tied to participation in non-imperial international order. Empires stopped being functional because it is no longer worked. This is an important point. Germany was not de-imperialized because Germans suddenly became better people, and it is the same with Russia. It was de-imperialized, the Germany, because the imperial reproduction system itself was dismantled. If we look at Russia after 1991 through this lens, the contrast is clear. The empire went through temporary reduction of territory that was widely treated as reversible. It's a clear contrast to the German case. Territorial losses were seen as temporary. Imperial elites in Russia largely remained in place. Imperial narratives were reworked rather than abandoned, and no durable post-imperial security framework was established. I want to emphasize that this was not only an internal matter, it was also external matter. So there is an external responsibility why Russia remained in such a character after 1991. Under these conditions, it should not be a surprise to us the imperial behavior of Russia re-emerged. Structures that are not dismantled tend to regenerate. This is where the role of captive nations becomes central. Unlike post-war Germany, Russia still contains many subordinated nations within its borders: Circassians, Chechens, Tatars, Bashkirs, and many others are often discussed as minorities. I want to criticize that use as well here. From a historical and structural point of view, talking about them, these nations, as minorities is a misleading concept. They are better understood as colonized or subordinated political communities. They are not important not only as victims of Russian imperial violence, who deserve recognition, but also political communities whose actions influence how empire is maintained and or resisted. Crucially, their influence are sustained through conscious historical agency, through the preservation of memory, the refusal of assimilation, and maintenance of political claims across generations. They challenge the idea that there is only one legitimate historical voice. They expose inequalities that imperial narratives try to hide. If external occupation of Russia is not an option, like in the case of Nazi Germany, or there is no visible possibility to impose external dismantlement of the Russian Empire, the captive nations perform inside the imperial system a role similar to the external constraints that existed in Germany. Thanks to them, imperial stability the rulers of Russia seek is harder to maintain. Among these cases, the Circassians are particularly significant. Their history presents a form of imperial violence that cannot easily be explained away. The destruction and deportation of Circassian population in the 19th century meet what we today define as genocide. Equally important is the fact that Circassian historical memory survived largely outside imperial control through large diaspora. This makes denial difficult and narrative control incomplete. Recognition of Circassian history undermines the idea that Russian expansion in Caucasus was benign and inevitable. It also opens space for other subordinated nations to articulate their own histories. Circassians and other Caucasian nations that resist destabilize Russia by making silence and denial of imperial crimes unsustainable. From an analytical perspective, engagement with captive nations follows directly from an understanding of how imperial systems reproduce. Parliamentary recognition, dialogue with representatives of subordinated nations, and sustained attention to historical truth shape the broader legal and political environment in which imperial domination is either normalized or constrained in Europe. International legal scholarship, I want to underline, and it applies to many of the cases in relation to Russia, has long recognized that occupation is not considered legally complete when resistance continues. Even when annexation is declared, administrative integration is enforced, and decades pass. In this case, and in this sense, recognition of Circassian genocide contributes to maintaining the legal and historical non-finality of imperial domination. It affirms that dispossession and incorporation do not automatically mature into legitimacy, and that claims to self-determination remain analytically and normatively present as long as domination is contested. Seen in the slide, the question of Circassia's future is about understanding how incomplete imperial incorporation continues to structure political possibility of future independence. The political agency that can assure Circassian independence, whether expressed through institutional continuity, diasporic organization, or claims preserved in international forums, remains historically valid. Lithuanians' own history gives it a particular sensitivity to these dynamics because Lithuanians themselves have lived through similar processes themselves. I would like to conclude with a final message here. Empires survive when their foundations are left unexamined and uncontested, including unresolved imperial incorporation, the continued subordination of colonized peoples, extractive relations between the center and the periphery, and security institutions built for coercion rather than accountability. History suggests that postponing these structural problems only raises the eventual cost in lives, in security, in political stability. The present moment does not lead to a single inevitable outcome. Instead, it presents several possible ways in which power can be organized. Some allow empire to survive by adapting to new circumstances. Others weaken its ability to sustain imperial power over time. Only in this case do previously suppressed political futures, including those of nations such as Circassians, remain open. And the outcome emerges depends not only on military developments, but also on legal recognition, historical truth, political choices made beyond the imperial center. And now Vilnius is one of these places where those critical choices will be made. Thank you very much.
Gerbiami ponai, dabar pagal programą.
Ladies and gentlemen, according to the program, I would like to give the floor to Rustam Kasayev. He unfortunately doesn't speak Lithuanian, so I translated the presentation into the Lithuanian language, and I will read it for you.
Pristatau poną Rustamą Chvažavą ir jo pranešimą.
So this is Mr. Rustam Chvažam, and this is his legal and political appeal regarding the Circassians.
Gerbiami kolegos, ponios ir ponai.
Dear members of the Seimas, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all express my sincere gratitude to the Lithuanian people and the Lithuanian state for their principled commitment to international in human rights and the right of nations to self-determination. This decision has a clear political message at a time when nation states are being disrupted by the Russian Federation. Nations which try to resist Russia. At the same, I would like to express my unconditional support for the Ukrainian nation, which has been fulfilling its innate right to self-determination in accordance with Article 51 of Charter of the United Nations. Russia's armed aggression against Ukraine is not an isolated event, but part of a continuous imperial pattern of violence directed against nations within the historical sphere of Russian expansionism. The Circassian issue must be approached not merely as a subject of historical inquiry, but as a matter of international legal responsibility. The genocide of the Circassian people in the 19th century meets all the defining elements of genocide as codified in the 1948 United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, including mass killings, forced displacement, the deliberate creation of conditions calculated to bring about physical destruction, and the dismantling of the social and cultural foundations of the Circassian nation. Although these crimes predate the formal adoption of the Genocide Convention, genocide constitutes a crime under customary international law and is not subject to any statute of limitations. This principle is reaffirmed by the 1968 Convention on the non-applicability of statutory limitations to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Furthermore, the persistent refusal of the successor state to acknowledge the crime, to provide legal assessment, rehabilitation of victims, and restoration of violated rights constitutes a continuing internationally wrongful act. Contemporary policies of the Russian Federation towards the Circassian people, including administrative fragmentation of their homeland, obstruction of repatriation, and enforced assimilation and systematic distortion of historical memory, may be legally qualified as ethnocide and as an ongoing violations of the collective rights of an indigenous people. Recognition of the Circassian genocide by a resolution of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania would represent an act of historical justice and establish a powerful legal and political precedent grounded in the principles of state responsibility for international crimes, the doctrine of continuing violations, and the right of peoples to self-determination as enshrined in Article 1 of the UN Charter and the International Conventions on Human Rights. Such recognition would not be directed against any people. Rather, it would affirm the inadmissibility of denying, justifying, or relativizing imperial crimes, regardless of when they were committed or current geopolitical considerations. It is evident today that the realization of the right to self-determination and liberation from colonial and neo-colonial domination is impossible without political and legal consolidation among national movements. International law recognizes the legitimacy of struggles against colonial domination, as confirmed by United Nations General Assembly resolutions and international judicial practice. In this context, institutionalized cooperation among national movements subjected to Russian control or occupation is of particular importance. The League of Free Nations has already established the foundation for such coordination, possessing practical experience, expert capacity, and international outreach. As a concrete outcome of this conference, I propose initiating the signing of a memorandum on legal and political cooperation among national movements. Such a document should codify a shared legal assessment of imperial crimes, principles of coordinated international advocacy, and joint action within legal and political forums. History demonstrates that empires collapse not only under the weight of force, but also under the burden of law and truth. The only remaining question is who will stand on the side of international law and justice, and who will stand on the side of impunity and historical denial. Respectfully, Rustam Kuvajev.
Dabar kviesčiau pirmininkauti konferencijai pono Yusuf Bahadir Keski.
And now to chair the second session of the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Yusuf Bahadir Keskin. Is he here in this hall? If he's not here, I will continue chairing this conference. I would like to give the floor to Marius Kondratas.
Dr. Yusuf Bahadir Keskin is not here, so I am replacing him. Please.
Thank you very much. Sveiki, gerbiami kolegos.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, like-minded people. We've heard a lot of meaningful facts about the Circassian genocide, but I would like to talk in a broader manner why it is very important for Europe, the West, and for Lithuania to talk about it. Today, Lithuania is in NATO and the EU and is very safe, but so the question is natural. Why do we need to care about other nations that are not safe, that are far away, and that are very, very different from us? We need to talk about three things. The world is becoming more global, and there are no local problems because things have repercussions. Geographically distant nations are connected by the same challenges of today. And finally, a nation is alive as long as it has a goal. Our goal was joining Euro-Atlantic structures, and then we did not have any more goals. For this reason, Lithuanian erosion has started. There's the historical meaningless. We don't have a clear motive to thrive. We have joined the club of the free nations. And on one hand, we could become a nation that upholds the West in the West, upholding the values that made the Western a global power, a humanist Christian civilization, nation-state democratic governance. On one hand, our mission can be promoting other nations that are suffering from occupations. The Circassian Aegean nations are waiting for the brave steps by Lithuania. They have been suffering from the invasion by our eternal enemy, Russia. In the 18th century, Lithuania became a part of Russia. During the same age, Russia started its invasion into Caucasus and Circassian lands. For 100 years, Circassians were killed and exiled. The vast majority of Circassian people live abroad. They cannot return to their homeland. Today, the civilized world is appalled at the Holocaust, but we tend to forget genocide of other nations. The Russian Empire carried out genocide of various nations throughout its history. It is experienced by a variety of nations, including Lithuanians and the Lithuania Minor, which was completely wiped out. Why is it important for Lithuania to legally recognize the genocide of the Circassian nation? It is the recognition of a historical truth. It allows us to understand the metaphysical and political evil manifested by the Russian Empire in all of its shapes, starting from the Tsarist Empire, Soviet Union, and the so-called Russian Federation. Russia is destroying Ukraine, and we can stop it by causing an internal conflict in Russia. We need to support nations trying to separate themselves from Russia and to raise awareness among the Western democracies that Russia is a metaphysical and political evil that needs to be destroyed. Playing with the liberals is futile because a lot of those liberals are pro-imperialists, just like Putin. Russia has created its authoritarian ideals that is accepted by the Russian people. Also, all of the democratic projects led by Yeltsin and other people were destroyed by the mentality of that nation's democrats were replaced by imperialist autocrats. Some Russian democrats see Russia as a decolonized country. To those who understand the sacred right of determination of nations, Ukraine's victory or defeat will have consequences for the security of the whole Europe. In order to remain safe, we need to stop defending ourselves and start attacking Russia. Lithuania has done a fatal mistake by not recognizing the Republic of Chechnya, Ichkeria, and we could have prevented the current war in Ukraine by doing that. We can rectify our mistake. We cannot win the fight of other nations, but we can support those nations. Recognition of the genocide officially here in Lithuania would be significant because this genocide is a historical fact. In addition to that, the recognition of genocide will help the West to understand the nature of Russia and to understand that an empire is the evil. And finally, it will help us to understand that the Circassian lands should be inhabited by Circassian people, not Russians. The liberation of nations can give meaning to the life of Lithuania. Ambassadors for freedom is a good idea. For free Czerkessia, for the victory of Ukraine, and for safe Lithuania. Thank you.
Gerbėmieji, trumpo žodžio paprašė.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stanislavas Buchkevičius has asked to be given the floor, so please.
Honorable participants, just right before we start, I would like to inform that statement of Stanislavas Buchkevičius will be delivered in two languages, Lithuanian and English.
Labadiena visiems. Gerbėjai čerkesai ir svečiai. XIX amžiuje čerkesų ir kitos tautos patyrė siaubingą genocidą. Rusija nužudė milijonų.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Circassian nation has undergone a terrible genocide. Russia has killed this and other nations. The Lithuanian nation has also experienced a genocide by Russia, which is why it is well aware of the pain that other nations have went through. We have always been fighting and continue to fight against our common enemy, which is the Russian chauvinism and imperialism. Today we are supporting Ukraine. Only once the Russian imperialism is collapsed can we take a breath of fresh air once again. Muslims, Buddhists, Judaists, all must unite against the Satan that lives in Moscow. Mere declarations will not win the battle. We need concrete steps, not only in the military front, but also in the fields of sports and culture. I propose to the Circassian nations and other four Caucasian nations the following ideas. To build a center of decolonization for these nations. Secondly, establish a Circassian Olympic Committee in exile, and to apply for participation in the LA Olympics in 2028 instead of Russia. Thirdly, establish Olympic Games of your nationals abroad. And fourthly, establish an organization that would unite the Circassians irrespective of their religion, place of residence, or language. Also, I propose to establish a religious sports organization of Circassians. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We have next Ida Ivazova, online connection, live online connection. Could you try the microphone? I think we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we hear you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
I greet conference participants. I am sorry I don't speak English well. Please let my daughter read my speech. Please. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you. Yes. Please go on.
I greet all the Baltic republics and the participants of this conference. I am Azerbaijani. I was born in sunny Azerbaijan. Excuse me. My grandmother and my mother sang sorrowful lullabies at our cradle. Only when I grew up and reached maturity did I understand why those lullabies were so mournful. Those lullabies spoke of the loss of brothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, and of longing for a lost homeland. What I have described as the calamities that have befallen the Azerbaijani Turks for more than 400 years. For over 4 centuries, the Russian Empire has disrupted the lives of people living in the Caucasus, Siberia, and Altai, destroying their homes, killing their loved ones, driving people from their native lands and homes, and subjecting entire families and lineages to extermination. In order to seize our lands, homelands, and underground and surface walls, this empire has always spilled our blood on the territories that belong to us. The tragedies of genocide and forced displacement experienced by the peoples of Caucasus are strikingly similar. That is why our songs and music are sometimes performed in the same mood. Today, speaking at the Circassian Genocide conference organized at the Seimas of Lithuania, I would like to speak about several of the blood-stained pages inflicted upon our history by the Russian Empire and by today's Russian state. If I were to recount our distant history, time would not suffice, so I will speak about our recent past. On May 28, 1918, the Azerbaijan Democratic Republic was established. It was the first independent state in the Muslim East. One of the prominent figures of this independent state was Tlehas Murat Gerey, who was of Circassian origin. On November 15, 1918, he was appointed head of the artillery department of the General Staff, and on December 4, 1919, he became the military governor-general of the Baku fortified district. Upon his appointment, Tlehas said, "I will work with all my strength to justify the trust and the hope placed in me." Murat Gerey Tlehas was the Governor-General of the Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. The life of the Azerbaijan Democratic Republic lasted only 23 months. On April 28, 1920, the Red Bolsheviks overthrew the republics that we had established together with the peoples of Caucasus. Once again, our land was stained with blood. After the Bolsheviks came to power, General Murat Gereybek Tlehas was arrested in May 1920. He was falsely accused of murdering the Bolshevik revolutionary Ali Bayramov. From May 21 to May 28, 1920, Murat Gerey was interrogated before the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal. When the chairman of tribunal, Viktor Naneshvili, asked him, "General Murat Gereybek Tlehas, do you consider yourself guilty of murder of Ali Bayramov? As the Governor-General of the Baku fortified district, did you in occasion lead to the commission of this terrible crime?" Tlehas replied, "Honorable Tribunal, I will not present my defense here. I didn't participate in the murder of the Bolshevik Ali Bayramov. Due to my upbringing and circumstances unknown to me, I now sit in the defendant's chair. I am the son of poor ensign. I come from a poor family. I am 46 years old. I have spent more than half my life in military service. My father sold his last samovar to send his son to a military school. Now it seems to me that the bourgeois position of a governor-general has become to disgrace for me. If you ask me who my enemies are. I will tell you. My enemies are those who encroach upon the freedom of Azerbaijan. I have never taken part in political activities. My goal was to create a national army and to prevent massacres. Despite the absence of evidence proving Murat Gereybek Tlehas's involvement in the death of Ali Bayramov, by decision of tribunal, he was executed by firing squad at 2 a.m. on May 29, 1920. As a counter-revolutionary and Musavat supporter. For us Azerbaijanis, the memory of Governor General Tlehas, who was Circassian nationality, is always dear. Many things unite Circassians and Azerbaijanis. One of our national dances is called Çerkesi. In the early 19th century, the costume worn by Azerbaijani men was also called Çerkesi. Until the mid-20th century, peasants and noblemen wore Circassian attire. Our spirit is one with of the Circassians and our dances resemble one another. These dances embody upright posture, courage, and heroism. Circassians living in Azerbaijan know this well. We live as members of one family. As you may have noticed, Murat Gereybek and many Azerbaijani generals and ministers were executed in May 1920. On that same day, our freedom was taken from us. Those who sought freedom were exiled by the Russian Bolsheviks to the cold lands of Siberia and the deserts of Kazakhstan. Beginning in 1937, most of those who spoke of freedom were executed and their families were deported from their homes. Just as Circassians perished along the roads during their deportations, Azerbaijans and representatives of other freedom-loving peoples living in Azerbaijan endured the same suffering, torture, and ordeals. I also remind you of the fate of Azerbaijanis who took to the streets of Baku on the night of January 20, 1990, to break away from Soviet Russia. On that day, tanks of the Russian army rolled over peaceful civilians in Baku. Blood flowed through the streets of the city. Then, on February 26, 1992, with the participants of Russia's 336th Military Regiment, the Kocaeli Genocide was committed. On snowy winter night, Russian servicemen drenched in blood the elderly, the young, and children who were fleeing and hiding in the mountains. The white snow turned red. Today, the political course pursued by the Azerbaijan state and its president once again proves that we are, in fact, the first people in the Caucasus to have achieved victory. However, the Russian authorities who don't want peace to be established in the Caucasus continue to obstruct us. Today, we all see what Russia is doing to its cold brothers in faith, the Ukrainians. We more than 50 million Azerbaijanis living around the world are aware of the deprivations that the Circassians face today in their homeland. As a result of the bloody policy of Russian chauvinism, Crimean Tatars, Circassians, Sakha-Yakuts, Kalmyks, Nogays, and Tatars are imprisoned in dungeons run by the Russian regime in their own native lands, and then disappear without a trace. We are fully aware of all this. I call on you to benefit from the experience of Azerbaijan, which achieved victory in 2020. We believe that if we stand together in the Caucasus and join hands, we can unite like a single fist and defeat the bloody empire of evil. I wish that all the people of the Caucasus and all people suffering under the oppression of official Moscow raise their voices together and sing songs of love, friendship, and peace. The peoples of the Caucasus are singing and dancing peoples. May our destiny be one of celebration rather than mourning. Our national leader, the late Heydar Aliyev, once said a beautiful phrase, "Let justice triumph." I too wish the Circassian people to witness the triumph of justice and to establish their own national republic and state. Thank you for attention. Respectfully, Ayda Eyvazlı.
Ačiū labai.
I wish the participants good luck. I wish that you establish your own national republic. Goodbye.
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 Thank you. Thank you.
Dabar norėčiau suteikti žodį signatarui Emanueliui.
And now I would like to give the floor to the member of the Seimas, Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris. He's a member of the Lithuanian Reform Movement, Sąjūdis, as well as the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Gerbiamas premjerė Zakajevai, bičiuliai čerkesai.
Mr. Prime Minister Zakayev, representatives of the Cherkesian nation. It's very easy for me to say Salam Alaikum because it's similar to the Jewish Shalom Alaikum. After having walked the path leading to our eventual freedom, we recall very well our visit with Dudayev when our first head of state, Professor Landsbergis, together with his wife, had to participate in that meeting. A few years later, we named one of our squares. We gave the name of Dudayev to that square. From that meeting, I recall him and the smiling face of his wife. And so we have never agreed to the annihilation of your nation. We admire your fight in Ukraine, and we're grateful to you for your efforts in Ukraine to prevent the efforts of the enemy to come closer to Poland and us. Together with Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis, we have just recently discussed that you are holding the front line in Ukraine right now together. Some of your colleagues have went to the plenary chamber of our parliament, and you've seen that the flag of Ukraine is hoisted at a very honorable place in that chamber, which is next to our national tricolor flag. We are well aware that there is very little time remaining until Russia's invasion here, and we envy your spirits, fighting spirits. We can only hope that our people will eventually have the kind of mentality that you share, one that is needed to defend their country. None of us believe the disinformation on the Chechen people and that it is a nation of terrorists or Muslims. This was propagated in the festival led by the FSB, and so the killing of Dudayev was perceived as an attempt to disperse you. As a man of Jewish origin, I had to deal with people joking of Jewish people being as ordinary men or Jewish people being as soldiers. I understand that there are a number of different historical examples And we have said it right away. It was actually Professor Landsbergis who said it right away, that the bombing of Moscow in 1999 was geared towards two goals, which was firstly was to annihilate you and then to annihilate Russian Democrats. But you remain standing despite the efforts of Russia to put its own people in power in Chechnya. Chechnya did not give in to the full power of the Kremlin. We recall the efforts of your nation in 1918, 1920 to restore your statehood, something which has went down to our history. We have constantly been checking our own blood to verify whether or not we have been incorporated to the USSR fully. I remember our meeting with Ryzhkov when our delegation members said that in the meeting they are meeting that there are two sides taking part in that meeting, one representing Lithuania and the other representing the USSR. I remember in the meeting being said, you are not us and we are not you. And so you are not them. For us, you are those that together with the Circassian nation, you have kept and preserved your dignity, and you cannot remain dispersed across the world. We are aware that you have your own homeland and that puppet government is installed there. We've claimed victory in the Baltic states against the communist dictatorships. We did it elsewhere in Europe, and so we will do with you in this fight against the Russian tyranny. Although vectors are changing, it is not the economies or any other factors that are the driving force, but it's the will of the nation to survive that drives this process. And we wish you to stay focused. We're grateful for your unrelentless will. My speech today is dedicated to President Dudayev and his memory, because I recall him very well from my past meetings with him and his beloved wife, and we are devastated by the fate of the Circassian nation, which is represented in millions worldwide. We bow to the determination of your nation, and we will try to draw inspiration from your nation in our fight for our rights. So thank you for bringing the determination into this hall. You can see these pictures hoisted on these walls. The one at the back demonstrates the beginning of the 20th century when we first regained our independence. The second one is from 1990 when we announced our independence, and then we had to fight for it once again. We had just one TV channel announcing that we're still free back in the day. So thank you very much for continuing the fight, and keep up the good fight, the one that is very dear to our hearts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Oleg Magaletsky. I don't see him in the audience, and I suppose we don't have live connection to him. So next in the list, Aida Abdurrahmanova.
Hi, dear colleagues. My name
Oleg is
Oleg
here.
Magaletsky. I'm a founder of Free Nation Post Russia forum platform. I am honored to speak today with you. Unfortunately, I can't come to Vilnius personally, but hope next time we'll be together here in the great Lithuania independent state, which is a real great example for all captive nations, and both for Circassia also and other Northern Caucasus nations, how to restore their independence and how to build successful, free, open society and different government institutions. So, unfortunately, Circassia and other nations, also I'm Ukrainian citizen and Ukrainian, we know very well what is it Russian colonial experience, what is the history when the metropolia, when the Russian or Moscovites, but to say they try and unfortunately they success to destroy not only the independent state but destroy the nation. So both Ukrainian and Circassian people know what is genocide even before this term was created after the Second World War. And I think our very important target and even vision of what we are doing is to try to explain our partners in free world what real Russia is and what Russia isn't it. And unfortunately still in European Union, in United States, in Japan, in other free countries of the world, people didn't recognize Russia, or better said Moscow, like colonial empire. They think that people who are now living from the occupied Prussian, or Lithuanian Karaliaučius, which Muscovite calls now Kaliningrad, till occupied Japanese Karafuto, which Muscovite called Sakhalin on the east, people from Komi to Ingushetia and Czerkessia who are living in this huge area, 17 million kilometers, that are bigger even than South America, that they are the same, that they are one nation, one people, one united Russia, so-called. So unfortunately Moscow propaganda machine is quite successful. They do it for centuries, and unfortunately still not a lot of people also in the University of Free World, for example in Harvard, in Sorbonne, in Yale, in Stanford, in Bologna University know about Russia colonial past and present time, that Russia still colonial empire, and it was it for centuries. So fortunately we don't have now colonial British, French, Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese or Ottoman Empire in Europe, but we still have the Russia colonial empire, the last one. And we should understand that it's the source, is the meaning of this nature of this empire, and they try to restore its empire. For example, just a few days ago, the Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, said that Putin tried to restore USSR. No, not even USSR. He tried to restore the Romanovs empire, and he tried to rebuild it on the way that Romanov can do. So he also wanted to come to Balkans, to come to Norway, Sweden, and so on. And of course, he used captive nations, colonized regions, also in the Northern Caucasus region, like Circassia, like a tool to colonize other people. So, if here in Lithuania or in Ukraine or in France or in Germany, Canada and other people wanted to be free to decide on their own about their lives, they should understand that their freedom is connected with freedom with captive nation, with people who are under the Moscow colonial rule now. And Circassian people and Circassia and independent Circassian future is the tool how to prevent Moscow militarism and revanchism. So it's win-win scenario to support captive nation, to support restoring independence of Circassia, because when Circassia will become independent next time, soon, so when it will restore its independence, like Lithuania already done it, like Ukraine already done it, this means that Moscow can't attack as a country. So because independence will be peaceful, it will be open for trade, investment, culture, partnership, and so on. So people from Czerkessia won't come to Ukraine or to Lithuania or to Estonia on tanks, try to destroy and conquer. It will be, they will wait in tourists from Vilnius, Tallinn, Kyiv, Warsaw, and Berlin. And they don't want to have a war because they know what does freedom means. So
Oleg,
let's do it
Oleg,
together. Let's
can you hear
understand
me,
that we
Oleg?
don't have other choice, and we should make Moscow small again
recorded.
together, because big Russia, big problem. Small Russia, small problem. No Russia, no problem. Thank you very much, and let's restore the independence of Czerkessia.
Yes, we are running out of time. We are a little late. Next in line is Aida Abdurrahmanova, head of Tatarstan Independence Committee. And we will be grateful if you could wrap up in 5-6 minutes, please.
Labą dieną.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Republic of Lithuania and the Lithuanian Seimas for the opportunity to speak here.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of parliament, esteemed delegates and guests of today's conference. My name is Aida Abdurrahmanova. I am a head of the Tatarstan Independence Committee, a member of Real Nation League. The history of Russian imperialism is a sequence of systematic conquest, suppression, and destruction of people who had the misfortune of living next to a state built on the logic of endless expansion and revenge. This is neither an accident, no mistake of history. It is a stable political tradition in which force is placed above love and fear of free peoples pushes the Kremlin towards the crimes. The Volga Tatars were among the first to come under attack. The destruction of the Kazan Khaganate in 1552 became one of the earliest major acts of aggressive expansion. Years of forced assimilation, the dismantling of institutions, and attempts to erase cultural autonomy are several on goal that deprive the Tatar people of the ability to be the subject of their own destiny. Even according to the official data of the latest population census of the so-called Russian Federation over the past 10 years, the number of citizens indicating the Tatar language as their native language has decreased by approximately 1 million people. Under the correct political and cultural condition in Russia, the restoration on linguistic and national self-identification for these people and these descendants appear difficult, creating prerequisites for future deepening of assimilation processes. The same logic was directed against our people as well, including the Circassians, who endured on the gravest tragedy in the region history. The Circassians were ethnic cleansing and mass expulsion of not merely an episode of past, but the foundation upon which the Russian imperial machine perfected methods of suppressing resistance, fear, deportation, demographic destruction, and the systematic annihilation of the indigenous social structure. Later, Russia exerted pressure on the western territories as well. Lithuanians and our Baltic peoples went through several waves of forcible loss, statehood, repression, and deportation. Each time Moscow scented a weakening of control, it returned to the same instruments: occupation, suppression of language and culture, suppression of political rights, and the destruction of national elites. But history did not end here. The imperial approach did not disappear. It merely changed its scenery. Today is manifests itself in the full-scale war against Ukraine, in the annexion of Crimea, and constant provocation, hybrid pressure, and parallel threat directed at Lithuania and other Baltic countries by Russia and the Belarus it controls. The rhetoric of spheres of influence and historical territories is merely a new wrapper for old revanchism. Russia, as a state, fears free and strong neighbors. It has always sought alliance not where principles exist, but where it can't strengthen its all power and cancel weakness behind aggression. Therefore, we too must draw conclusions. Only an alliance of strong, conscious, and united people is capable of stopping Moscow imperialist pressure. We express our sincere gratitude to the Republic of Lithuania and the Seimas of Lithuania for the principled decision to recognize the 1944 deportation of Crimean Tatar people as an act of genocide. This decision is an important contribution to the restoration of historical justice, the preservation of memory about the crimes of the Empire of Evil, in whatever form it has appeared, with the Tsarist Russian Empire, the USSR, of the Russian Federation, and to the protection of the fundamental rights of the people it has subjected. In this regard, we also respectfully request what consideration be given to the possible of staging and providing a legal assessment of the historical events related to the mass deportation and forced exile of the Circassian people in the 19th century, taking into according international law and the humanitarian consequence of these events. Addressing this issue will be a significant step towards objective historical reflection and the strengthening of universal principle of human rights protection. We see what Russian imperialism does not change. It merely changes its form, methods, and justification. And Russian revanchism is once again raising its head in Ukraine, in Crimea, and on the borders of Lithuania and the entire Baltics region. We see how the old imperial instinct once again demands new victims. It will not stop one its own. Therefore, we must be confined, united, and free enough to stop it together. Russia is an empire whose century-long history has shown what its part is the seizure of sovereign state, the appropriation of the wealth, and the enslavement of the peoples who inhabit them. And our security begins that Russia is no longer present. The condition for this is the de-imperialization and decolonization of Russia and the creation on its ruins of independent, democratic, sovereign state. Thank you for your attention. Ačiū.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Professor Chuhua. He is de jure Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Georgia. You have 5 to 6 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, dear members of Parliament, invited guests, and colleagues. It is a great honor for me to represent the Republic of Georgia, the government of the first president of Georgia, Sviatgam Sakhurdia, in the Lithuanian Seimas as a deputy prime minister at the time when Georgia has a de facto government of the pro-Russian Georgian dream in Tbilisi. I am pleased to see here the Prime Minister of the Republic of Ichkeria, which comes from the first President of Ichkeria, Johar Dudaev, Mr. Ahmed Zakayev. My great respect to Circassians, all Caucasians, who are carrying out the fight against Russian Empire for the independence of all Caucasus. So I was a member of the national movement in Georgia, and I am proud now standing here with these people who were fighting for the independence of Lietuva at that time. And this was our whole movement, united movement of the people of USSR when we were waiting for our independence. And now Lietuva is an independent country, a member of Euro Union and member of NATO. We need NATO. We need independence on Caucasus, please. And thanks to my Circassian people, I am proud to say today, all of us are Circassians. In the Caucasus, Circassia was historically a country famous for the seaside in the Caucasus, Circassia. Kabardians, Shapsuks, and others, Adigas, are sub-ethnic groups of the Circassian nation who lived and developed on the Black Sea coast of the North Caucasus for many centuries. At the beginning of the 20th coast of the century, the artificial division of one ethnic group into nationalities is a natural result of the Russian imperialist policy in the Caucasus. When the center of colonization, Moscow, not only divided but also opposite sub-ethnic groups related to each other. As a caucologist, I am often asked why it is necessary and important to recognize the Circassian genocide. I think, and I always emphasize this, that determining the territories of ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Circassians, we determine on which territories the Circassian state was located. And we see that it was located on the Black Sea coast and on a fairly large territory. Until the end of the Circassian War, the Western Circassians, Adigas, lived throughout the Krasnodar territory and Adygea. South of the Kuban River, the Shakhe River in the Lazarevsky district of Sochi. In 2012, Georgian historians Beradze, Topuria, Horava presented a reconstructed picture of the sub-ethnic settlements of Circassia. It turned out that the Circassians lived on the coast of the Black Sea in the following order from Taman to the river Sapsruko. The territory occupied by Natukhai from the river Adagum to the river Shakhe. The territory occupied by Shapsuks and from the river Shakhe to Psol, the beach line occupied by the Ubiks. Today, the Circassian nation which is in danger of disappearing physically, rarely demands the return to the forcibly expelled Circassians to their historical homeland. The goal of the Circassians is to resettle the repatriates where the Russian Empire unjustly and cruelly deported them to the Ottoman Empire. What is the ultimate goal of Circassians? Of course, the restoration of statehood in the historical borders of Circassia and the construction of modern independent Circassia, free Circassia on the Black Sea coast. In the modern world, a number of problems have appeared, whose existence, let's say, a few years ago, the West considered as only hypothetical threats. That is why it remained unanswered and was laterally ignored for years with negative, severe humanitarian consequences, such as Abkhazia, Ingushetia, Ossetia, and wars in Chechnya, and annexion, occupation of Georgia and Ukraine in our days, as well as the ethnic cleansing on Caucasus. Obviously, Russia was involved, but from the hypothetical, these problems moved very quickly to the practical dimension. I would like to believe that already today, American states and Europe, the collective West in general, will develop a Black Sea strategy when modern politicians recognize the unique strategic importance of the Caucasus region from an economic, diplomatic, military point of view. It's clear that under the conditions of the partnership, unity of Ukraine, Georgia, Circassia, the strategic location of the Black Sea basin in Caucasus, Ukraine, Circassia, Georgia, Turkey, when maritime borders will be created without Russia. And we will be able to have the opportunity to make it clear to Washington and Brussels that an independent country, Circassia, in the Caucasus region offers the West as a unique geographical advantage. Without Baltic and Black Sea, Russia as an empire will cease to exist. It's clear with the aggression carried out by Putin in Ukraine, Russia has chosen the path of terrorism and finally abandoned democracy, which means the imperial traditions will become even stronger in Russia. The Georgia state should come up with a new initiative and start a direct dialogue with the peoples of the North Caucasus on a new paradigm of common future and coexistence in a single regional space, which will be based on good neighborly political, cultural, and economical relations between our peoples. I say Circassians and Circassia are part of Europe, and I think we must demand from Europe and United States to recognize the self-determination of these people, Circassian people. Currently, the legitimate government of the Republic of Georgia is faced with a task of epochal importance in the conditions of the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian terrorist state to correctly define Georgian Circassian interests and show the world community the historical realities that the genocide and occupation annexation that Putin's Russia is currently carrying out in Ukraine are a reality that Circassians experienced on themselves 200 years ago, that at the three Circassian republics plus the Black Sea territories from the Psov River to Anapa, Novorossiysk, up to the state borders of Ukraine are the homeland of the Circassians, where the formation of the Circassian nation historically took place. The Lithuanian state itself was a victim of Russian imperial aggressive policy in 1940-1990. Therefore, you, dear members of parliament, understand our problems in the Caucasus well, better than Russians. And I think, following in the footsteps of Georgia and Ukraine, you will make a fair decision to recognize the Circassian genocide, which has existential significance for the Circassian nation. Let's also take into account that the Circassians are only one nation in the world that lost his historical homeland because of the Russian aggressive genocide. On May 2011, in the Parliament of Georgia, at a joint meeting of various committees, I presented the scientific conclusion on the genocide of the Circassian nation. In my closing remarks, it was approved. What was carried out by the Russian Empire against the Circassian nation qualifies as an explicit genocide. The Parliament of Georgia has a chance to restore the historical justice, pay tribute to the millions of victims, and honor the memory of hundreds of thousands of murdered Circassians. And today, standing here in my speech in the Lithuanian parliament, Seimas, I will happily repeat my request. Dear Lithuanians, please recognize the Circassian genocide. The Lithuanian Seimas recently had a very positive experience recognizing the Crimean Tatar genocide in 2019. This time, by recognizing the Circassian genocide, you will write a new legal history that your descendants will be proud of for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Cyrus Bolayan. He is in Yazor, the chief and elder of the Erzia people, and he is also the president of the League of Free Nations. Please. And then we will take time for break.
Шумра туледи миллионок сялгат, мон кортан эрзекс, доржо ялгам ютапсазо англанкельс.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am president of Free Nations League, Cyrus Bolayan, and I am advisor on foreign affairs of Free Nations League, Dorjo Dugarov.
Нилите и эсень абунгалти арсема текемин эрятано, эремодо пингеди тонавтомо кинигант лопанзо ютксо. Русия отдол снартни келега автомо кордононзо. Тень теемга сон путитев стортингент, геноцидент, депортациятнин. Нет реалятниса адытнен, генотидент, ведь к тому же веляуты аволь такулин, тевтне декейкстемакс. Сон веляуты сытя шкадо мелявтомакс ризнамакс. Аноктано минь эрямо истяткойтне лутнесе, зардо кирди масторос, раске юткос юротовит аволь принципнен питнитен лангсо. Зардо сен стяутовит эрмен вешнез.
For 4 years now, it has felt thought we are living within the pages of historical study book. Russia once again seeks to expand its borders through war, genocide, and deportations. In this reality, recognizing the Circassian genocide becomes not a matter of the past, but a question of the future. Are we prepared to accept a world where states and societies are built not on principles of values, but solely on power and profit?
Вельт масуртне, я ведь эс юткова мода масторонт. Кинень косоулем сазорокс. Laušotniai karmautit aramo kėdelozos. Avešatėravci veisava žodėme diktatūratin marto. Panžautonga es ekonomikant. Europa laušo dikautoldyce. Son kemi Sirius et miluon vėliavtomantin. Koso setmečis ulnis tekė svalškane maksus. Set miluant kona sinskoise liaksko dajak. Set miluant kona zardoja kavėliautoje.
Powerful states are once again dividing the world into spheres of influence, while the weak are commanded to obey. The United States pursues cooperation with dictatorship in the name of economic prosperity. Europe is weak and intensive, placing its hopes in the revival of an old world, a world in which security is taken for granted, a world that will never exist again.
Tieste sikevstema, lider čidint, vienstemo čidint. Anok tanumin vikstamo, estenek. Kodamo aul ule Rosija, Putin marto, Putin teme, son sval kadovi imperijaks. Sval karmi eramo lia langs kajevomasont.
This brings us to the questions of leadership and responsibility. Are we ready to honestly admit that any Russia will, with or without Putin, will always remain an empire driven by expansion?
Zardo anoktano, erevit polavtomat, erevi od politika Moskovan jutkojojosont. Min raskeaigimatne anoktano ulemete politikan subjektaks. Min kemdiano, pelevionon Europant, Baltian mastortnen, uli politikan meliest, uli potenциалust, арсемга кемикстамга истемо политикант. Эреви кадомс ютаншкасто прекрасное демократическое будущее России стявтома до арсематнин. Истемо зардоя карасель де аулияк. Вейкине идема, превенция геноцидтен, кона истожас адиктнен, те русиян дезинтеграциязо, те од эскойсе эритя мастортнен стявтома. Ули истя минек викстамочис. Ушодомс эреви течи, нейке.
If the answer is yes, the change is necessary. A new policy towards Russia must be developed. We, the nation movements, are ready to become subjects of the policy. I am convinced that Northern Europe, particularly the Baltic states, possess the political will to shape such a policy. It is the time to leave behind the illusion of a beautiful and democratic Russia of the future. A Russia that has never existed and never will. The only true prevention of future genocides, such as Circassian one, is the disintegration of Russia and the creation of new independent states.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for these speeches. We have a break now, and we will come back around 1 o'clock. So, thank you. Yes, at 1 o'clock we are coming back and continue with the next section.
said.
Lunch is here. Mr. Chubarov, he prepared a speech in Russian. This problem with Mr. Chubarov, I spoke with him. We don't tell for him about this English. I told him speak this to Ukrainian. It will be very good. But he told me how many people will understand Ukrainian language here in
Если мы будем нам за этим может быть, знаете, сюда я вам покажу. We must for 5 minutes, because lots of speakers speak so long. Я покажу. Taip, gerai, konvoju. Tai mes gal vieną padarę netgi neskelbsim.
Nes nei viena, nei kita mes negalim likti. Kartais tie rinkimai užsitęsia ir mes nežinom ir galim likti. O šiandien aš kaip tik tie viena net negalim.
Aš tai prašė Gaurinas, tai inžinierius gal atsiunčiau visą savo kalbas. Kiti kažkaip prašė, tos įrašus irgi atsiunčiau.
Bet kai kuriuos esu atsiuntę 10
Ne, manęs mama, aš pats esu filologas, aš pats keletą kartų verčiau gyvai. Aš žinau, koks tai yra pragariškas.
Tai va, todėl ir atsiuntė. Todėl ir atsiuntė, nes supratot viską. O kiti, nesusidūrė, gal retai dalyvauja. Gerai. Tai jūs žinot šitą, ačiū.
Ačiū.
1990, 2 years ago. Okay. In Maltepe. Top of the mountain. How is your family? In Russia. Russia, I wonder, Russia reaction to your family. How is it? They always force you. They pulled all of you. Are they arrested? In the jail now? Are they in the jail now? They're free now. Oh, because of you, they are arrested. They used to live this problem. They don't care. I think so. Are you happy? We are so proud of you, really. You are the hero for us. Thank you. Russia deleted your situation. Russia deleted. For example, I'm Circassian, but my identity card is Turkish. Your identity card is Russian. Russia deleted your identity card. Russia. You are Russian, still Russian. Germany is citizenship. You have. Yeah, they accepted you. Yeah. America accepted as well. America is too far. Don't get it. Far, so far. Yes, yes. It's close to everywhere. Nobody knows which nation. He's not Russian. He's not Russian. He's not Turkish. You know? I guess something. I think he's Caucasian. Russian nation. Probably the Russian nation. It can go. other one. So old, maybe guys.
10 metų skyrė, o tokios nori sutartys. Ukrainiečių parlamentarų delegacija pamė medžios, aš turbūt žiūrėsim dar kartą. Nu, žinote, sąjunga plečiasi iš biurokratijos. Bet čia labai daug įgimybių. Va, ko nieks nematė, niekada, per sausio įvykius, minim niekada nevaldo. Pirmos barikados aplink Seimą. Pirmos buvo šitos. Autobusai? Autobusai. Tuo ekstremalioj situacijai greičiausiai, ką sugalvo, autobusų parkai dalį autobusus apie Seimą. Nes anom suvežti mums tiek, vilkikų, kranų, ne taip greitai, ne? Visko reikia. Tos vėliau pat atsirado, bet tos įspūdingesnės, nes ten plakatai, tiesiog sovietiniai pasai, viskas tai rodo tas paprastai. Bet pradžia buvo šito. Paskui kita, ta buvo trumpa dalyka, teko 4 Europos Sąjungos šalies. Tuometinis Seimo pirmininkas Landsbergis pasirašo, kad vietoj konstitucijos. Čia šitai salėje, štai ją pavadinom konstitucijos šalia. Tai čia įdomybė dvi. Du momentai. Visų pirma, kai sakiau, nieko keičiai negalima, viskas paveldas. Matosi, kad ta vieta ne taip atrodo. Tas vytis iš ten, atsidūrė virš durų, kai storą gabeleną nuo sienų nuėjė. Čia todėl, kai čia buvo prezidentūra, čia būdavo spaudos konferencijos organizacijos. Ateidavo čia prezidentas, sakyčiau žurnalistų, daug užsienio žurnalistų, nes Lietuva čia tik naujiena, žinot, visiem pasaulį įdomu, užsienio daug žurnalistų, tai čia tokį staliuką pristatydavo. Aš su savo tokiu kolega Tomu veždavom prezidentą užsienio žurnalistam į anglų ir kalbas. Nu, tai įsivaizduok, kaip čia atrodo. 3 vyrai, vienu metu salėje, kalbas. 3 kartus. Net su 3 kalbomis. Žurnalistai labai greitai, kad jie skųstis, kad nu sako, aš taip sako, nieko pasiprantu. Tie, kurie jau nepirmame buvo, tai girdžiu. Tai va čia, kad vertėjai darytų kabinas,
genocidas. Tik angliškai, tik lietuviškai
ten yra vertėjų kabinas. Tik dėl to pasikeitė. Šiais metus neleidžia. Štai čia. Ir dar vienas momentas su konstitucija įdomu toks. Konstitucijos dieną minim kada. Mes ten įminėjom šiaip jau. Spalio 25, nes tada vyko referendumas. Tada konstitucijos diena. Lapkričio 2, lapkričio 6. O toks, kad jis pasirašo galiojančią konstituciją. Teisiškai jo parašas nieko pakeisti galėjo. Jinai jau galioja. O galioja štai kokia. Tada tuometiniam Seime buvo kai kūrė konstituciją pagrindinis įstatymas. Nuo to ir priklauso, kokia šalis bus. Dabar sako parlamentinė respublika. Tai yra faktiškai vos visą galių parlamentinė. Mūsų gyvenimo parlamentinė. Bet buvo kitas variantas. Buvo parlamentinis toks konstitucijos variantas, bet buvo ir prezidentinis, jeigu kada vadinam. Kur daugiau gali prezidentas. Jis tiesiog vadovavo vyriausybė, kažką panašaus kaip Trumpas Amerikoje, ten Makronas Prancūzijoje, pagaliau Putinas sukačiai šalia, ne? Tai tada faktiškai prezidentas gali labai daug gyvenime, tokių mokesčių nustatinėjimų gali. Buvo toks variantas. Bet dauguma buvo už tą parlamentą. Nors Landsbergis buvo vienas iš tų, kuris pasisakė už prezidentį. Tai čia Landsbergis patys turėjo, sakėm, šį dienos istoriją. Jie baiminosi, kad Landsbergis kaip pirmininkas atseit gali tokios konstitucijos nepasirašyti. O štai, tai ką jie padarė? Jie konstituciją rašė straipsnį. Tai mane yra, kad konstitucija įsigalioja tada, kai vyriausia rinkimų komisija patvirtins referendumo rezultatus. Tai lapkričio 2 patvirtino, kad konstitucija jau galioja. Čia yra toks daugiau moralinis aktas, kaip jūs rašė. Teisiškai nieko jau pakeičia įmanoma. Tai savęs pridedu, kad visada čia, mano nuomonės, gera žinia iš viso šito ta, kad čia mes piliečiai ėjom, balsavom, sprendėm, kokios Lietuvos norim, kokios konstitucijos norim ir nusprendėm. O ne tai, kad ten vienas žmogus nori pasirašau, nori nepasirašau. Turim kaimynystės šalių, Ar taip norėtum? Tikrai ne. Va, tai gerai, mes šiandien puolėm, bet kartais, tai būtume šitą salės nematę. Galime? Mums sekasi.
Mėly kolegos, prašau.
Colleagues, please come back to the hall. Let's continue with our conference.
Take your seats. We are continuing our conference.
Dear guests, please sit near the table. Please come. Все гости, пожалуйста, к столу.
Šitai daliai pirmininkausiu aš, Adas Jakubauskas.
I will be moderating this session. From the previous sessions, we still didn't hear from Mr. Jamil Albakov. Is he here in the hall?
Okay, after tuomet mes pakeisime vietomis.
So let's change the order of our third session. So I will start from my own presentation. Dear colleagues, members of the Seimas, historians, researchers, journalists, and all guests. Today, we gather to discuss one of the most dramatic crimes of the 19th century by Russian Empire, the genocide of the Circassian people. This tragedy remained on the margins for decades, even though its scale, systematic nature, and geographical scope allows us to define it as one of the largest ethnic cleansing operations in Europe. Based on historical sources, research, and documents, we can clearly see that this was not a spontaneous act of war, but a consistently planned and implemented policy aimed at exterminating and expelling the Circassian nation from its native lands. However, today I want not only to speak about the Circassian tragedy, I want to open a broader perspective to compare this experience with the Lithuanian nation's historical struggle for survival, because therein lies a deeper, analytically meaningful understanding. Only through comparative analysis can we better see the universality and uniqueness of historical processes, their impact on national identities, and their moral right to historical justice. The 19th century in the Caucasus was a time of prolonged Russian imperial expansion when military actions intertwined with ethnic policy. After suppressing resistance, a consistent plan was implemented. Destruction of settlements, burning of food and crops, forced mass expulsion to the Ottoman Empire, during which, according to various estimates, 600 to 700,000 people perished, demographic policy that resettled Cossack colonists on emptied lands, cultural annihilation leading to the loss of most Circassian cultural heritage is in the Caucasus. Demographically and geopolitically, this meant a complete transformation of the region, a cultural vacuum, and the formation of a diaspora thousands of kilometers away from the homeland. Modern historiography increasingly recognizes that this was not a mere episode, but a state-driven ethnic cleansing strategy. Although the history of the Lithuanian nation differs in chronology and context, structurally it has many parallels with the Circassian experience, seized territory, and forced governance. Lithuania endured long-term occupations by the Russian Empire and later the Soviets. Like the Circassians, Lithuanians experienced language bans, censorship, persecution of religious institutions, forced administrative restructuring. Lithuanian deportations to Siberia in 1941, 1948, and 1955 in their scale and impact on the nation are among the most painful experiences. This parallels the Circassian forced migration to the Ottoman Empire. In both cases, deportations were used as a tool to break resistance and destroy the social structures of the nation. For Circassians, cultural continuity was destroyed. For Lithuanians, Soviet ideology was imposed. National identity was dismantled. Intelligentsia persecuted, civil society eradicated. In both cases, we can see the destruction of political culture, persecution of cultural elite, falsification of history. Circassians fought the Russian army for decades in the 19th century. Lithuanians in the mid-20th century created one of the largest underground partisan movements in Europe. Both cases show not only military but also moral resistance, the struggle for the right to exist as a nation. The Circassian diaspora today numbers in the millions. The Lithuanian diaspora is not as large, but after the war and Soviet occupations, it too was scattered across the world, and like the Circassians, preserved identity, culture, and memory. Genocides and occupation are not only violence against bodies, but also against memory, identity, and culture. Both the Circassian and Lithuanian cases show that aggression is primarily directed at what makes a nation: language, land, customs, self-government, religion, and historical memory. For Circassians, it was an instrument of mass extermination. For Lithuanians, a mechanism for dismantling social structure. In both cases, deportations had long demographic consequences. If today we speak about Circassian culture, if today we have free Lithuania, it shows that even the most brutal violence cannot erase a nation's spirit if it has someone to pass on its memory. In 2011, the Circassian Genocide was recognized by the Parliament of Georgia. In 2025, by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. These are examples of how states can name the truth despite geopolitical pressures. This creates precedents, moral, political, and academic. Lithuania, with its own difficult history, has moral grounds to contribute to this path of justice. Why is this important for Lithuania to speak and acknowledge the Circassian genocide? Because the Lithuanian nation knows what it means to be occupied and repressed. Because our history teaches empathy for the suffering of other nations. Because justice cannot be selective. Because only named violence is not repeated. Lithuania often emphasizes value-based politics. The topic of the Circassian genocide is a litmus test showing whether we apply this policy consistently. The Circassian genocide is not just a 19th century history. It is contemporary memory politics, a moral commitment to a nation that lost most of its people, an important lesson for Europe about how imperial violence destroys cultures. The Lithuanian nation's experience allows us to understand better that forced deportations are not statistics but wounded lives. Cultural destruction is not politics but the deprivation of a nation's dignity. Resistance is an instinct for survival, not a political choice, and therefore our duty is to speak, to analyze, to acknowledge, and to help. During the Soviet era, Circassian society experienced strong cultural and demographic pressure, whose goal was not formally declared as assimilation, but the real consequences were often exactly that. Soviet policy proclaiming friendship of people and so-called internationalism in reality operated centrally. Regional self-government was limited, traditional structures dismantled, and local languages systematically pushed to the margins. The use of the Circassian language in schools declined, while urbanization and industrial policy encouraged the relocation of Russian-speaking populations to the North Caucasus. As a result, in the mid and the late 20th century, part of the Circassian younger generation began to lose a permanent connection with their cultural heritage, which was a common phenomenon for many minorities during the Soviet era. Perhaps the most striking modern example, which the Circassian diaspora and researchers consider an act of cultural insensitivity or outright disrespect, was the choice of Sochi as the venue for the 2014 Olympic Games. Sochi and its surroundings are historical Circassian territories. It was there that the most brutal episodes of the Caucasian War took place there in the 19th century, and in the foothills and valleys of this region there are or were all Circassian settlements and cemeteries. Circassian activists repeatedly emphasized that some areas leveled for Olympic tracks were identified as historical burial sites, and the games took place precisely where in 1864 the signs of their nation's catastrophe were marked. When stadiums rise on graves and sky jumps intersect with places where entire communities died and were buried, society should at least pause and ask, is this really appropriate? The world could have protested, but it remained silent. Although Lithuanian and Circassian histories developed in different geographical and cultural contexts, they share one common experience: a foreign empire's attempt to interrupt a nation's historical development, break its identity, and rewrite memory so that it suits the rulers, not the people who call that land their home. In Soviet Lithuania, cultural repression was systematic. Banned books, restricted religion, deportations, attempts to place Soviet identity above the national identity. The Lithuanian language and culture survived only thanks to the extraordinarily strong societal resistance and deep historical consciousness. For Circassians living on the empire's periphery, this process was of a different scale. Their communities in Adygea, Kabarino-Balkaria, and Karachay-Cherkessia had already been devastated by the long Caucasian War, after which many people were forced to retreat to the Ottoman Empire. Soviet authorities not only failed to create conditions for cultural recovery, but continued centralized policies that pushed local languages and traditions to the margins. Unlike Lithuania, where national identity became the axis of resistance, the Circassians' fate was already heavily fragmented. Most of the nation lived in diaspora, and their historical homeland was divided into several autonomies, reduced territories, and constant demographic pressure. Lithuanians know very well the feeling when great powers choose to remain silent about injustice because it suits them. The Lithuanian nation managed to restore its state, rebuild historical memory, honor victims, and regain lost dignity. Circassians are still fighting for the right to be heard, for the right to say that the destruction of their cultural heritage is not an inconvenient historical nuance, but a real and unhealed wound. And perhaps the Lithuanian experience here becomes a good moral lesson for the whole world. The right to memory is not a luxury, but the foundation of a nation's survival. Thank you.
Taigi dabar norėčiau sugrįžti, jeigu ponas.
And so, Mr. Jamil Albalkov, if he's present in the hall, I now would like to give the floor for him. Is Mr. Jamil Albalkov with us? If he's not here, then perhaps let's give the floor to Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis. Perhaps I will share just a few remarks of mine. I was 19 at that time when I was standing somewhere about here at these barricades. I was a student of philosophy. The members of my then school, that of the 13th of January, were among the many who perished at these events. It was the time for me when I realized that Lithuania had to reform itself and integrate it into NATO. I believe you have no other way but to walk the same path that we did. And I will try to tell you how I imagine this. I myself was a diplomat for 23 years. For 16 years, I was in the delegation discussing and negotiating Lithuania's membership in the EU, and I was the one that was involved in this whole path of membership of the EU for Lithuania. But let's go back to the beginnings. For Lithuania, it was very difficult to win its victory back because in the West, we were treated as part of the Soviet Union with no difference being made between Lithuanians, Latvians, Ukrainians, or whatever. Only after a couple of decades of activeness by Lithuanians, Ukrainians, and others, led by Zbigniew Brzezinski and others, the movement of the captive nations began. 40 decades later, with President Reagan in power, our aspirations were acknowledged and we managed to claim victory. However, at that time, only Central Europe and the Baltic states managed to claim that victory. In the meantime, Ukraine was sold. In fact, Ukraine is actually fighting for the very same path that we have managed to walk. Ukraine managed to open a window of opportunity eventually only in 2022, with 20 years later after we claimed our independence. I believe that it might take up to 5 or 6 years for Ukraine to eventually reach their goal. And that's when I believe when they will open a window of opportunity for you. However, what were the lessons that we have learned? We achieved our goal in unity with others. At first, we managed to build a united small front, one with the Baltic states. Then we were joined in a group of 10 by joining NATO. When signatory Degutis approached me, I remember, and said, do something about the Circassians and others, I said that there's still little fraction, we will not achieve anything. That's why yesterday we established a provisional group for friendship with captive nations, or the Captive Nations Group, which features members of the parliament from 4 political groups of the Seimas, non-radical, rather state-minded political parties in that group. And my idea is as follows. We have a similar group for friendship with Ukraine. My next visit is pending to Washington, D.C., where we will go together with the Finns, the Swedes, the Poles, the Ukrainians. Even Chancellor Kohl's actual grandson is joining us in this delegation. And we will try to agree among ourselves that similar provisional groups be established in all of the parliaments. This will build a platform that will cover the entire Europe, because that's our biggest expectation, which is to join Europe on this. And then, together with Lithuanians and Poles, we'll be joined in a 100 million strong group. And hopefully we will be pulling the rest of Europe towards these regions. However, persuading the US is most important. So far, it is the strongest military power, at least for the next 10 years. But this captive nations powers joins all of these parliaments. This parliament was the only one that was fighting for the freedom of Cuba. Even the Kremlin dubs me as the Cuban mafia. In Cuba, those that are fighting for Cuba's liberation are being imprisoned, and this is facilitated by Russia and other authoritarian regimes. Rubio has welcomed the Cuban dissidents. So I believe that step by step, with the help of these captive nation groups that would be built in the parliaments, we would be able to at least claim those territories of yours, at least in political sense. And thus we could cover all of these Western countries that would be minded about those nations in Central Asia. Once I've finished the book by Zbigniew Brzezinski on Afghanistan, which is the cemetery of all, a symbol of the cemetery of all captive nations, I believe, as I realized, your time is coming, and I believe that Ukraine will not be able to win without the help of all of us. And Europe is aware that if Ukraine falls, Russia will move on. However, we must build a political front line across the entire Western world. The captive nations movement has not perished. The empires strike back again, united as ever before, targeting first and foremost America, to be followed by Europe. So let's help America win this fight. Let's join all our efforts to win against our joint enemies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paviljonis. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jamil Albakov, Honorary Consul of
I will, but it's for you, sir. Please.
Of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria in France, Vice Chairman of the North Caucasus Nations Committee.
Dabar gerbiamam Žygimantui Pavilioniui yra įteikiamas garbės ženklas.
We awarding the prize for Mr. Paviljonis.
Honorable members of the Parliament, representatives of diplomatic corps, researchers, representatives of different diasporas, and all guests, brothers and sisters. My name is Shamil Albakov. I am English representative in the North Caucasus Nations Committee and its vice chairman. I am also, thank you. I'm also honorary consul of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria in France. I am honored to be here with you, and I address the Lithuanian people in this symbolic, historic place, the Seimas of Lithuania, expressing firstly our solidarity with Circassian people, our unity with Circassian people, the unity of all North Caucasus people. We are struggling throughout the centuries to achieve liberty, and Circassians have paid a very, very high price. So I hope that the Lithuanian people, the Lithuanian parliament members, understand our tragedy, understand our struggle, and I hope that they will give us the access to all the international platforms to express our tragedy, our struggle, to support us and to help us. Because you are the ones who can understand us. Unfortunately, Europe and USA and other states, even the Arab and Muslim states, they don't understand our struggle as you can understand it. So we really ask you to recognize the Circassian genocide, and after that work strategically, step by step, recognize the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria as occupied territory, as it did Ukraine's parliament, recognize the other genocides of the North Caucasian people, Chechens, Ingush, Karachay, Circassian, and so on, because there is no nation in the North Caucasus who didn't suffer from this empire, less or more. So I don't, we have not much time, so I think the message is clear. I am very grateful to our friends, Lithuanians, and I would like, on this occasion, salute my new colleague, the Honorary Consul of Chechen Republic of Ichkeria in Lithuania, our friend Fausta. I am very glad to have you as colleague. Thank you very much.
Ačiū labai, ponui Džiuliu.
Thank you, Mr. Albakov. We still don't have member of the Seimas, Mr. Žubalis, so he's going to speak later. And now I would like to give the floor to Martin Kochesoko, founder of the Habzer organization. The floor is yours.
Dear honorable members of the Seimas, distinguished conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to speak at this important and meaningful event. My name is Martin Kochesoko, and I lead the Circassian non-government organization Habzer, founded in 2018 in Nalchik, in the heart of historical Circassia. My involvement in the Circassian national movement spans more than 2 decades. I was among the founders of the network organization Circassian Congress, which operated across the 3 Circassian Republic of historical Circassia, Kabardino-Balkaria, Adygea, and Karachay-Cherkessia. From the outside, we clearly understood that the preservation and future development of the Circassian people are impossible without the right of return from the millions of Circassians living in exile. Without restoring the unity of our people on their ancestral lands, and without reestablishing Circassians' status as a subject of international law. Just over 160 years ago, Circassia operated on every major European map. In 1864, after more than a century of resistance to Russian imperial expansion, our country is occupied, and Circassian people were subject to genocide. Around 90% of the population was killed or expelled from the homeland. Before this tragic event, Circassia was an active participant in international relations. Since antiquity, our ancestors maintained political and cultural ties with the Roman Empire and with Constantinople. During the Renaissance, Genoese and Venetian trading posts appeared along the Black Sea coast. Archive documents preserved in European cities comfort that Circassia's economy was firmly integrated into the wider European space. Starting in the 16th century, the Circassian elite cultivated close military political relations with Lithuania and Poland, striving to preserve independence in the face of increasingly aggressive Muscovy. These alliances built on shared interests endured into the late 18th century. During the final years of our struggle, Polish volunteers, unable to resist Russian aggression at home, fought alongside Circassians for our country's freedom until 1964. Today, Lithuania, Poland, and many other nations once occupied by Russia have regained their sovereignty and built independent states. At the threat from Moscow persists as the ongoing war in Ukraine clearly shows. For nations still under Russian domination, including the Circassians, the struggle for survival continues. Historical Circassia remains a region of extraordinary geopolitical and economic significance. Through occupation and the expulsion of the indigenous population, Russia secured control over the Black Sea of the Caucasus and strategic access to the Black and Mediterranean seas. Key energy routes, agricultural resources, and tourism corridors pass through these territories. Along the Black Sea coast today, only 13 Circassian villages remain a fragile symbol that these lands are still the ancestral home of a nation numbering in the millions. The vast majority of whom are denied the right to return. Even this surviving community face systemic pressure. The Shepsuk National District has been dissolved, and historical monuments and cemeteries continue to be destroyed, while monuments to the Russian imperial generals who carried out the atrocities now dominate the landscape of historical Circassia. And as the Circassians have not lost hope, we continue our struggle. Beginning in the late 1980s, a new national organization emerged in Circassia, evolving in the early 1990s into a powerful socio-political movement supported by the global diaspora. The International Circassian Association was established, bringing the Circassian question to the international arena for the first time. During this period, the parliaments of Kabardino-Balkaria and Adygea officially recognized the genocide of the Circassian people. It was affirmed the Adygeans, Kabardians, Circassians of Karachay-Cherkessia, and Shapsuks constitute one nation, united by the self-designation Adygea historical known as Circassians. Our 19th century national flag once again became its symbol of unity and the state flag of the Respublika, the Respublika of Adygea. In 2019, a fabricated criminal case against me led to my imprisonment. Only the overwhelming solidarity of Circassians worldwide forced the authorities to release me. When I was compelled to leave my homeland, I did so with one goal: to return together with the hundreds of thousands and millions of Circassians who remain in exile. Our aim is to ensure that the civilized world stands with us on the side of justice, truth, and freedom. Today's event in the Lithuanian parliament, held together with our friends and supporters, is an important step on that path, because this cause is not only Circassian, it is the cause of all who defend liberty, justice, and human rights. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Dabar norėčiau.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Audronis Ažubalis, member of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. The floor is yours. Thank you.
In my language, but please take the. Yes. Tai dar kartą laba diena.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It's nice you to see here in this historical hall. This is the historical hall because it reminds me of the 1990s. I was a bit younger back in the day. I was press representative for Professor Vytautas Landsbergis, our leader. The 1990s were very difficult. The economic blockade, a military pressure that turned into the events, the tragic events of 13th of January. But we managed to defend ourselves because of the whole nation, which formed a living shield around the then Supreme Council, our Seimas. Therefore, this hall is especially meaningful and significant because here freedom fighters would gather here from all of the Soviet Union, whether it was from Chechnya, Russian Democrats, our friends from Poland, or Latvia, Estonia, People's Fronts. This is a truly good place to plan further liberation of the humanity and of your own nations. 1 year ago, when my colleague Jakubauskas introduced me to Chembekov and Kaplan, we met in Vilnius and we had a very smooth planning session of what can be done to stir up the continent, to raise awareness about the history of your nation and show to our neighbors the necessity to support the decolonization of the nations occupied by Russia. And 1 year later, we are here. We have Mr. Mustafa here. And this conference is important because it plays an important educational role. Because in politics, you cannot vote for what you don't know. You need to believe certain facts, just like we believed in the cause of the Chechnya freedom fights, because we got to know them. We got to know their leader. And to finish my short speech, I would like to simply say that this is just the beginning of our cooperation, of our friendship. And maybe our path won't be as smooth, but I think this is just a beginning for your path here in this region towards the support to the freedom of your nation. So I wish all the best to you. Thank you.
Ačiū, gerbiamas Audroniau. Dar jie nori teikti jums padėkos ženklą.
Thank you, Mr. Žubalis, and a badge of honor as a token of appreciation to you is in place.
Tai man didelė garbė ir įvertinimas ir įpareigojimas ateičiai. Sėkmės mums visiems.
This is a symbol of my commitment for the future.
Ačiū, gerbiamam Audronijui Ažubaliui. Dabar
Thank you, Mr. Ažubalis. Now just a short remark by Mr. Pavilionis. I just want to say that among us, we do have other influential politicians. Deputy Speaker of the Seimas, Radvilė Morkūnienė, she is a former member of the European Parliament. She's very interested in your activities. Would you like to say something? Madam Morkūnaitė Mikulėnienė, she is very active in terms of Lithuanian historical memory, and I'm glad that she's here with us. Thank you, Mr. Jakubauskas, dear friends. It's nice to see you here. I don't know where to begin, so let's begin with a personal story, story that's not directly related to the Circassian people. It's related more to with the Chechen people. I remember 1994, 1995. I was 9 years old or 10 years old, and my mom and I, during the First War, we used to pray for the victory of the Chechnya. So the connection with nations that are distant geographically is very precious for me, because those nations, we share our values with these nations. I have a younger friend who remembers our conversations at home. Later, we used to watch news, and we talked about the Second War. So, regrettably, in the context of Georgia and Ukraine, we unfortunately forgot, in a way, other nations that are struggling for freedom, and we forgot their experiences, we forgot their pain. But now it is a good time for us to intensify at a political level, to come back to these topics, to talk to the world about these matters, to talk that Russia, Putin's Russia, the Soviet Empire, the Soviet Union, the Russian Empire is always the same. It never changes, and only we together as a world of free nations can withstand this darkness, this aggression and anger. So thank you for being here today. I would like to thank the organizers of the event, and it's very nice to see you here. Thank you for your intervention, and thank you for your time. And I hope this is just the first step, and the second step is going to be the recognition of the Circassian genocide by the Seimas, as it was the case with other genocides. So I hope that the Republic of Lithuania is going to be a place where the Circassian path towards future starts here in the European Union. And the last person I wanted to introduce, our former Minister of Agriculture, Kazys Starkevičius. Thank you for arriving in Lithuania, in free Lithuania. We are proud of that. I'm a member and chairman of various friendship groups. The past 2 years, I spent a lot of time in Moldova. A lot of people from Moldova came here to Lithuania to see our progress. And I think we inspired the Moldovan people to choose the right thing in the elections and to choose the right path. So they're on the good path towards the European Union. In the 1990, I remember General Dudayev, and I used to I believed in his victory, and I remember his words about Ukraine. He spoke about threats to Ukraine. He was like a prophet, but the world failed to hear those words. And it was your country, then it was Georgia that was invaded. We see the path that Georgia's on. The Ukrainians saw that their people are dying in the war, and the nation seeing that, however, Russians are hypnotized by Putin, but the path followed by Ukraine showed that the world fails to react in a timely manner to the threats. So we talk about peace, but we don't know how that peace is going to look like. So we have to be strong. We have to invest into defense, and Russians respect only those who are strong, and together we are strong.
Gerbiamam Seimo nariui.
Thank you, MP Kazys Starkevičius. Mr. Starkevičius is highly merited for the Lithuanian economy in political terms. And now, going back to our agenda, I would like to give the floor to Aila Bakali. Ms. Bakali is a representative of the Crimean Tatar Majlis at the United Nations, and she will speak on Crimea and Circassia, historical and cultural relations and similarities.
Kas ją paleis? Prašau, bet yra techninės problemos.
We have certain technical difficulties, so we'll listen to the message later. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Javlad Suleimanov from the United Force, the Chechen National Liberation Movement.
Dear participants of the conference, today we speak about a tragedy that the world ignored for many years. The genocide of Circassian people in the 19th century was one of the biggest crimes of the Russian Empire. Many people were killed, and most Circassians had to leave their homeland. This violence happened again in other places. Against Chechens in the Caucasian War and in 1944 into Russo-Chechen wars, in the Holodomor against Ukrainians, and during the occupation of Lithuania and the Baltic states. All these crimes show the same idea, to take away the right of nation to exist. These tragedies happened because the world stayed silent. Without recognition, there is no responsibility. And without responsibility, crimes can happen again. This is why historical truth is important. Ukraine has already recognized the Circassian Genocide and the occupation of Chechnya. This was a brave and moral decision. Today, I ask a Seimas of Lithuania to do the same, to recognize the Circassian Genocide and the occupation of Chechnya. This will support justice, help international law, and show solidarity with nations that suffered. Thank you.
Very sorry. Now we will be with Mr. Arūnas Degutis, the former member of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the Seimas, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. I had a speech, but I will not stick to it because I listened to Mr. Pavilionis' speech, and I'm glad that so many of you are here, and I am glad that Mr. Pavilionis took up the initiative to organize this event. So it means a success for your work. It guarantees your success, basically. And after our conversation 1 year ago, I spoke about my own activities, and I am engaged in the Post-Russian Nations Forum, and we need people as Mr. Pavilionis, who's a member of the Seimas. He's doing his job, and I'm glad that the young generation of our diplomats are successfully representing you. It reminds me of 1990 when Professor Landsbergis and we visited President Bush, and we tried to speak about the recognition of our country, the recognition of the act of the 11th of March on behalf of America. And a lot of Western nations did not recognize the annexation of 1944. We had our diplomatic representations. They were partially operational, and back then I was a very young and very active. I decided to travel around the world, and I had a pre-war passport of Lithuania. We had Ambassador Lozoraitis. I went to America. I wanted to buy a Lithuanian pre-war passport, acquire American driver's license, and to receive a card with Lithuanian symbols. Back in Lithuania, there was a union in the US, and they were issuing certain cards. It was a credit card, and then I started traveling. I started traveling the world actually with that passport. I had good relations with American diplomats. I received 3 visas on that passport before the recognition of Lithuania after the events in Moscow in 1990, and I, in a way, legitimatized those passports. I received 2 visas to the US, to Germany, and one American diplomat was a good friend of us. He participated here in events, and we used to talk a lot. And my family back then was in America, so I could fight independently, and there was no risk for my family. I bought a gun and several other things, and then I decided to go to America to visit my family, and I asked the American consul. I said I wanted to go to America, I want to visit my family, and I need a visa on a Lithuanian passport. He said, it's okay, we can do it, give me the passport, I'll give you the visa. But I said that I will not be allowed to leave. I need a different I need the visa on the Russian passport. And they tried to solve this problem. In several weeks, another consul came in. He was an American embassy in Belarus, Kazakhstan, and he said that the visa is free of charge. And I understand your path because I have already walked this path. In 1983, the KGB were trying to recruit me because of my good relations with the American diaspora, but I did not agree to do that. there were several cases against me, and I was threatened by with jail sentence, and they were mad that a young person would refuse to collaborate with the KGB. I had meetings with dissidents who were doing exactly the same as you're doing now. And when I visited the US for the first time, President Reagan invited all of the freedom fighters to commemoration of the Declaration of Human Rights, and I had an opportunity to see all of those in diaspora fighting against the Soviet regime, and it reminds me the current situation of youth, and maybe we can repeat what was done back in the day in America, and we will put every effort so you can walk our freedom path. And once again, I would like to thank Mr. Pavilionis and other members of the parliament, and we will do everything to make sure that your path ends in victory. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Degutis. Now I would like to give the floor to Oleg Pankevich from Ukraine. He's member of the Verkhovna Rada, and he's going to read his presentation.
Шановні пані і панове, маю велику честь бути на цьому заході.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, героям слава! Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be present in this historic event.
Тема нашої зустрічі не тільки про минуле, але й про сьогодення та майбутнє. Увесь світ має знати про те, що сучасна Московська імперія, яка напала на незалежну Україну у 2014 році, робила так увесь період свого існування. Вбивала, знищувала, окуповувала інші народи. Тож приклад геноциду черкеського народу є дуже яскравим.
The topic of our meeting concerns not only the past, but also the present and the future. The entire world must know that modern Moscow Empire that attacked the independent state of Ukraine in 2014 has acted in this way throughout its entire existence, killing, destroying, and occupying other nations. Therefore, the example of the genocide of Circassian people is extremely vivid and telling.
Черкеси і чеченці, інші кавказькі народи понад століття героїчно боролися, але сили були надто нерівними. Сьогодні Україна веде боротьбу з Московською імперією зла. Ми вдячні всім, хто допомагає українцям, особливо тим представникам інших народів, які з українцями ведуть боротьбу у Збройних силах України. Віримо у перемогу, перемогу добра над злом.
Circassians and Chechens fought heroically for more than a century, but the forces were too unequal. Today, Ukraine is fighting against the Moscow Empire of evil. We are grateful to everyone who supports Ukrainians, especially to representatives of other nations who are fighting alongside us within the armed forces of Ukraine. We believe in victory, the victory of good over evil.
Сьогодні ми зайдемо в одну з найстаріших церков у Вільнюсі. Будівництво церкви розпочалося у 1514 році у знак подяки Богові за велику перемогу над московитами під Оршею. Зараз це територія Білорусії. Славна перемога над силами, що переважали, була досягнута за керівництва Константина Острозького. Головне, що агресії московитів протистояли об'єднані сили – литовців, русинів, тобто українців, поляків, білорусів. Завдяки цій перемозі народи Європи ще тоді були врятовані від московського геноциду. Отже, об'єднання у боротьбі зі злом є запорукою нашої безпеки і перемоги.
Today, we will visit one of the oldest churches in Vilnius. Its construction began in 1514 as a sign of gratitude to God for the great victory over the Muscovites at the Battle of Orsha. Now it's a territory of Belarus. This glorious victory against a numerically superior enemy was achieved under the leadership of Konstantinos Trotsky. Most importantly, the aggression of the Muscovites was resisted by united forces: Lithuanians, Ruthenians, meaning Ukrainians, Poles, and Belarusians. Thanks to this victory, the peoples of Europe were saved at this time from the Muscovite genocide. So it means the unity in the struggle against evil is the key to our security and to our victory.
Товариство, зараз багато говорять про мирний план для України. Навіть є спроби схилити Україну до фактичної капітуляції. Але історія свідчить, що домовленості з Московією – це ще гірший геноцид у майбутньому, ще більші жертви серед мирного населення. Кавказькі народи це добре знають.
Ladies and gentlemen, today, a lot of people say about so-called peace plan for Ukraine. There are even attempts to push Ukraine toward de facto capitulation. However, our history proves that agreements with Moscow lead to even worse genocide in the future and to even greater civilian casualties. The people of the Caucasus know this very, very well.
Часто також чуємо про те, що Московія без Путіна буде більш демократичною. Цю версію заперечує історія. 101 рік війни на Кавказі, багато перемовин, обіцянок, але зі зміною правителів, а помінялося аж 5 імператорів, геноцид тільки посилювався. Героїчна боротьба народів за своє незалежне існування є священною, і вона ніколи не буде марною.
We also often hear claims that Moscow, without Putin, would become more democratic. History refutes this as well. 101 years of war in the Caucasus included numerous negotiations and promises. Yet, with the change of rulers, as many as 5 emperors, the genocide only intensified. The heroic struggle of nations for their independent existence is sacred and will never be in vain.
Саме завдяки національно-визвольним змаганням різних періодів Україна відновила незалежність в 1991 році. Так було у Литві і в інших народів. Черкеси, чеченці, інші окуповані імперією народи реалізують своє право на самовизначення. Тільки розпад Російської імперії стане гарантією миру для України, безпеки для Європи і усього світу.
It was precisely because of national liberation struggles in different historical periods that Ukraine restored its independence in 1991. The same was true for Lithuania and for many other nations. Circassians, Chechens, and other peoples occupied by this empire will exercise their rights to self-determination. Only the collapse of the Moscow Empire will guarantee peace for Ukraine and security for Europe and the world.
Я сьогодні представляю Львівську обласну раду, орган місцевого самоврядування Львівської області, яка відіграла важливу роль у відродженні української держави в 90-х роках. Український національний прапор замайорів над будинком обласної ради за 1,5 року ще до проголошення Україною незалежності у Верховній Раді. Зараз обласна рада підтримує ідею напрацювання в Україні державної політики, підтримки колонізованих Московією народів, імперією народів. Зокрема, прийняття Верховною Радою України відповідних законодавчих актів. Потрібні також місцеві регіональні програми, заходи щодо цієї проблеми.
Today I represent the Lviv Regional Council, a local self-government body of the Lviv region that played an important role in the revival of the Ukrainian state in the 90s. The Ukrainian national flag was raised over the council building 1.5 years before independence was proclaimed by Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Today, The Regional Council supports the development of a state policy in Ukraine aimed at supporting peoples colonized by the Moscow Empire. In particular, it supports the adoption of relevant legislative acts by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Regional programs, we believe, and initiatives on these issues are also very, very needed.
У нас також працюють недержавні організації і окремі ініціативи. У 1919 році видано книгу «Вбивство нації. Російський геноцид черкесів» автора у нас відомого Дмитра Чобота. Також в 2024-2025 роках видавались книги про визвольну боротьбу окупованих Росією народів. Оця книга «Недобровільне приєднання» також є перекладена на англійську мову. І тут є присутній один з авторів, Рустам Хуажев. Я йому після нашого заходу обов'язково подарую цю книгу.
We also have very active in this field non-governmental organizations and individual initiatives. For example, this book was published in 2019. The book is called The Murder of a Nation, The Russian Genocide of the Circassians by Dmytro Chobit, and needs translation into other languages. And in 2024 and 25, books about the liberation struggles of peoples occupied by Russia were also published. The book, Not a Voluntary Accession, has been translated and published in English, and we have here one of the authors of this book, Rustam Huazhev.
У 2025 році Львівська обласна рада в цьому році підписала меморандум про співпрацю з урядом Чеченської Республіки Ічкерія, який, сподіваємось, буде реалізовуватися у майбутньому. Продовжуємо також працювати в цьому напрямку, і ми дуже сподіваємось на співпрацю з Литовською Республікою, з якою у нас є спільна історія. На Литву ми рівнялися у 90-х роках, і Литва по-особливому підтримує Україну зараз.
In 2025, the Lviv Regional Council signed a memorandum of cooperation with the government of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, which we hope will be implemented in the future. And we continue to work in this direction and hope for cooperation, in particular with the Republic of Lithuania, with which we share a common history. In the 90s, Lithuania was a real role model for us. Lithuania is now providing exceptionally sincere support to Ukraine. We hope that Lithuania will become an example for other European countries in supporting oppressed nations.
Сподіваємось, що Литва стане прикладом для інших країн Європи у питанні підтримки поневолених народів. Ми віримо в це, і цей сьогоднішній наш захід, сподіваємося, що буде в подальшому також реалізовано. І завершуємо словами, які народилися під час національно-визвольної боротьби українців, які сьогодні відомі багатьом у світі. Слава Україні! Героям слава! І продовжуємо уривком Тараса Шевченка з поеми «Кавказ», яку він присвятив черкесам, чеченцям та іншим народам Кавказу, які боролися за свободу. І вам слава, сині гори, кригою окуті, і вам, лицарі великі, Богом не забуті. Борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає. За вас правда, за вас слава і воля святая.
And I would like to continue with the text from Taras Shevchenko's poem, The Caucasus, which he dedicated to the Circassians, to the Chechens and other peoples of the Caucasus who fought for freedom. And glory mountains blue to you, in ageless ice encased. And glory, freedom nights to you, whom God will not forsake. Keep fighting, you are sure to win. God helps you in your fight. For fame and freedom march with you, and right is on your side.
Дякую.
Ačiū labai gerbiamam Ole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pankevich. Your fiery speech was definitely impactful. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dorjo Dugarov, Advisor in International Affairs of the Free Nations League, leader of the Buryat National Movement, if he is present in the hall.
Labą dieną, mėly kolegis.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a little bit sorry I'm not speaking Lithuanian, but I have to speak because in this long, big conference we talk many important things and topics and saying many warm words of support to Circassian and expressing our support to Ukraine. And I want to tell you my personal story. Why? Because I live in Europe last 10 years and already I am a citizen of Finland. I speak Finnish language, but my family is Lithuanian because when I come to move to political immigration, I come to Lithuania and I meet my wife here. So my family is also Lithuanian. And I understand a little bit basic Lithuanian language, but not speak yet. I promise you next time I will speak in Lithuanian. So, this, my story started not 10 years ago. I am from a very ancient Mongolian family, dynasty, which has 400 years of struggle against Russian Empire. Every generation in my family sacrificed someone to struggle for independence. So, and 100 years ago, when the Russian Empire collapsed, Buryat Mongolian people declared independence and established 2 independent states. And in one of them, my grandfather and grandfather was ministers, and we have a kingdom. And here starts my connection to Lithuania, because our king, Bidia Dandaron, who was famous historian, Buddhologist, Orientalist, he has many students from Lithuania. It was in 60s, so, and he survived in Russian Gulag. And he my father met him and became his student. So, and there was many Lithuanian followers of Bidia Dandaron. So I grew in environment of Lithuanian intellectual society. So it's my story. And when 20 years ago, I started lead protest against Putin's policy in Buryatia, when Putin started protest to eliminate Buryatian autonomy. He plans to make some Siberian big region and eliminate our republic. I lead this protest. And that moment, Ukrainians, after first Maidan, helped me. They come to Buryatia and teach us how to make civilian protests and how to establish such organizations. And 10 years ago, when Russia invaded to Ukraine, first to Donbass, I was that person who published documents about how Russia sent troops from Buryatia, from Siberia to Russia. So I was under risk, and the Russian FSB tried to arrest me. And I was forced to leave from Russia, and I come to Lithuania, and I meet my wife. And here's a miracle. Why? Because before I come to Lithuania, half year before, aunt of my wife talked with her aunt. Talked with my wife, and she said that when she was young, she was in Siberia, in Buryatia, and they was under the suppression of Russians and suffered much, but Buryatian people helped them. And she said to my wife, in the future, maybe you will meet a Buryatian man. You have to marry it. So, and half year after I come. It's miracle. And we married, but now we live in Lithuania. But my wife and my Lithuanian family become my reliable rear. And we struggling. And we united all Buratian organizations. We started our movement again in exile. All Buratian, like Free Buryatia Foundation, Independent Buryatia, it was established by me. It's really a story. But one of my work is I explaining how it happens that Buryatians involved in this war. You know the story of Putin's Buryats, such things. And I trying to explain why it happens. Because Russian genocide, it's not only on Caucasus, it is in Siberia too. Our people's suffering. And they banned our language. We cannot use our scripting, writing system. We cannot study our history. In schools, nobody knows that Buryatia was independent a few times. And more than in 92, when Russia established this Russian Federation, there is no sign of Buryatia. You can see there is some Potapov and Saganov's handwriting, but it hasn't legal power. Why? Because Parliament of Buryatia in 92 not agreed. They said, you cannot sign this federal treatment. So Buryatia cannot be part of Russia. This is under occupation, and we're working under recognizing of this. We're trying to make our cases in international courts, trying to explain, and what the main things we do is uniting and coordinating with our national movements, and that is why we established Liga of Free Nations Liga. And at the moment, it is one of the effective, because we work not only in exile, in Europe, in America, we're working inside of Russia. We have all structures like, call it partisans or guerrillas. We're not exploding something, no, but we're doing sabotage. We're explaining to people, we're trying to make people not go to war. We have many followers inside, and I hope this our meeting, when we officially can start this process of recognizing of all national movements who were fighting and struggling for independence, will be recognized as our real authority of people under Russian occupation. I hope it will give us chance that we will succeed. I try. I think I said so many words, and already I was thinking to finish with words. Big Russia, big problem, but someone already said these words. But anyway, no Russia, no problem.
Ačiū gerbiamam Božo Dugarovui.
Thank you, Mr. Dugarov. Next to speak was Mr. Audrius Butkevičius, former member of the Seimas and signatory to the Act of Establishment of the State of Lithuania, but he's not present here today. So with that, I would like to open the floor for our next panel and give the floor to our next moderator, Dr. Sarah Sly. I'm not sure if we can start with a video message by Mr. Karl Altau, Director of the Joint Baltic American National Committee. Can we start with his video?
Ponas Karlas neatsiuntė savo pranešimo, tai dabar kviečiame Vasfije.
We don't have his speech available, so in that case, we will now give the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Vaspie Krasniki-Gudman. The floor is yours.
Okay. We will start this panel with Mr. Refat Chubarov, the chairman of the Crimean Tatar Mejlis.
Пане Рефате, ми вас не слышимо.
Шановна спільнота, дорогі друзі, брати і сестри, історія – це не просто перелік дат. Це фундамент, на якому ми будуємо своє сьогодення і намагаємося сприяти.
There will be no interpretation from Ukrainian.
Коли сьогодні ми говоримо про геноцид черкеського народу, ми не просто згадуємо трагедію 18-19 століть, ми аналізуємо сутність і наслідки російської імперської політики. Намагаємося вирвати її коріння, щоб запобігти новим трагедіям, які приносять носії політики смерті, тим, що вбиває наших людей і руйнує наші домівки та наші землі. Геноцид черкеського народу був здійснений Російською імперією у формі масового знищення черкесів під час Кавказської війни 1763-1864 років шляхом витіснення адигів із їхніх історичних земель. Фізичне знищення на власній землі та масове вигнання, мухаджирство призвели до того, що понад 90% черкеського етносу опинилися за межами своєї батьківщини.
Dear community, dear friends, brothers and sisters, history is not just a list of dates. It's the foundation on which we build our present and think about our future. That is why when we speak about the genocide of Circassian people, we are not only remembering a tragedy of 18th, 19th century. We are trying to understand the nature and the consequences of Russian imperial policy and to stop it from causing new tragedies. This is the same policy that kills people and destroys homes and lands. The genocide of Circassian people were committed by Russian Empire during Caucasian War of 1763-1864. It took the form of mass killings and the forced expulsion of Circassians from their ancestral lands. As the result of mass violence and forced exile, more than 90% of Circassian people were driven out of their homeland.
У контексті міжнародного права визнання цього факту – це не лише акт історичної пам'яті, а й питання юридичної відповідальності. Злочини такого масштабу не мають строку давності. Проте в міжнародній політиці питання геноциду черкесів десятиліттями залишалося незручним, що створило небезпечний прецедент безкарності за імперську експансію. Прошу.
From the perspective of international law, recognizing this genocide is not only about historical memory. It is also about legal responsibility. Crimes of this scale do not expire with time. However, for decades, the issue of Circassian genocide was ignored by international politics. This silence created a dangerous sense of impunity for imperial crimes.
Без жодного перебільшення, російсько-українська війна, розв'язана Росією у лютому 2014 році з окупації Криму і переведена у фазу повномасштабної агресії у лютому 2022 року, є прямим наслідком цієї безкарності за злочини проти черкеського, кримсько-татарського, чеченського та багатьох інших корінних народів, чиї землі були захоплені Росією.
The Russian war against Ukraine is a direct result of this impunity. It began in February 2014 with the occupation of Crimea and turned into full-scale invasion in February 2022. This war is the continuation of earlier crimes against Circassian people, the Crimean Tatars and the Chechens, and many other indigenous people whose lands were taken by force.
Геноцид кримськотатарського народу, здійснений Москвою 18 травня 1944 року, внаслідок якого загинуло 46,2% кримських татар, а народ майже 50 років насильницьки утримувався в місцях вигнання, сьогодні має своє трагічне продовження. Жорстокі переслідування та репресії проти кримсько-татарського народу в окупованому Росією Криму – це повторення того самого сценарію витіснення корінного народу з власної землі.
The genocide of the Crimean Tatar people, carried out by Moscow on May 18, 1944, led to deaths of 46.2% of the nation. The Crimean Tatars were forced to live in exile for almost 50 years. Today, this tragedy continues through repression and persecution in Russian-occupied Crimea, following the same pattern of removing indigenous people from their own land.
Таким чином, ми бачимо пряму і очевидну спадковість між діями Російської імперії, Радянського Союзу та сучасної Російської Федерації. Це єдина лінія колоніальної політики, спрямована на фізичне знищення, асиміляцію та підкорення народів, чиї землі були силою завойовані і насильницьки включені до складу Російської імперії, а згодом СРСР.
We clearly see continuity between the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and today's Russian Federation. It is the same colonial policy aimed at destruction, assimilation, and control of conquered nations.
Москва так і не змирилася з розпадом Радянського Союзу. Сьогодні всі її зусилля спрямовані на збереження та відновлення імперії. Російсько-українська війна, яка триває вже майже 12 років, є прямим наслідком сучасної політики Російської Федерації, спрямованої на імперський реванш.
Russia has never accepted the collapse of the Soviet Union. Its current policy is focused on restoring their empire. The war against Ukraine, which has lasted almost 12 years, is part of this imperial revenge.
Сьогоднішні дії Російської Федерації проти суверенних держав – це та сама імперська логіка знищення державності. Методи можуть змінюватися, але мета залишається незмінною – знищення нації, яка відмовляється підкорятися імперському центру.
Russia's actions against sovereign states today follow the same imperial logic. The methods change, but the goal remains the same: to destroy nations that refuse to submit to this imperial center.
Ми бачимо страшну закономірність. Там, де не було повноцінного міжнародного трибуналу, там, де не відбулося покаяння та покарання за злочини минулого, насильство неминуче повертається у ще масштабнішій формі.
History shows a clear pattern. Where crimes are not punished, violence returns in even more brutal form. Where there is no international tribunal, no accountability, new crimes become inevitable.
Сьогодні роль міжнародної спільноти є критично важливою. Ми живемо в час, коли самих лише глибоких занепокоєнь вже недостатньо. Міжнародна спільнота мала би дати чітку правову оцінку історичним злочинам, зокрема геноциду черкеського народу, геноциду українського та кримськотатарського народів, щоб зруйнувати міф про цивілізаційну чи творчу роль імперій. Забезпечити ефективні механізми ізоляції агресора, одночасно створюючи умови для реалізації поневоленими народами Росії свого права на самовизначення, аж до створення власних незалежних держав на своїх історичних землях, які в різні роки були насильницьки включені до складу Росії.
This is why the role of international community today is crucial. Expressions of deep concern are not longer enough. The international community must give a clear legal assessment of historical crimes, including the genocide of Circassian people, the Ukrainian people, and the Crimean Tatar people. Must isolate the aggressor and support the right of oppressed nations within Russia to self-determination, including the possibility of creating independent states on their historical lands.
Визнання геноциду черкесів, як і визнання масових злочинів проти інших народів, насильно включених до складу Російської імперії, а згодом СРСР, це питання безпеки всього сучасного світу. Поки імперські амбіції не отримують належної юридичної, політичної, а у випадку з Росією і військової відсічі, жодна держава і жоден народ у зоні інтересів Російської імперії не може почуватися в безпеці.
Recognizing the Circassian Genocide, as well as crimes against other peoples, forcibly incorporated into Russian Empire and the USSR is the matter of global security. As long as the imperial ambitions are not met with legal, political, and in the case of Russia, military resistance, no nation near such an empire can feel safe.
Правда, відповідальність і покарання – це єдині справді ефективні засоби запобігання новим злочинам проти людяності. Від імені Меджлісу кримсько-татарського народу вітаю всіх учасників конференції та бажаю нам всім плідної роботи. Дякую парламенту та уряду Литви за всебічну підтримку справедливої боротьби поневолених народів. Посилюємо підтримку України та мужній української нації, Збройних сил України. Україна переможе російського ворога, і ми всі з вами обов'язково зустрічатимемося на батьківщині, на землі кримсько-татарського народу, у звільненому Криму, в українському Криму. Дякую вам за увагу. Слава черкеському народу, слава Україні!
Truth, responsibility, and punishment are the only real tools to prevent new crimes against humanity. From the name of Mejlis of Crimean Tatarian people, Crimean Tatarian nation, we need to work together to meet with you in a freed Crimea, to support Ukrainian army to meet in a free Ukrainian Crimea. Slava to Circassian people. Slava Ukraini.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ahmed Zakayev, Prime Minister of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, very important event, for inviting me and giving me opportunity to express my point of view. It's very sensitive issues which we have today. And also, I would like to greeting all participants on the Chechen language. Marsh Dovil. It means come freely. And you now understand what means for Chechens, for Caucasian people, freedom. Freedom, it's not only just words for Caucasian peoples. It's our life. Thank you for inviting and having us. Honorable members, Parliament, and estimated participants of this conference. It is a great honor for me to speak today at this forum in a country that has itself gone through occupation and attempt to destroy its statehood and dignity of its people. Here today, the discussions of genocide of Circassian people cease to be merely a topic for historians. It becomes a matter of conscience, of security, and of the future of all Europe. When we speak about the genocide, the Circassians, we are not speaking only about a tragedy of the 19th century. We are speaking about ongoing crime of the Russian Empire. The very same empire that has changed its flags and its official names, but has never changed its essence, colonial, aggressive, and contemptuous of human life. From expulsion of the Circassians, from the conquest of Chechnya and whole North Caucasus, from the deportation of the Chechens and Ingush to Bucha and Mariupol. This is one line, one logic, the destruction of free peoples. Historical memory is not a museum. It is a political compass. The recognition of the genocide of the Circassian people by democratic states is not just of courtesy towards the past, but a choice of direction in the present. If we honestly call a crime genocide, we are obliged to take the next step to change our policy in such a way that something like this can never be repeated. And today, when in a sense a third world war is under very hybrid, protracted, but no less real, for that we simply have no moral right to remain in zone of comfortable formulas and half measures. All half steps, all diplomatic ambiguities today work not for peace, but work for the aggressor. Every time we avoid direct words when we call war a crisis, occupation a conflict, and genocide a tragedy, we give Moscow yet another signal to impunity. The Russian Empire is very skilled at reading weakness. It interprets caution as an invitation to strike again. Lithuania knows this better than many. Lithuania, like Estonia and Latvia, we once deprived of your freedom under the same flag that today is bombing Ukrainian cities and continues to keep the peoples of the North Caucasus in bondage. And we must speak honestly. If today, timely and sufficiently firm, discussions are not taken, tomorrow occupation may return to the Baltic states. This is not the rhetoric or fear. It's a sober analysis of the behavior of an empire that recognizes only the language of strength and resolve. Therefore, when we're speaking about the recognition of the genocide of Circassian people, I am addressing you not only as the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, a country in solidarity with the victims of the past. I am addressing the leadership of a country which, in my view, must become the political vanguard in Europe, the vanguard of honest languages and a real strategy. If we recognize that Russian Empire has committed and continue to commit genocide against the peoples of the Caucasus, then we must also recognize the consequences of this. The subjugated peoples are not an internal affair of Russia. This is a question of international security and international law. In this regard, I call on the Lithuanian Seimas, following the examples of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, to recognize the territory of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria as a temporarily occupied by Russia. Such a decision will have three key consequences. First off, it will affirm a simple truth. The Chechen people are not a part of the Russian Federation. that has voluntarily accepted its rules. The Chechen people are people deprived of their independent statehood as a result of war, occupation, and mass crimes which the international community has yet to fully name and investigate. Second, it will send a clear signal to all other subjugated peoples of the Russian Empire. Europe sees you and hears you. The recognition of the Circassian Genocide and the recognition of Ichkeria as an occupied territory are two parts of single step. We are not merely mourning the past. We are building a political bridge to a future in which the Caucasus ceases to be an internal colony and becomes a fully fledged subject of European and global politics. Third, such a decision will strengthen Lithuania itself and the entire Baltic region, because Lithuania's security begins not only at its own border, but also on the Terik, on the Kuban, in Grozny, and in Nalchik. Dismantling imperial control over the North Caucasus is not an abstract Russian problem. It is a key element of the long-term security of the region from the Baltic to the Black Sea. We often hear we must think about world after the war. But let us honestly acknowledge this after will depend on whether we have the courage today to call things by name, its proper names. The Third World War that Russia has unleashed against the international order is waged not only with tanks and missiles, but also with lies, with the subsequences of concepts, with attempts to present colonial aggression as the defense of historical interests. The recognition of genocide and the recognition of occupation are ways to destroy this lie, to strip the empire of its moral mask and to show that what we face is not some special civilizational path, but the hybrid politics of violence and conquest. In 2023, in the building of the European Parliament in Brussels, the founding Congress of the Committee for the Restoration of Statehoods of Peoples of the North Caucasus was held, bringing together delegates of the Caucasian resistance from the United States, Turkey, Jordan, and many other countries. At this Congress, a program was adopted to coordinate the political, legal, and information struggle for the occupation of the region, as well as a mechanism for permanent interaction with European institutions and national parliaments. The committee was headed by my good friend Iyad Yagar, who is present here today. Today, we must employ all possible instruments, legal, diplomatic, informational, and economic. We need to mobilize all available forces from parliamentarians and governments to the academic community and the diasporas. In the context, I call for close and more systematic cooperation between the Republic of Lithuania and the North Caucasus Committee and the government of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. This should not be episodic, symbolic communication, but ongoing, institutionalized work, consultations, joint resolutions, expert groups, humanitarian and educational programs. We are living at a moment when tomorrow really may be too late. Too late to recognize a genocide when the witnesses have been destroyed. Too late to defend your freedom when the enemy is already at your door. Too late to speak solidarity when the one who needed it has already seen his country wiped from the map. But today is not yet too late. Today we still have the chance to unite historical justice with political responsibility. The recognition of the genocide of the Circassian people is a step towards restoring the truth about the crimes of the Russian Empire. The recognition of Ichkeria as an occupied territory is a step towards forming a new, honest architecture for security in which the peoples of the Caucasus cease to be small change in someone else, the geopolitical games. Honorable friends, honorable participants of this conference, Lithuania once made its choice in favor of freedom, and by this choice, it inspired others. Today, Lithuania has the opportunity once again to be the voice of principle, not only for Europe, but also for those people whose flag still cannot freely fly over their capitals. Historical memory demands not only words, but decisions. Let your decisions become the very landmark that shows in the 21st century there is no place for empires that justify genocide, occupation, and colonial slavery. There is a place only for free nations that defend to each other. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Dėkojame. Tegyvuoja Ičkerija.
Please welcome our next speaker, Professor Dr. Mohammed Hawash.
You talked about the genocide, and I will talk today about the result of the genocide. A group of Circassians who suffered the genocide and the mass deportation, they arrived to Jordan and they settled in Amman. Amman governed it. It was abandoned before the Circassians arrived. الخارطة. Okay. Amman is in the center of Jordan. Jordan is a part of the Middle East. Nowadays it's famous, and maybe everyone heard about it because of the Gaza conflict. Amman, before the Circassians arrived, was abandoned, like you see here. No even any result of animals even, footprints. The Circassians started to arrive to Jordan in 1868 until 1910. Then different groups arrived. Mostly they are Adigas. We have some Abazas, and we have some Chechens, and we have some Ingush, and we have some Ossetian, but in general we are Adigas, mostly Kabardian. Now the Circassians arrived. This is the picture of the first group of Circassians who settled in the ruins of Amman. You see the Roman theater, which was vacant in the previous picture, and now they are settled, and you see they are started blowing the land and planting some trees. This is the ruins of Amman, and here's the citadel where you see some cropland. And you see the greenery now, and some small houses, they arrived to Jordan. And now this is Amman, after 105 years or 150 years, actually. Now, the unique of the Circassians in Jordan that they took since the beginning of establishing the new Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, 1921, they are active part of the government of Jordan. And from the beginning, they were, for example, the first mayor of Amman was Circassian. And we have, among all the situation in the government and rulers, we are active. In the Jordanian army, we reached the rank of the deputy general commander. And we have many generals, and the list of them we can I can give it to anyone who is interested. And then the government, civil government institutions, we have governors, we have ambassadors, we have mayors, and we have ministers, we have senators, we have deputies, and we have in all ranks of the institutions of Jordan. In Jordan, if we got all these positions, which you will wonder if you go through, you think that I will say that they took these positions because of their hard work and they really fair when they rule and when they are managers and directors. So they don't, the Jordanian people are from Palestinian descent, from Syrian descent, from Iraqi descent, from even Yemeni descent. So Jordanian is a complex
Charging battery,
of Arabs
charging battery.
beside the Circassians. Circassians, when I say Circassians, I mean all the North Caucasian people, which means Chechens, Ingush, Ossetian, Abaza, Abkhaz we don't have, but we have Kabardian and Adigas, as we say. Now, all those generals and all of those, they got the respect of the people. So no, the Circassians in Jordan, they are loved ones. Nobody is against Circassians in Jordan. Because we served the country, we served ourselves, we conserved our heritage, we preserved our language, and we have institutions. Some is charity association, so we don't have poor people in the streets. We have culture clubs and associations. They teach our language. In Jordan laws, we don't have anything against Circassians to protect their language or to protect their heritage. We are full citizens, at the same time we are Circassians, which means in the laws, in the parliament, for example, we always have 3 members of the parliament should be Circassians, which means we are not undercover Circassians, we are openly Circassians. So we are candidates as Circassians, and we were elected as Circassians. In the ministerials and the government, we are Circassians. We occupy 1 or 2 cabinets, and always we are Circassians. We preserve and we are proud of our national heritage and national sovereignty. Beside all of this, we have a goal and we have a dream. Our dream is to have our own government, our own state in our homeland, not in others' land, which means we want and we are looking forward to have our free Circassia where we could assist and we could promote a new state independent. And thank you for listening.
Please welcome our next speaker, who is actually So our next speaker will be Mr. Karl Altau, who is the keynote speaker, and he has a video message. He is the director of the Joint Baltic American National Committee. He did? Oh. Well, let's try this one more time. We have a lot of video messages here. And we have some live online.
We have
Okay, we have a video message from Mr. Mirza Davitaya. He's the former Minister of State for the Diaspora of Georgia.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scholars, policymakers, and friends,
It is an honor to speak at this international conference dedicated to the genocide of Circassian people in the context of history and contemporary politics. Holding this gathering in Vilnius is deeply symbolic. Lithuania is a country that understands from its own experience what occupation, historical erasure, and resistance to imposed narrative truly mean. Today, I would like to speak about solidarity, historical truth, and the direct link between how we judge the past and how we protect the future. First, I would like to address the recognition of Circassian genocide by Georgia, as well as the opening of a memorial for the victims on the Black Sea coast. This recognition was not only an act of remembrance, but an act of responsibility. The people of Caucasus has for centuries lived side by side, sharing common culture, many human ties. When Russian Empire extended into our territories, it imposed familiar imperial strategy, divide and rule, erase identities, falsify history, and silence the victims. Georgia's recognition made a clear statement that the falsification of history is no longer acceptable and imperial crimes cannot be hidden behind the mythology. Georgia became the first country to recognize the Circassian genocide, opening the door for international recognitions, including Ukraine, and we hope Lithuania and the other European democracies in the near future. In this context, allow me a brief personal note. I had an honor to be part of the undertaking that led to the erection of the memorial on the Black Sea coast. This place where the memorial stands is called Anaklia, a place of profound historical significance. Anaklia was one of the locations from which Circassians were forcibly deported to the Ottoman Empire at the final phase of the genocide. Placing the memorial there was not accidental, of course. It was an intentional act of restoring memory to the landscape that once witnessed loss, displacement, and silence. History teaches us that what happens when crimes are not properly judged. The Holodomor, for example, a man-made famine that killed millions of Ukrainians, remained unnoticed and unrecognized for decades. We must ask an uncomfortable question. Had this crime been clearly and universally recognized earlier, would it have been morally and politically easier for Russia to invade Ukraine 3 years ago? Of course not. Silence does not bring stability. It invites repetition. Georgia's recent history offers another painful lesson. The ethnic cleansing of Georgians in Abkhazia in the beginning of 1990s was never adequately condemned by international community. Had this crime been properly judged at the time, the Russian military against Georgia would not be invading in 2008 so easily. Lithuania knows this pattern well. During the Soviet occupation, tens of thousands of Lithuanians were forcibly deported to Siberia, imprisoned, and killed. For decades, these crimes were denied, arose from memories, and only through big efforts, documentations, and international recognitions, it did re-enter public consciousness. Lithuania's work to preserve historical memory has not only honored the victims, it has strengthened national resilience against disinformation and historical manipulations. These four cases, Circassia, Georgia, Ukraine, and Lithuania, reveals the same lesson. When historical crimes are left without judgment, they return in new and more violent forms. Today, the Russian state seeks to restore imperial influence not only through the military force, but through hybrid warfare and propaganda built on distorted history. As a smaller nation, our military resources are very limited, but on the front of truth, memory, and historical accountability, we hold an decisive advantage. Countries like Georgia, Ukraine, and Lithuania understand how propaganda operates. It glorifies empire, silences victims, and delegitimizes natural identities. But propaganda collapses when confronted with documents and truth. We have seen this in Soviet Union. When Soviet Union controlled media, the mythology prevailed. But once the censorship weakened and free speech was possible, the mythology of Revolutionary Guard of Red Army and Communistic Party collapsed. The same principle applies today. Recognition of Circassian genocide is not only an act of remembrance, it is an act of prevention. By giving proper judgment to historical crimes, we reduce the probability of further aggression. In this sense, historical justice is not backward-looking. It is a tool for security and deterrence. Georgia took the first step, Ukraine followed. And Lithuania, with its strong commitment to historical truth, rule of law and European values, is uniquely positioned to continue this moral leadership. In conclusion, remembrance is not only about honoring death. It is about protecting the living and safeguarding the future. Truth is our strongest defense. Thank you.
Our next video message is from Mr. Temuri Yakubashvili. He's the former ambassador of Georgia to Washington, USA.
Greetings. Thank you to organizers for this opportunity to address you today. When we are talking about Circassian issues, we have to remember that it basically divides into three different categories. One of them would be historical facts and historical events that took place. The second one will be a current situation, and third one will be way forward and future and tomorrow. As of present days, I think that we are somehow stuck into the paradigms of the last century and the previous centuries, that things happened, and a lot of things are built to the events that took place many, many years ago, which are very much relevant to many generations since then. And further we go, it becomes less relevant to younger generation. And that's why I believe that the primary reason for this kind of events that we are participating today is actually not only to keep the issue alive, but also to find the ways to address shortcomings that we had before arriving today. It seems to me that the primary concern we should have is finding the ways to engage more use of the Circassian descent into the identity quest. And the identity quest is the primary quest because displacement of the Circassians from their historic homeland happened under the circumstances when the Russian Empire was trying to eliminate the identities, and many countries that were under Russian Empire remember that very well, and it differs very much from any other empires who were just coming there to specific places for economic gains, but they never really tried to undermine the identities of locals. Unlike the Russian Federation and every country that used to have this misfortune to be a part of the Russian Empire, remembers very well the Russification process that Imperial Russia was conducting, which included the massive deportation and genocide of the certain ethnic groups. And given the current circumstances, it seems to me that most of the emphasis should be placed on not only keeping the identity of Circassians scattered around the world, but also to engage the younger generation in that. And I was talking about shifting paradigms, and the paradigms that are today, they present both challenges and opportunities, and the challenges are that people are kind of losing this identity with time, but the opportunities are also linked to the fact that now we are much more interconnected, and we are much more able to communicate with each other without living in one specific place altogether, so create the global communities. And the new result of this paradigm, I would say, also refers to many increased number of sympathizers of the Circassian case. The fact that the event is happening in Europe tells you that there are countries in Europe that sympathize with the cause. The same can be said about Ukraine, same can be said about Georgia, and other countries in a different degree. All of them are willing to accommodate the idea of Circassian self-identity and elevate it not only on the identity level, but on the political level as well. And in that regard, it seems to me that all these countries that are sympathizing to the cause can be and should be utilized as a meeting ground for Circassian diaspora events, not only the conferences, but it can be a youth camp, it can be educational institutions, it can be hubs for online activities, and is this new paradigm and new opportunities that is presented to everybody in this globalized and very interconnected world should be extended to Circassians wherever they live, where they physically are. And I believe that events, developments that are happening around Russia today, one day inevitably will present an opportunity to have a self-determination of Circassians in their historic homeland, and not only on a cultural basis, but on a political basis as well. Thank you.
Our next video message is from Ms. Ayla Bakalo, from the Crimean Tatar Mejlis. And no, she's the United Nations representative for the Crimean Tatar Mejlis.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayla Bakali. I am a Crimean Tatar here in the U.S., and I have been representing the Crimean Tatar people from the Crimean Peninsula of Ukraine at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues for some time. I would like to begin to thank the Seimas, the Lithuanian Parliament, in providing this opportunity to speak with you via this pre-recorded speech. It was only several weeks ago, on December 2nd, that the Lithuanian mission to the UN in New York hosted a side event along with the Ukrainian permanent mission on the consequences of human rights violations for civilians and children. This event was precision timed as it preceded the UN General Assembly emergency session on the Russian aggression against Ukraine, whereby the UN, the world body, adopted a resolution which received 91 votes to end forcible transfer of Ukrainian children. Lithuania's consistent efforts in advocating human rights, historical justice for Ukraine and its people, the Crimean Tatars and the Circassians, remain greatly appreciated. I wish to also thank the freedom-loving Circassians and Chechens and my Crimean Tatar people who have been to hell and back to hell over the span of hundreds of years. It still has not ended. The thematic view of this conference speaks to our never-ending struggle for justice and freedom. Given the short allotted time, I will restrict my comments to one theme that has an overarching applicability not only to the Caucasus region, but to Ukraine and indigenous Crimean Tatars, which Russia's imperialistic policy has not left us. Their vision for Greater Russia is moving forward. It has started in 2014 with the illegal temporary annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula, and in 2022, further invasion into mainland Ukraine. While our common history is both sad and tragic, but it is also replete with resilience and resistance and courage. And we have each other, and in a sort of paradoxical way, this tragedy has brought us together under this common denominator. We are very much united by our shared tragic history of genocide. To wit, our historic interface between the Circassian and Crimean Tatars is an unfinished chapter within the annals of our history as we go back hundreds, even thousands years. We are the peoples of the Black Sea region. We shared common architecture. We shared traditions given our geography. The Crimean Hunite, which ruled Crimea from 1441 to 1783, had cross-cultural trust and reciprocity in social interaction with the Circassians, such as the custom of atalyık, which is a custom of fosterage. The custom of fosterage whereby Crimean Huns presented their children and relatives, sending their Crimean princes under the tutelage of Circassians in its education and breeding. The Prince Han Grai wrote about it in his work titled Notes About Circassia. The education was in leadership, endurance, under the umbrella of military sciences, as well as equestrian sportsmanship, shooting, and wrestling. Moreover, the Crimean Tatar child was also taught communication skills known as speechcraft. Just this short synopsis presents us many gaps in the history of the region, and moreover, the patterns of people-to-people exchange and the processes in our encounter with Ukrainians, indigenous Crimean Tatars, the Chechens, the Circassians, and their connections have been interrupted by the Russian Empire conquests, pillaging, and its killing fields. Russia's war in Ukraine has been a revelation in the post-Cold War great power competition set to shape our world. How quickly the political map of the world has changed and can change. Only 55 sovereign states existed in the 1900s. 100 years later, the 13 empires that dominated the world in 20th century had collapsed. today at the United Nations, as of January 2025, there are 193 sovereign nation members. World War I, the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires were dismantled by other powers. Anti-colonial activism caused the British and the French, who withdrew from their colonies. The Soviet Union disintegrated in 1991. Moscow could not sustain its communist regime. The system fell. There was no will to live under such a system. Having stated this, we might ask ourselves the following probing questions. Is the Russian Federation, as the successor state to a collapsed empire, made its first steps in resurrecting its past by invading the sovereign nation of Ukraine? That it has nothing to do with Ukraine's wish as a sovereign state to join NATO and EU. Ilan Berman and Herman Pichner wrote an article in the Washington Times back in 2000 on the implications of Russian law that went into effect in 2001. And I quote, "A foreign state or a part thereof may be accepted into the Russian Federation as a new federal entity." The article notes further that the proposal to join Russia must originate from a foreign state. Who are these foreign states? Is the invasion of Ukraine by Russia simply to forcibly regain the empire in which Russia itself lost and failed to maintain? Instead, Russia has returned to its old self, with full speed moving forward to a past, an imperial past customized for the 21st century. Whether it will succeed is still not yet known. Given a projected 2-week takeover of Kiev has now turned into 4 years. However, Europe should take note that the existence of a legal base for Greater Russia has been planted already back in 2001. Perhaps Europe, too, must go back in time in order to move forward and meet Russia on its own leveling field. Thank you.
Okay, we have one final very short video message from Mr. Alexei Goncharenko, Member of Parliament, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and then we will have a very short coffee break, 5 minutes, and continue.
Hello to all members of the conference, which is now held in Vilnius in Lithuania. Hello to all Circassians, representatives of other nations, and to all Lithuanians who are supporting this. Ačiū. And thank you very much, dear friends, for what you're doing, and it's an honor for me to address you. My message is very simple. De-imperialization of Russia is the only way to security in Europe. That's it. Before Russia will become a usual, normal nation state, that would be a constant threat for all of us. Because today Russia is not a normal state. It's a prison for nations. For Czerkessians, for Chechens, Kalmyks, Tatars, and many, many, many others. And that makes Russia so dangerous and so crazy horrible. Because what they are doing is just destroying nations and their future for next steps of revanchism, imperialism, expansion. That's what they are doing. No difference how they are called. Russian Empire, Soviet Union, Russian Federation, the essence is the same. It's colonization of people and using them. That's it. And Czerkessians, unfortunately, is one of the nations which are suffering from this already for 200 years. In 2022, Ukrainian parliament addressed the parliaments of the world, including Lithuanian parliament, to recognize right of self-determination for the colonized nations of Russian Federation. In 2025, on January 9, almost exactly a year ago, Верховна Rada adopted the resolution about recognition of genocide of Circassian people during the Caucasian War in the 19th century. As the head of Caucus for Free Caucasus, I was advocating for this recognition for a long, long time, proposing such bills and moving it forward, and I'm happy that finally it happened. Circassians, as well as other nations, deserve their right to build their own state, free state, where they will live freely without any suppression from empires, from Russian Empire, first of all. So my support to you. We need all to be free. Before the last nation, which is colonized by Russian Empire, will not be free, all other nations in neighborhood will be under threat. And we in Ukraine, we understand it very well. We continue to fight against this empire. We are doing our best, and we give our hand to all those who are ready to fight for future of their nations. Slava Ukraini, freedom to Czerkessia. Thank you very much. Russian Empire should be destroyed.
Yes, you can have a coffee. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
It's very short, 5 minutes. Dear guests, please take your seats. Дорогие гости, пожалуйста, займите свои места в зале. Да, будем пробовать. Mr. Brian Williams, please take your seat. Dear colleagues, please come your seats inside. We decided only people who are here, not recorded messages because it's too long, who are here, because at 5 o'clock the translators will close session. They asked to, we must close the conference 5 p.m.
Okay.
Maybe better ask Orhan because he knows people. I only one of organizers.
He told me this one's going to go, that one's erased, and that one's erased.
Okay. Where is Orhan Bey? Maybe you please announce the first person. I don't know, Yusuf Bahadir Keskin. He's here or not here?
He is not here, I think. They told me to erase him.
Oh, okay.
He's gone. And they wanted me to do Glenn Howard instead, a different guy.
Professor Mrs. Lydia Yunova. She
asked, can I still participate?
Yes. You can announce, Mrs. Medinseva.
If she's online, I'm not sure.
But here was technician man. I don't know where is. Yes. You can announce Mrs. Medinseva.
Okay.
You can announce. Kviečiu poną Brian Glein.
I would like to give the floor to Mr. Professor Dr. Brian Glenn Williams.
Honor and the pleasure of being here today with my esteemed colleagues. It is really thrilling for me as a person who comes from the small mountain country of Wales in Britain to be here with my amazing colleagues, the Chechen group over here, Circassians, Lithuanians, Crimean Tatars. I think this is a very momentous historic event. Almost reminds me of the Jews coming together in Basel, Switzerland in 1897 to do the first Jewish World Congress. The Jews had a dream of building a homeland, of creating a new Israel 2,000 years after the Jews have been expelled from Jerusalem by the Romans. What I'm going to do in my talk today is sort of take the case of the Circassians, a diaspora community that's faced genocide and expulsion, and I'm going to try plugging the Circassian case into other case studies that have, I believe, important applications for understanding what the future holds and the past holds for the Circassian people. Of course, diaspora is a term that's often misunderstood and misused, but it has specific meanings. A diaspora is a community that lives in one place, but continues to have a deep emotional attraction and pull to another territory. Not every group living beyond its homeland is the diaspora. For example, the African Americans living in America today, they don't qualify as a diaspora because they don't remember where they came from. They don't dream about going back to, say, Senegal or Ghana. They don't count as a diaspora. The Jews are, of course, the ultimate example of a diaspora. The Jews have a fascinating history. They lived next door to the Philistines. The Philistines were people who came from Greece. They weren't the original Arabs, they're Greeks who came from Cyprus, the mainland Greece. They established themselves on the coast, and they lived next to the Israelis for hundreds of years. But then, in roughly 600 BC, the Babylonian Empire came and conquered both Israel and the Philistines. Both the Philistines and the Israelis were dragged off into slavery, and amazingly enough, the Philistines disappeared from history forever. Their memory forgotten. Even their language disappeared. But the Jews survived. They kept their identity alive, and the reason was they had a sacred homeland. The homeland was sacred to the Jews. It was the land of their people's miracles. And they kept their identity alive generation after generation as they're living in exile in ancient Babylon. And then, of course, you all know the story. The Babylonian Empire fell to the Persians, and the Jews migrated back home to their holy land, to Israel. They survived, but the Philistines are gone forever from history. The name Philistine survives in the land of Palestine, but the Philistines disappeared because they couldn't keep their group identity alive during the exile years in Babylon. So the Philistines are gone. Now we have another example of an ancient people who disappeared from history. Romania was once ruled by people called the Dacians. They were conquered by Rome in about 106 AD, and their ethnic group, their identity, disappeared forever from history. It was a complete genocide, and now the Dacians' culture is gone. But at the same time period, the Jews were again expelled from Jerusalem by the Romans. Romans burnt and destroyed Jerusalem 70 AD and kicked all the Jews out of Israel by about 130 AD. But the Jews kept their traditions alive, their culture. Every year, the Jews would meet for ceremonies and say, ching ching, drink. Next year, God willing, we shall meet in holy Jerusalem. This transgenerational passing on of linkage to the soil of Israel helped keep the Jewish people alive for centuries as they lived scattered in diaspora away from their homeland. They didn't assimilate. Even though they lost their language, the Jews spoke Arabic if they lived in North Africa, or Turkish if they lived in Turkey, or the Jews spoke Yiddish in Eastern Europe, or Russian, German, whatever. but they kept this linkage, this emotional linkage to the people's homeland, and they always said, one day, God willing, we will return to Israel. And as you know, in the 1890s, the Jews had a big conference in Basel, Switzerland, very similar to the conference here today. And they all came together and said, one day we will return and start building our homeland. This led to the birth of the Zionist movement. And this birth took place at a time when something fascinating was happening in the world. The birth of a new political ideology called nationalism. Nationalism changes things. It tells people that your blood is important. My blood as a German or a Circassian, or in my case, a Welshman, is very important to me. I'm Welsh, we're better than the English. The English are nothing. They're Anglo-Saxons. We are the Celts. Nationalism gives you a link.
Mr. Brian, one minute please left.
Okay, get you. Give them a link to the homeland. The Circassians, I believe, have that same ideology. They migrated to the Ottoman Empire before there was nationalism, but they're passing on to new generations a link to the homeland. And I think even though they migrated to the Ottoman Empire and their identity began to dissolve because the Ottoman Empire was Muslim and they believed in the Caliph and the Aktoprak, the white soil, they're now rediscovering and passing on a new link to new generations. I hope that the Circassians will do what the Jews did and recreate the identity, and one day, God willing, migrate back to the homeland with all their intellectual capacity and capital to rebuild the homeland for Circassians. Thank you.
Ačiū gerbiamas profesoriau Brianai. Aš norėčiau pasveikinti gerbiamą Seimo narį Remigijų Motuzą. Gerbiamas Remigijus Motuzas yra Seimo užsienio reikalų komiteto pirmininkas.
He's the chair of the Seimas Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Gerbiamas Remigijau, priimkit prašom padėką iš čerkesų bendruomenės rankų.
Mr. Motuzas, please accept the token of appreciation on behalf of the Circassian representatives to you. Good afternoon. Dear participants, dear guests of this conference, it is truly an honor for the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania to host this conference on the Circassian Genocide and current contemporary Circassian geopolitics. When I was approached by Mr. Jakubauskas, as well as my fellow members of the Seimas, Mr. Paviljonis and Mr. Žubalis, we did not, as you may have heard, Lithuania for centuries has been a multicultural state. Ever since the times of the Grand Duke of Vytautas, Grand Duke of Lithuania, we have been joined with your, as well as other nations, and even in later centuries, Lithuania used to be a multicultural hub. And we can also take pride in the fact that there were no ethnic conflicts in the history of our state. We were even among the states that managed to establish in 1997 an institution of representing different ethnicities. I had a chance to represent this organization for 5 years in 1997. Different nations have always been represented here, being the patriots of their nations. We're currently going through uncertain times. The times when our values are slipping from our grip. Seeing what's happening in other regions, including ethnic conflicts there, we are concerned, which is why I believe we must be vocal about the previous genocides and ethnic cleansings of the past and the repressions that had been pursued against those nations. Something that will help us to avoid and prevent conflicts in the future and stay safe. I thank you once again for having gathered here in Vilnius to a multicultural hub, as I have said, a place which has never faced any ethnic conflicts. We boast the cohabitation, peaceful cohabitation of different nations, and hopefully that this event will enrich the political life of ours and will contribute greatly to the survival of your great nation, wherever you might be. I truly hope that you can feel safe and recognized citizens of the world. Thank you and all the best. Thank you, Mr. Motuzas. That was the chair of the Seimas Committee on Foreign Affairs. And we would also like to decorate a person who contributed dearly to the organizing of this event, Mr. Laurynas Čižas. Thank you, Laurynas, very much.
So we'll now be joined from the Ukrainian parliament.
Na, o dabar išklausysime iš Ukrainos aukščiausiosios rados narę, ponę Mezinčevą.
Hello, dear friends. I hope you can hear me well and you can see me well. I was late due to the fact that I had to put my small baby son to sleep. So I hope you will apologize me. First of all, I want to highly thank my fellow colleagues from the Lithuanian Parliament for such high-level conference and the discussions and the topic that has been set up, which is extremely important in the contemporary understanding of international armed conflicts, of international notion of genocide, which has been experienced by indigenous people of Czerkessia, which has been experienced by indigenous people living here in Ukraine, for instance. The Crimean Tatars, Karaims, Krimchaki, many other oppressed nations across so-called Russian Empire, which has never stopped its imperialistic ambitions, which has never stopped to oppress, to kill, to rape, to vanish cultures, voices, languages, and nations from their existence. If we look at the statistics, beautiful Circassian language is now being spoken only by 2%, preserved by 2% of its initial population, spread across the globe from both Americas to Australia's, residing also in Europe, Turkey, and other partner states. As a chairwoman of the delegation to the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, I would like to special resolutions concerning the aggression of Russian Empire in the context of historical retrospective. We were talking about, of course, Circassian nation and other nations oppressed by Russia. We are trying to develop this understanding for our partners across the world to be finally very blunt about the fact that Russia never intends to stop. It is trying to not only oppress the nations, but at the expense of their cultures, history, to exist itself. So Russia is trying to recreate its empire by oppressed nations. I am so deeply honored to initiate, together with my colleagues in the Ukrainian parliament, a resolution that we anonymously passed I think more than half a year ago, with regards to recognition of Circassian genocide conducted by Russian Empire, starting from 19th century. I think this genocide hasn't stopped. We see deported families, we see the stories retold by many friends, which I heard in New Jersey, in New York, in Europe, in Strasbourg, and many other places where we meet with Circassian friends. I am proud that the fact we are raising this awareness across Europe will be meaningful to our common victory, your victory and our victory. And colleagues, I see that this awareness and understanding of the problem, understanding of the fact that genocides did not come up just in 20th and 21st centuries, but were developing through the previous decades and years by the aggressor, who is the Russian Empire under its current leadership, until we stop them, I don't see a lone and just peace, not only for our subcontinent, but also for the whole world. I also would like to let you know that we keep the work of our special commission in the Ukrainian parliament with regards to the oppressed nations within the Russian Federation. And of course, Circassians are one of those groups, important people for us, who are we constantly in touch. And I hope, last but not least, in the coming months of Ukrainian parliament activity, we will finally, first time we will pass the law on the special conditions of our partnership with the oppressed nations of Russian Federation, including our honorable Circassian friends. I hope that we can win together, we can preserve our culture, our language, our history. That's what we really fight for. And I would like to thank everyone, every nation, every representative who is currently shoulder to shoulder stands with us, with Ukraine, and with the right for existence. This is all enshrined in the international conventions of the UN, in the Council of Europe resolutions, and I hope these resolutions will only not be words, but implemented in reality. We have common enemy. I hope we can win with a common victory. Ačiū, thank you very much. Дякую, best regards from Kiev.
Okay, so now we'll be joined, is it Gary Kasparov? Yes. We're joined by a hero of mine, the world-famous chess champion, author, and human rights activist, the famous, legendary Gary Kasparov. Or not.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear us? We hear you.
I can hear you.
Yes, we hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
I can see you. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
And we can't see you either. We hear only your voice.
So I'm in trip. Unfortunately, it's some technical problems about that. So I heard your speech, and I would like to support that Circassians should be free, and I'm sure that Russia should pay some reparation for its crimes. And of course, for me, it's necessary to understand what will be a final decision of our meeting. So what do you think? How do you think? What should we reach, in fact, for all members of our summit? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir. Sir, could you please ask that question one more time real quick for us?
So what is your goal? What we could reach after the meeting?
I think that they've created a declaration of the hopes and aspirations and dreams of the Circassian people that includes, I think, the aspiration for Circassians to rebuild their nation, to have primacy and have international law recognize Circassians as the indigenous people of Circassia, to find allegiance with other groups that have suffered, like the Crimean Tatars and the Chechens. And I think the dream is to have repatriation of many Circassians back to rebuild this great nation that was shattered in modern Europe's first genocide.
Well, my opinion that we also should be for that goal, but my opinion is that Lithuania also should pay some reparations, like Russia, because Lithuania in the past was part of Soviet Union.
So that certainly is a controversial proposal. I think that...
Yes, it's controversial, but I know
are we
that...
sure this is Gary Kasparov actually speaking?
Be sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Hello, guys!
It's not Gary Kasparov.
This is
Well, I knew
voice.
it was
Show
Gary
of an
Kasparov. Yeah.
Gary is busy,
Really,
unfortunately.
really.
So he said to
Yeah,
take
because
part in
Gary
this
Kasparov
meeting.
can speak English and you cannot. Go learn.
А вы тоже на русском
English.
можете
It's other voice,
Okay, you're
not voice of
very,
Kasparov.
like, poor in your expressions. Friends, I knew that it's not him. Well, they did it to us so many times. They tricked us so many times. Lithuania paying reparations to Circassians? Really? Really? These two boys have to be, like, banned. And I would, sorry for my emotions. I knew it so well. And I want to address the organizers because we had this issue with Lithuanian colleagues. 2020, before going to the Council of Europe session, they called very high-level speakers and they did the same stuff. So they will put it on YouTube later, I'm sure. They will call us all fools, that we still don't double-check. Please double-check whom you invite. Person cannot speak like that. It's very suspicious and it's very obvious for everyone who's in international politics. Friends, it's good that we indicated them. I'm sorry, but I'm happy I didn't switch off.
If you allow me, please. Actually, it was a very funny situation, and it shows how important that we are doing. So these guys really had a long time preparing to interrupt us in a very funny way. I hope all the interruptions will be this way, not worse than that. We knew this from the beginning, that we will have a problem with some people trying to disturb our conference. Actually, they did not disturb me. I was laughing. It was nice. Next time, please send us more handsome people, because my eyes are hurting after what I saw. And we are very sorry. It was our mistake to have these guys. Very sorry, because we did not check with our Lithuanian colleagues for this mistake. And I know we are important now. Thank you. Thank you very much for whoever did this for us, really. And do it again, please, with more handsome people. Thank you very much.
I think now we have...
It's Vavan and Lexus. They call themselves like that.
And Maria, thank you for being so quickly on the ball on that one. You sensed it immediately, and I heard you catching them at the beginning of their interruption. So thank you for being on the guard. I think now we're going to have Dr. Lydia Zhuganova come and speak to us about genocide and Russian crimes.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. And I was actually very surprised because Garry Kasparov wasn't on the program. And, you know, so it's, thank you so much for identifying and putting an end to this awful whatever it was. So I'm going to start my speech. So honorable members of the Seimas, distinguished guests, colleagues, I stand before you today not only as a scholar, but as a Circassian, a member of a people who have endured genocide, forced exile, and 160 years of systematic erasure. I come to speak about a historical crime that has been deliberately forgotten and about the courage of Lithuania in confronting this truth. The people now referred to as Circassians have deep historical roots in the Northwest Caucasus that trace back to antiquity. By the 18th century, when Russian imperial expansion reached their territories, Circassians were one of the largest indigenous peoples of the Northwest Caucasus, inhabiting the Black Sea coastline and central mountainous regions. Speaking varieties of Adigabze, the Circassian language, and self-identifying as Adige in their native tongue, they were organized into at least 12 closely related communities, each with distinct, though contiguous territories and dialects within the polity known as Circassia. Pre-conquest population estimates ranged from 1.3 to 1.7 million, with major groups including Kabardians, Shapsugh, Abazakh, and so on. This ancient and populous civilization would face near total destruction in the century-long war that followed. On May 21st, 1864, Russian forces declared victory over the last free Circassian territories on the Black Sea coast, bringing to end the Russo-Circassian or Russo-Caucasian War that started in 1763 and ended in 1864, a 101-year struggle that stands as the longest and one of the bloodiest colonial wars in European history, culminating in the genocide and mass expulsion of the Circassian people from their ancestral homeland in the North Caucasus to the Ottoman Empire. Yet this war and the subsequent genocide have been systematically erased from global consciousness. Historical information is fragmented, dates are distorted, and Russian imperial and Soviet historiography, through which this narrative entered Western scholarship, reduced the conflict to the Caucasian War with start date 1817 and end date 1864. So this framing not only shortens the war by half a century, but also fundamentally alters its geography and meaning. In Russian historiography, the Caucasian War is framed primarily around the conquest of the northeastern Caucasus, Dagestan, Chechnya, and Ingushetia, and the resistance led by Imam Shamil, which is very important, of course, but also this largely marginalizes the Circassian struggle in the northwestern Caucasus. This narrative obscures the fact that the conflict began in Kabarda, eastern Circassia, in 1763 with Russia's violation of the 1739 Belgrade Peace Treaty and the construction of the Mozdok fortress, and that it ended a century later in northwestern Circassia, where Circassians were the last indigenous nation to sustain organized military resistance against the Russian Empire. Such selective retelling distorts chronology and effectively erases Circassians from the war that culminated in their destruction, underscoring how imperial violence continues to shape historical memory. By the mid-19th century, Russian military strategists explicitly advocated genocide. General Dmitry Milutin's 1857 memorandum called for complete destruction and of resisting Circassian populations, while General Rostislav Fadeev declared that Russia must, and I quote, destroy half completely so the other half will lay down their weapons. End of quote. The final battles of the Russo-Circassian War were fought in Sochi, today an international resort, but in the 19th century, the last capital of independent Circassia and the homeland of the Shacha people, from whom the city's name derives. On May 21st, 1864, Russian troops staged a military parade there to mark the conquest of Circassia, while Sochi's port became the primary site from which hundreds of thousands of Circassians were deported to the Ottoman Empire. The scale of destruction was catastrophic. Kabarda's population had already collapsed from approximately 300,000 in 1790 to 30,000 by the 1820s. And between 1858 and 1864, Russian forces implemented scorched earth campaigns that destroyed villages, food supplies, and infrastructure, making return impossible. Approximately 1 million Circassians were forcibly expelled, many dying en route from disease, starvation, and exposure. The Northwestern Caucasus became the only region of the Caucasus where an indigenous population was almost entirely removed and replaced by settlers. Cities such as Novorossiysk, Tuapse, Sochi, and Anapa were built atop the ruins of Circassian villages, and monuments to Russian imperial generals responsible for these atrocities still stand today in those places. Novorossiysk itself was founded on the site of Seimas, the original Circassian name of the bay, which was later transformed into a major Russian port, generating wealth for the state through maritime trade and resource extraction, while the Circassian population remains displaced and excluded from its homeland. Today, Circassians are still one of the largest indigenous ethnic groups in Russia's North Caucasus, yet this demographic catastrophe shapes their existence. Approximately 800,000 live in the homeland, divided along Soviet-era administrative lines into 3 republics: Kabardino-Balkaria, where Circassians are known as Kabardins, Karachay-Cherkessia, Çerkes, and the Republic of Adygea as Adige. So these administrative divisions are imposed, and these ethnonyms are also imposed, and they do not reflect Circassian self-identification. As single people who identify collectively as Circassians, Adige, and speak Adygabze, but were designed by Soviet nationality policy to fragment the population. This fragmentation creates vastly different demographic realities across the 3 republics, where Circassians hold majority status in only one, fundamentally shaping the possibilities for cultural preservation, language policy, and political mobilization around historical memory. Since the 1990s, Circassian activists in the North Caucasus and the diaspora have advocated for reunification into a single Circassian republic and for the repatriation of diaspora communities to their ancestral homeland. Russian authorities have consistently rejected these demands, maintaining Soviet-era fragmentation alongside policies of linguistic and cultural Russification that endanger Circassian identity. The result is an existential crisis. Circassians remain politically divided, demographically weakened, and culturally marginalized in their historic homeland. Beyond the 3 republics, a small Shapsug Circassian population persists in the Tuapsinsky and Lazarevsky district of Krasnodar Krai along the Black Sea coast, the former heartland of independent Circassia. Despite their continuous presence, Shapsugs are not recognized as an indigenous people in the regional constitution of Krasnodar Krai, underscoring their political marginalization and the broader erasure of Circassian identity. So today, more than 5 million Circassians live in diaspora across Turkey, Jordan, Syria, Europe, and North America, forming the largest stateless indigenous diaspora originating from the Russian Empire, most of them descendants of those forcibly expelled in the 19th century. And Russia continues its systematic oppression. Let me tell you about a recent case that illustrates this. Larisa Tuptsokova, a Circassian writer, educator and journalist, originally from Adygea and residing in Georgia for 14 years, dedicated her career to preserving the Circassian language, translating Georgian poetry into Circassian, and organizing cultural events at the Circassian Cultural Center in Tbilisi, an institution founded by the Georgian Ministry of Culture. In 2025, she became the target of a political motivated campaign. In August, a fake website purporting to represent the Circassian Cultural Center appeared online, publishing fabricated extremism case against her. In October of this year, Russian security forces raided her parents' home in Adygea, interrogated her relatives, and delivered an indictment notice 2 weeks late. On November 11th, 2025, she was added to Russia's list of terrorists and extremists, effectively criminalizing her for teaching her mother tongue and participating in cultural life. Her crime? Teaching the Circassian language, preserving cultural memory, translating poetry. So the international...
sorry to interrupt you,
yes.
But we're going to commit our own crime here of going over time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I please ask you to wrap up your wonderful, powerful delivery? Sure. We have to move to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. So, and Larissa is not alone. In May 2025, at least 8 participants in the peaceful May 21st commemoration march in Nalchik were arrested and sentenced to administered detention. Their crime commemorating the genocide without official permission. So this is the reality for Circassian today. They cannot freely visit their homeland. They cannot commemorate their dead. They cannot preserve their language without facing persecution. Russia treats any assertion of Circassian identity as a threat to the state. And now the Lithuanian Seimas, this very parliament, is reviewing a proposal to acknowledge this historical crime. And this matters profoundly to us, to the Circassians, because each recognition establishes historical wrongdoing and frames Russia's annexation of Circassian lands as illegal and violent. It builds an international narrative that Circassians were forcibly displaced and stripped of sovereignty. And each recognition provides moral and legal weight to Circassian claims for justice, repatriation rights, and cultural preservation. And Lithuania knows the cost of Russian imperialism. For decades, your nation endured Soviet occupation, cultural suppression, and the systematic attempt to erase Lithuanian identity. You understand that what it means to have your language banned, your history falsified, your people deported. And by recognizing the Circassian genocide, Lithuania would affirm that imperial violence cannot be forgotten or forgiven simply because time has passed. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for your courage in confronting difficult truths. Thank you. And sorry, I went over time.
And now we will be joined by Dr. Vadina Toslonova.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this really groundbreaking conference and for actually having this conversation. It takes a lot of courage, and I fully realize that. And yes, so I was really happy and honored to have this invitation. I will try to be very short because I know that we have a time limit. I would say that one of the main problems in Circassian representation, which has systematically interfered with our visibility and acceptance in the world, is the typical modern colonial archaization as a form of containment and perceiving us as a losing race, if you wish, and hence erasing and devaluation of our experience in the present and a tacit denial of our future. And this futurelessness is something that I would like to address. This trope is conscious, of course, and as usual in the Russian imperial history, it is not original. It is borrowed in the West, in the Western empires of modernity, and particularly in the North American treatment of indigenous people. Therefore, the attitude towards Circassians as dispensable lives, inhabiting territories favored or needed, presumably by the empire, The treatment of Circassians as subhumans, subject to extermination, expulsion, oblivion, has been normalized very early on. Historians have already convincingly demonstrated how the Romanov Empire and later the USSR supported and continued this myth as a justification for their inhumane policies, carrying out ethnic cleansings, genocide, mass deportations, and resettlement of other ethnic groups to the confiscated and depopulated territories of the Northwest Caucasus, and the subsequent nurturing of simply brainwashed local elites or comprador local elites to the empire, local to the empire, or simply bought by it. The cynical Soviet manipulation of history, of culture, of language, of art, of memory was carried out with the aim of emasculating the Circassian sense of self-awareness, human dignity, collective will, responsibility, and resistance to an imposed historical fate. This left us with only pitiful crumbs of theatrical multiculturalism, complete with decorative national dances, decades of national literature, or showcase figures of national scholars, as well as the ludicrous status of autonomous republics and territories, which was presented as national independence to the people and as sovereignty, but in reality was a form of recolonization, masquerading itself as decolonization. However, in post-Soviet Russia, even this deceitful tactic gave way to the empire's blatant refusal to allow its colonies to develop economically, intellectually, and especially politically. Loyalty to this resumed Russianness in its imperial form once again became the primary criterion for allowing Circassians to live, to exist, and any attempt to discuss alternative options for preserving and reviving Circassian self-awareness, ethos, political imagination in the present and for the future is now more than ever delegitimized as extremism and practically treason. It's important to note that Circassians themselves were also influenced by the coloniality of knowledge, coloniality of perception, internalizing this modern colonial matrix of archaization of themselves, or ourselves in this case, for the sake of exclusion from modernity and exclusion from the future. Soviet and post-Soviet decades of fear and carefully cultivated Mankurtism played a crucial role here, severely impacting the divided Circassians' ability to unite, to engage in collective action, and recognize real problems that, of course, we have a lot, instead of focusing on the past and various symbolic handouts, such as the revival of national costumes or discussions of the intricacies of Habsburg. I in no way wish to diminish the importance of preserving and understanding these profound manifestations of national culture, national cosmology, but I do wish to shift people's consciousness more towards the present and towards the future. Until Circassians themselves are willing to imagine and democratically engage in a discussion of our future, including the details of political organization, coexistence with other peoples in the Caucasus and in the wider region, and survival in the face of looming environmental, techno-accelerationist, geopolitical catastrophes that humanity is going to face in the coming decades, unfortunately, little will change. In other words, the discourse of a defeated race of noble warriors must finally give way to the Circassians of late modernity, a thoroughly modern people, educated, active, cosmopolitan, yet capable of double critique, multiple critique of injustice, discrimination, and silencing at various levels, be it a belated quasi-empires in the case of Russia, or some provincial nation state, or the upcoming neoliberal world model that disenfranchises a majority of the planet's population. Due to our extremely diverse and harsh transcultural historical experience of displacement, exile, migration, assimilation, survival, and the outwitting of numerous enemies, as well as our continued access to alternative models to the suicidal tendencies of worlding that exist today, Circassians have some chances of adapting to life in the future, I believe. Circassians have definitely had our own worlding as the art, the wisdom of living in the world, relating to the world, to other people, to other species, existing in harmony and in balance with this world. Moreover, the political forms of this worlding were very different from conventional late modern nation-state imaginary, which is often anachronistically and erroneously imposed on our local history, ignoring the fact that Circassian forms of political ontology, our loose polities with no borders, were different from the normalized modern colonial frames, and therefore interpreted by settler colonists and even the present-day scholars once again as underdeveloped, as lacking sovereignty, and therefore open and waiting for grabs, easy to be manipulated into any forms of unfreedom that were presented as liberation and development. In reality, Circassian complex political system subsequently destroyed by colonization had a lot in common with James Scott's hypothesis of Zumia, a large anarchic highland zone and a specific way of life deliberately avoiding statehood and selecting simplicity and mobility for the sake of better survival, and keeping alternative democratic existence that allowed for certain freedoms that no state could ever promise or provide. Yet, we should not be calling for a simple return to or repetition of past models delegitimized by modernity coloniality. We do not wish to romanticize our indigeneity, and we realize that there is a number of political, ethical, ontological principles of Circassian worlding that we could creatively rethink and maybe relearn in the upcoming time of mass migrations, multiple conflicts, and environmental and climatic crises. I'm not speaking here of reminiscing about past victories and past glory amid the final destruction of culture and nation, but rather of attempts to jointly recognize and discuss other possibilities, so that when the next window of opportunities to change our destiny opens, we don't fall back into the same outdated political models and traps we've already fallen into repeatedly before. To achieve this, it's certainly important to know the history of genocide and make it known internationally, but it's not enough. Moreover, we must be extremely careful.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're running out of time for the next speaker, please. So if you please wrap it up, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so very much. My apologies.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. Thank you. Moreover, we must be extremely careful not to adopt the position of static victims, which is advantageous to modernity with its divide and rule principle, but rather to move towards re-existence, becoming agents of our own destiny. We must collectively recognize that we need to rely on ourselves first and foremost, not wait for favors or liberation from anyone. I clearly see this awareness and desperation in the younger generation of Circassian activists, artists, thinkers, who are not infected with colonial submissiveness and fear to the same degree as previous generations. But unfortunately, this younger generation became visible and audible just before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent intensification of censorship. And it's precisely this active group that is today subjected to all kinds of repressions and was forced to leave the Caucasus. But I still think that the future of Circassia is in their hands, in dialogue with multi-million Circassian diaspora. And in the upcoming multi-crisis and reformatting of the world, the task of physical survival, adaptation will come forward, whereas the tenacious local, transversal indigenous forms of being, economic, political, will provide very important paths to re-existence, to refuturing. And here, Circassian experience and ways of worlding will come very handy. Thank you very much.
Now I believe we have my new friend and one of the founders of this conference today, Dr. Mustafa Canbek.
Thank you, dear participants. I have to keep my speech short. Sorry for this. I will speak directly. We are here now to mourn victims of Circassian genocide, but Circassians are not only one victim of Russian atrocity. There are many victims of Russian atrocity, and Circassians are one of them only. I mean, Russia is a threat, a direct threat for the humanity, not only for Circassians, not only for the Caucasians, but all humanity. When we consider their power of nuclear, which can destroy the earth totally. And they already threat people for destroying the earth. Here, there is a very brief information about the Circassian genocide, but it is very well documented historical tragedy. You can find information about Circassian history in Russian archives, in British archives, in France archives, in Polish archives, in Ottoman archives, and in many different countries' archives, in books, in newspapers, in journals, and in military reports as well. But it is not enough to restore the justice. If we really want to restore the justice, we need an efficient international cooperation. We need international support, political support, legal support, academic support. And then we can have a chance to restore justice, and we can have a chance to prevent this kind of strategies, tragedies in the future. And thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for your support. It is very valuable for us. Yes, thank you.
Now I believe we're going to have Glenn Howard coming to us from Washington, D.C. For many decades, he was president of the Jamestown Foundation, and now he's president of a new think tank in Washington that he's founded called the Saratoga Foundation. So we'll bring Glenn Howard up now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today before the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania in what is truly a historic event. My name is Glenn Howard. I am currently the president of the Saratoga Foundation based in Washington, D.C. And for 2 decades, I led the Jamestown Foundation, which played a critical role in 2011 in getting the Georgian Parliament to back its historic legislation recognizing the Circassian Genocide. That moment in history is important because the Republic of Georgia set a historic precedent by defying Putin's Russia and becoming the first foreign government to ever recognize the Circassian tragedy as an act of genocide. It took the Circassians over a century to get to that historic day in May 2011. Now, a decade later, we are on the verge of another milestone in Circassian statehood as the people of Lithuania and its representatives in the Lithuanian parliament have an important mission in their effort to help the Circassian people achieve justice. Let me begin my brief remarks today by noting that the Circassian quest for statehood has long rested on 3 pillars. First, it's the homeland in the North Caucasus, consisting of a population of 700,000 Circassians divided into several binational republics. Second is the overseas diaspora, consisting of 5 to 7 million Circassians. And the third item of importance is the international recognition of the Circassians. Recognition has come in 3 milestones in the history of the Circassians. It is now reflected in the Georgian, Ukrainian, and soon-to-be Lithuanian passage of a similar measure concerning Russian atrocities against the Circassians in the 19th century, what we would now call genocide. The Lithuanian support for the measure being considered by the Lithuanian parliament is extremely important because it adds a European Union dimension to the cause of the Circassians. However, a new 4th pillar is emerging in the form of Ukrainian engagement and support for the Circassian drive for a unified homeland in the North Caucasus. The Ukraine factor is important because it unites the three pillars of the Circassian movement into a coherent, strategically relevant body that forms the embryo for a future nation state. Why is this, you may ask? Well, it's because Ukraine's decision to champion the Circassian cause by recognizing the Russian deportations in 1864 as an act of genocide further delegitimizes the Russian rule in the North Caucasus. It comes at a critical time when Moscow is already militarily and emotionally exhausted by its protracted war against Ukraine that will enter its fifth year in 2026, as Putin's war against Ukraine has now lasted longer than Stalin's war against Nazi Germany. Ukraine greatly matters to the Circassians and the other captive nations under Russian rule because it is fighting to preserve its national homeland in the same way the Circassians fought their national homeland before being ethnically cleansed by the Russian Empire 100 years before. Despite being expelled from their homeland to Turkey, Syria, and Israel and other parts of the Middle East, Circassians strongly identify with the Ukrainian struggle to preserve their independence in the same way that the Lithuanians and other Baltic states associate the punishment of their nations with the punished nations of the North Caucasus. For this reason, I decided to call my presentation today The Fourth Wave. So, as a part of that discussion, Ukraine is not just another country. It is the most consequential external actor in the world today because it is directly engaged in a war of national survival with Moscow while also actively promoting non-Russian national movements under Muscovy's rule. Ukraine functions as a critical new dimension in the fourth wave for the following reasons. First of all, it amplifies the Circassian homeland. Ukraine's championing of the Circassian cause delegitimizes Russian rule in the North Caucasus at a time when Moscow is already militarily strained after 4 years of fighting in Ukraine. This raises the political cost of repression inside Russia rather than creating a separate arena. Number two, it motivates the Circassian diaspora. Ukrainian recognition creates activism in the Circassian diaspora in the same way that French support helped galvanize the United States in its Revolutionary War of Independence, which notably came after the American victory at the Battle of Saratoga in 1774, which, by the way, was a turning point in the war. And it is also the name of the Saratoga Foundation, which takes its name after the 1777 battle, which was a turning point. Ukraine is at a turning point today in history. Circassia is also at a turning point in history. But that said, why is Ukraine important? Because Ukraine today is to Circassia what France was to the United States, serving as a geopolitical anchor and a partner for the Circassians in the Black Sea region, helping them to develop a pathway from advocacy to strategy. Ukrainian support is qualitatively different from earlier diaspora movements that supported independence during the Soviet era, and that's very important. The third item that is very important is today, Ukraine helps convert international recognition into a strategy. Lithuania and other countries have provided international legitimacy. But Ukraine provides operational relevance, and it crystallizes in the minds of the Circassian people inside and outside Russia a cause that is similar to Chechny's fight against Russia in 1995 and in 1999. It also connects moral recognition to an ongoing war that directly challenges Moscow's imperial structure in a way that the Chechen War of the 1990s never could achieve, simply because the size of Ukraine and its larger population and technological military advances permit Ukraine to strike the Russian capital regularly in a way that the Allies during the Second World War bombed Berlin repeatedly during the Second World War. And more recently, Ukraine has begun to take its drone campaign to the North Caucasus and Northern Caspian, most recently last week attacking Lukoil's offshore oil platform off the coast of Dagestan. So all this said, Ukraine is a part of what is being discussed today is the fourth factor. Ukraine's not just another country supporting Circassians, it is a country at war with Russia, which makes it more its support more than just symbolic, but strategic due to its proximity to the North Caucasus. So
now I want to have Sarah Slade come and read an announcement by the famous Central Asian journalist Paul Goebel.
For the sake of time, I will summarize his speech. It's a very intelligent and interesting speech, and I enjoyed reading it very much, but I'll try to make it as short as possible. According to Paul Goebel, he sees that, like the Baltic countries in the final decades of the Soviet times, Circassians are today ready to a position to retake control of their history, recover their state of independence, and reshape a post-Russian reality, not only for themselves, but also supporting others. That is why this meeting today is so important and significant. But according to Paul's opinion, Circassians will only achieve such success if they focus on the parallels and lessons that the Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians have provided. Before the Baltic countries recovered their independence in 1991, many people thought this would be impossible because they're such small countries in comparison, but they did earn their independence, win their independence, and they exploited three advantages in order to do so. First, they never forgot their history and the way the Russians treated them. This memory was central to the formation of their national movements and has remained central still. Second, they recognized and made use of the large Baltic emigrations in the West to generate and maintain support for their cause. And third, the Baltic movements have always conceived of their task as far broader than just themselves. And so they've reached out to support and form alliances with peoples in similar situations. Circassians, too, must first recognize and build upon these parallels to have the same level of success. And there are compelling reasons to think that they can achieve this. Above all, the Circassians are united by the memory of the genocide the Russian Empire inflicted upon them, and the Soviet state and Russian Federation have continued. No Circassian can forget these things. Moreover, again, like the Balts, they have learned that calling attention to these horrors has helped them to build bridges to other nations who have been victims in similar ways. And the Circassians have recognized the significance of the great diaspora, and so there are many here that can help to achieve this goal together. But it is in Paul's opinion, Mr. Goebel's opinion, that the third lesson is the most important. Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, as committed as they were to the achievement of their own distinct national goals, they never forgot they could only achieve these national goals if they reached out to others in the empire in similar situations, formed alliances, and worked to cooperate with them. So one should never forget the role Baltic activists played in developing the national movements in Ukraine and Moldova, for example. As ever more Circassians recognize, they also have potentially important allies among other nations within the current borders of the Russian Federation, despite all the efforts made by Moscow to block them. And this even includes ethnic Russians that are against this oppression. Both because of their own national culture and skills honed in dealing with the binational republics that the Soviet state created and the Russian one continues, Circassians have been compelled to hone their skills at cooperating with other peoples of the North Caucasus. This undercuts Moscow's effort to sow discord and paves the way for mutual support in the looming crisis of Russian statehood and for creating good relations among these nations following the disintegration of the Russian Federation. Learning and applying all these lessons won't be easy for Circassians, but they have already made major steps in that direction. Securing Ukraine's recognition was a major step forward. Having meetings like this is another. And because such steps echo the success the Balts had earlier, Circassians should have renewed confidence that they are going to win. Thank you.
For now, please, we will have the final speech from Mr. Iyad Yogar from the United States, the chairman of the NCNC, North Caucasus Nations Committee.
That's 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm only a Circassian, and my brothers are the Chechens. So no titles here. I will tell you today we have seen our friends, our relatives, the Lithuanians and our Estonian friends, Ukrainian friends, had made the case for Circassia clearly. There is no doubt in anybody's mind today that all the evidence needed to be presented and presented fully well so people can understand not only the crime itself, but also the evidence and the facts in that crime. So anyone wants to see where the facts are today, tomorrow they can pass the resolution to recognize the Circassian genocide, similar to what we had done with Ahmed's knowledge in Ukraine and with Mirab in Georgia, the cases. So the prosecution here rests over the prosecuting of the crime. We presented our case to you. Now it's your term. So if you do recognize the Circassian genocide, and that's very important, not only for you and for us, but it's important for humanity, because genocide is a crime against humanity at large. That's what the United Nations say. So when Lithuania recognizes the Circassian genocide, Lithuania is defending itself and the Baltic nations and the possibility, and other nations too, about the possibility of the Russian aggressions with genocide, aggression, wars, and things like that. So it's a duty toward ourselves to recognize the genocide as a crime against humanity. With this, I wanted to tell you, and I'm happy to see here our brothers, the Chechens and the Georgians. This is just a quick note here to say, and that's very important for us to do and to understand. We Circassians and Chechens and Dagestanis and Georgians, we often talk about history. We had long history of wars, of bravery. We fought the Russians like nobody else did, and we could fight the Russians still like nobody else can, and we can continue another 101 years as a small number fighting for our rights in a civilized way, and we can still win if the civilized world is behind us. But today it's important we talk about our heroes in the past. We talk about Imam Shamil, and we talk about other heroes. I can't recall right now the name readily. And we talked about heroes in Georgia, Zviad Kamsakhurdia. We talk about we talked about Johar Dudayev. We talk about other people too. But today I wanted to tell you that we really need to admire our heroes who are here today. One of them is my dear brother, Prime Minister Ahmed Zakayev. Today, Ahmed Zakayev is the hero of the Caucasus. Today, Mirab Shukhwa is the hero of Georgia. And if we acknowledge our heroes, then we are giving the second generation to build a second wave of heroes, so the fight will continue, so we will not lose this war. We haven't lost the war, we're still fighting, but we need to build the second wave, like Glenn Howard said, the fourth wave. We are the second wave in here. We have to find our leadership for the future. So this way, someone would carry the torch and go forward with this, and this is how we continue. So my recommendation is to admire and honor and support our today's hero instead of talking about the heroes of the past. Thank you very much.
Ačiū gerbiamam Jatiegar. Mūsų konferencija artėja link pabaigos ir aš norėčiau keletą baigiamų.
Thank you, Mr. Yagar. Since we are approaching the closing of our conference, a few reflections. As this significant international conference, the Circassian Genocide in the context of history and contemporary politics, comes to an end, allow me to sincerely thank each and every one of you for your insights, for academic integrity, open discussions, and profound human empathy. Today, we examine not only historical facts, but also create a space for truth that has been silenced for many years. Once again, we have confirmed that the genocide of the Circassian people is not merely a tragedy of the past, but a moral challenge for today's world. It is a story of loss, forced deportation, cultural destruction, and attempts to annihilate a nation's identity. Yet at the same time, it is also a story of perseverance, resilience, and the unwavering effort to preserve cultural and historical memory. For the Lithuanian nation, this experience is close and understandable. Although our history, as it has been mentioned by myself previously, is not identical to the Circassian tragedy, the defense of freedom, statehood, language, and culture is a path Lithuania has walked more than once. We too have endured forced deportations, attempts to break national will, repression, occupation, and the violence of totalitarian regimes. Therefore, Lithuania has a moral sensitivity and responsibility to see the pain of other nations and to acknowledge historical injustices. This conference has become the first and very significant steps towards a broader understanding within Lithuanian society and the political sphere about the Circassian tragedy. And I reiterate that the decision of our colleagues in Georgia in 2011 and the decision of the Ukrainian parliament in 2025 to recognize the Circassian genocide show that the international community is increasingly opening up to the truth and historical accountability. Lithuania can and must be also part of this process as a state that cares about justice, human rights, and the importance of historical recognition. That is why today I want to express my firm belief that the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania has the moral grounds and political maturity to take a bold step in the near future, which is to recognize the Circassian genocide. This conference has become a crucial milestone on Lithuania's path toward this decision. The arguments, scholarly research, and testimonies heard here will undoubtedly contribute to broader political awareness and the shaping of public opinion. I see a clear direction, a direction toward justice and respect for historical truths that cannot be ignored. Dear colleagues, this conference is not the end. It is a starting point. Today, we take with us not only the facts we have heard or the insights shared, but also a clear message. History demands our courage, the courage to acknowledge, to name, to commit, that such tragedies would never be forgotten. Today's appeal of the participants of the conference with their signatures were forwarded to Mr. Juozas Olekas, Speaker of the Seimas, and we're looking forward to the next step by the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, which is the recognition of Circassian genocide. We're grateful to the Seimas for hosting this conference, to the members Žygimantas Pavilionis, Mr. Laurynas Šedvydis for their support in organizing this event. I thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to present this plaque to Mr. Adas for his work. Everything was designed by Mr. Adas. And really thank him for that.
Adas, I just wanted to make a very, very quick note. In the Caucasus, we have a tradition that we give as a gift to anyone anything we have. The only thing that we don't give as a gift is our weapons. We only give that to a very, very dear, respected, deeply respected friend. So now you have our karma with you, and it's our weapon.
And if you allow me, we want to present this to Mr. Marios. Please, sir. I have the honor to present this to you, sir. Thank you. I'm bad with furniture and technology.
Martin will present, okay.
And please, Mr. Gantaras, if you...
Mr. Songali.
Songali, извините. Please, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I look at this gift as a credit for very near future.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will be the last voice you will hear today in this place. I just want to thank you very much. I know how it was a very tiredness day for you. Most of you have nicotine crisis now to go out and have a cigarette. I know that. I'm one of you. Before I finish, I will read the resolution for you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, be active with me because I will ask some questions. Please have a seat, please. It's going to take time, not a long time, but the resolution actually have 4 points, and I want to ask each one of you, please, if you support these points or not. Recognition of the Circassian Genocide, and this is what we are asking from the state of Lithuania and the Parliament of Lithuania. Please raise your hand if you find this a right thing to do. Thank you very much. The second one is affirmation of the right to return and self-determination. Our right to go back to our homeland, our right to rule it, our right to make our laws and our ways of life from our culture and from our traditions. Do you think we have this right? Yeah. Thank you. Third, support for international investigation and recognition. We do have a lot of crimes under the soil and the sand of our homeland. You won't imagine how many children we have there, women. You won't imagine how tragedy you will go. I don't want to be a poetry guy, but if you took the soil from any place of the Caucasus, you will hear the screams of these newborn kids and babies, women screaming, running from the Russian soldiers. You can see it there. It's everywhere, but you just need to look a little bit deeper. So do you think we have this right to be investigated for the crimes that we had with our homeland? Will you raise your hand, if you please? Thank you. Fourth, we really want a long-term solidarity and cooperation with Lithuania and the European Union and all our neighbors, Caucasian states and other states. We want to have a cooperation. I will never call Chechnya south of Russia. I will never call Dagestan south of Russia. And I will never let anybody call me South Russian. I'm a Circassian from Circassia, which is occupied by Russian. So it's a big insult to call me south of Russia. So not south of Russian countries or states that we are looking for cooperation and long-term relations. No, we are looking with you, the people who really believes on what we believe. Will you please think this is a right thing to ask for? Thank you very much. This was the resolution. In the end, I want to thank each one of you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening to our problem. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for helping us presenting our problem and our tragedy, our rights, to make it a fact, to show the Lithuanian parliament, the Lithuanian deputies, our brothers and sisters. You helped us to show them the fact of the crime, of the tragedy that happened to us. We wish, we demand, and we know that the Lithuanian parliament will recognize the Circassian genocide and Circassian rights, because Lithuania is not less than Ukraine or Georgia in this field of human rights. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Aš savo ruoštų norėčiau padėkoti garbioms vertėjams už labai sunkų darbą. Labai ačiū.